Council. We'll call this meeting to order. For the record, it is July 6, 2021 at 4:30 p.m. We will begin this afternoon's City Council work session with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Borton. Here. Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilwoman Perot.
Here.
Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Councilman Hoagland.
Here.
Councilman Burnt.
Here.
Mayor Simonson.
Here. Next item is adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
there are no changes to the agenda this evening, so I move that we adopt the agenda as published.
Second the motion. I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Next item is a consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
I move that we approve the consent agenda for the mayor to sign and for the clerk to attest.
Second the motion. I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is agreed to. There were no items moved from the consent agenda. So we will move on to item 23 under Department Commissioner reports. So the first item up is resolution number 21-2273. Turn this over to Mr. Ariel.
Oh, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm also joined by our Economic Development Administrator, Tori Cleary, and our team. So two consultants, Phil Cushlan, who is a professional and a former executive director of CCDC in Boise, who helped us with the eligibility reports before you, and then also Megan Conrad, who's our specialty legal counsel in the urban renewal space. So just real quick, a couple points of clarification just on process. What you have before you are two resolutions, first for the Northern Gateway and then also for the Union District. And so we'll take them in stride. First, the Northern Gateway one. And as you'll recall, this is for just the eligibility reports that are kind of the step in the process that then kick us off to actually go and create specific plans for these areas. So to the Northern Gateway one, really this kind of the main point to consider here is the timing. The original district, or the better known as the Meridian Revitalization District, the original downtown district is going to be sunsetting soon here in 2026. And there's a number of things that quite frankly still need to be done in this area. And so these two new proposed eligibility areas, or these areas that were studied by Mr. Cushlan, really are areas that we want to focus on. And as you know, these two areas have challenges. There's some older buildings and other things that make redevelopment and funding of redevelopment less feasible, if you will. And therefore, the engagement of Mr. Cushlan to do these eligibility studies was a move forward with. So I wanted to kind of just highlight the Northern Gateway area. Hopefully, let me just pull up hopefully it'll show the area here. So here's the area for your viewing. This is, as you can see, the northwest here is the Meridian and Cherry Lane intersections. It includes that big field up there owned by Doug Tamura, and then moves to the east there, and then down into the downtown. And again, this area was chosen primarily because of not only redevelopment opportunity, but also opportunity to do pretty significant public infrastructure improvements as well that will help accomplish the downtown destination downtown plan of MDC. I would focus you now on the report itself. And these are the, again, you'll note there are 10 specific code sections that qualify an urban renewal area for an urban renewal district for eligibility. And as you can see, the Northern Gateway includes 8 of those. And so the ones that I want to kind of point out are number 1, just the number of deteriorated or deteriorating structures. And in my mind, this really is the key element of a redevelopment opportunity. And then just to kind of point out another one that I think will be addressed via the plan as we get into that. But really, it's just the substantially impaired or arrested this sound growth of a municipality. So number 10, as you know, there's a lot of pathways or roadways that don't quite intersect. There's connectivity issues. And really, in order to get the downtown in a oriented infrastructure path, not only in the roadways, but also in the underground utilities. This is one that I think will be a focus of the plan going forward. So really, that is the meat of this resolution, is to seek your approval of the report, and then also to move forward with the plan creation in the Northern Gateway. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll stand for any questions on this one.
Thank you, Council. Any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Council Administrator.
maybe just worth repeating a couple questions I asked earlier. But process-wise, just for the record, wanted to make sure that this allows us to move forward on creating a plan, but the council will be reviewing and voting on the adoption of that future plan.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Councilman Strader, that's correct. So this adoption of this eligibility report just kicks off that formal planning process, and we really do anticipate a robust process there, and look forward to the input of council throughout that. We do have scheduled opportunities for your input, and then ultimately council's discretion to adopt the plan.
Mr. Mayor, one more.
Council Administrator.
And then the Northern Gateway District the success of this feels very dependent on one particular large property. Do you feel like you'll have buy-in at that point in the process when we have a plan from that property owner that makes it more likely that this area will redevelop?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, great question. So yeah, you've highlighted a lot of the strategy well in that question. So you'll note that far northwest property there, that's Doug Tamura's property, and he's been very proactive with us in essentially annexing into the city, and it's in the process of doing his public outreach right now to do so. So we anticipate a formal submittal from him to develop that property.
Thank you.
Council, any additional questions? Okay. Very much. So are we doing the readings at this point in time? Or are we looking for action on the resolution?
Mr. Mayor, we're hoping that you will take action on the resolution tonight, so we can move forward.
With that, council, do I have any motions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I think, and maybe I'm misunderstanding what Ted said, but taking action on that this evening at our 6 o'clock meeting? You're looking to have action?
Actually, let me back up a minute. I don't want there to be any confusion about the item that's the second reading of the de-annexation, which is on the 6 o'clock meeting. That is actually a precursor to forming these districts. The annexation has to take place. So I would consider your action at 6 o'clock as totally separate from these two, and what you're doing. And of course, we've only heard the presentation on item 23, not yet 24, but we're looking to have you take action so that if indeed you wish to go forward, that the consultant can start with the plans. You can have those.
Mr. Mayor, thanks. I appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
sounded like we can take action on item 23.
Correct.
So I would move that we approve resolution number 21-2273, resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Meridian, accepting the report on eligibility for the Northern Gateway area as an urban renewal area, revenue allocation area, and justification for designating the area as appropriate for an urban renewal project. Do I need to read this whole thing or
With
for it
that,
to be okay? Okay. Thanks, Ted.
Mr. Mayor. Councilman Hoagland.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
for the record, I'll be continuing to abstain from any consideration or discussion of both items 23 and items 24 on this agenda.
With that, any further discussion? We need a roll call or this one, Mr. Baird?
In the interest of thoroughness, let's go ahead and do a roll call.
Okay. Ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Borton.
Aye.
Cavanagh.
Aye.
Perot.
Aye.
Strader.
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
Burnt.
5 ayes, 1 abstain. Motion passes. Our resolution passes.
Thank you.
Next up will be item number 24, which is resolution number 21-2274.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So just continuing right on, this is, as you know, this is another area of downtown which we feel is appropriate for eligibility review, as well as continued work in the interest of our downtown revitalization efforts. This is going to be annexed into the existing Union District that was formed last year. And this study area, as you can see, is only just a few parcels. And the reason for this is that because it'll be annexed into the existing Union District, which is small in and of itself, code only allows us to annex an additional 10% of the existing district. So that being said, this is a perfect alignment for an urban renewal project that's, as we understand it, is already underway with some of these property owners. And so I will kind of point out, just going back to the eligibility criteria, number 1, where it says the presence of substantial number of deteriorating structures. We don't have a substantial number of them just by virtue of the fact that there's only a few properties here and a few buildings, but it is safe to say that this area that will be part of the Union District does represent this criteria. And as you can see, there's 4 additional criteria that were met. And as you recall, only 1 is necessary to be considered for an urban renewal planning process. We do look forward to additional growth and opportunity in this area in particular, since its proximity to City Hall and what we consider the heart of downtown. And we're looking forward to continued efforts in this regard. And with this, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this is also, again, seeking your approval of the eligibility report so we can kick off the additional planning effort to include this in the Union District. That'll stand for any.
Thank you. Council, any questions? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader,
move that we approve resolution number 21-2274.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I second the motion.
I have a motion, and a second to approve resolution number 21-2274. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Borton, Cavanagh, Perot.
Aye.
Strater,
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
Burnt.
5 ayes, 1 abstain, and the resolution passes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council.
Cameron.
Thank
Next item on our agenda, item 25 is the mayor's office budget amendment in the amount of $4,500. Turn this over to Mr. Miles.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Hope you're doing well. Quick budget amendment request for you all to consider. As you know, the city maintains video production room right over here. We've got a video production computer that unfortunately just recently blew up, which is unfortunate, but it's kind of serendipitous, I guess, as we've learned all the technology needs through COVID. We need a new computer to replace that one, new piece of software to run the video production behind the scenes to develop. And through the communications program, they've also been working to account for various equipment that we haven't had, that we have had a need for. Most recent example was the Lakeview Golf Course. It's still on. Lakeview Golf Course Town Hall that we held. We actually borrowed a bunch of electronic equipment from the chamber. Just looking at our operations, looking at an opportune time to say, what do we really need? And we were in that process. Figured we'd come to you tonight because of the computer for replacement and put them all before you for $4,500. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. And for the record, this technically is another government. Mr. Miles just is here from that standpoint in the mayor's office. Any questions? Councilman Burnt.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the budget amendment in the amount of $4,500 for production room computer replacement, software and equipment.
Second motion.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Borton,
Aye.
Cavanagh,
Aye.
Perot.
Aye.
Strater,
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
Burnt.
All ayes, motion carries, and the item is agreed to. Thank you. Next item up is item 26, which is our Community Development Block Grant Program Year 2021 Action Plan presentation. And we will turn this over to Crystal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So I'm here for the 5th and final year for this current consolidated plan, action plan. It's the PY21 and it starts October 1st, 2021, and will go through September 30th, 2022. So every year we have to submit the action plan, and it's basically an application for the next year's funding. So with this, the process to do it, I mentioned that we have the consolidated plan, which is a 5-year plan. We take into consideration the analysis of impediments to fair housing and the market analysis for this. And then the goals are developed while we work with stakeholders in the community to see what's needed. So this con plan will set up the framework for what we want to do for the next 5 years. And then the action plan is what we're going to do each individual year to meet those goals at the end. One of the core pieces of the CDBG program is citizen participation. So that's what part of this is. We do 2 public presentations, a public comment period, and then a public hearing. So this is the first of the 2 public presentations where we ask the public to give us feedback on how they feel we're doing with the goals that we have identified. We also consult with stakeholders. We have regular involvement with them, and we also send our action plan to them for feedback. This year, we have our PY21 funds. HUD has said that they are planning on giving us $501,000, $559, and we will also be reallocating about $95,000 from the current year's funding. The chart that's on there gives you kind of a breakdown of the activities that we've identified. Admin and fair housing, there's a federal cap of 20%, and we're only using about 7.5% towards that. For public services, there's a 15% cap, and we're using about 7.5% for that as well. For housing activities, it's around 29%, and accessibility is 56%. For admin and fair housing, we're looking at allocating $45,000, and the majority of that is going to go towards our next 5-year plan. We have to do the housing market analysis, and we'll also be putting some toward the fair housing campaign, and we have just regular administration that we do. As far as public services, we've identified 2 projects that will be a total of $45,000. Both of these we've worked with before. The first one is emergency rental assistance through the Jesse Tree for households that are at risk of homelessness. The second one is with the Boys and Girls Club scholarships for extended care programs. For housing, we are proposing allocating $171,000 toward the homeowner repair program. Our current year is the first that we've done it, and they've got one home that they've almost completed and another one that's underway. So it's going really well. And this will look more like what we're anticipating it to be going forward, what we would need. We do have home buyer assistance as a backup project because it's just not viable in the housing market right now to put the funds toward this. We've had a hard time spending those funds the past couple of years for that project. For accessibility, we've identified the Chateau Park Playground and Pathway. With this, we would be replacing the current playground with an all abilities playground and also developing a pathway that would connect the playground to the LMI areas that are right there. We also have a couple of backup projects. They're both streetlight projects. One is near Peregrine Elementary and the other one is near Meridian Middle. So moving forward, we're in the middle of our public comment period. That will conclude on July 20th at the public hearing. The following week, then I will submit the final report and resolution on the consent agenda. And then as soon as that's approved, then I will submit it to HUD. So if there's any questions or comments, people can contact me. I'm Crystal Campbell, and this is my contact information. So with that, I will stand for comments.
Thank you, Crystal. Council, any questions or comments?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
just a quick question. When you're talking about housing, Crystal, you mentioned the housing market analysis. Can you describe fairly high level what that entails?
So we are actually working with a consultant who will go in and kind of do an analysis of what we have right now, what's affordable, what kind of just where it falls.
Thank you.
Councilman Pro.
Thank you. On the section that has 20,000 allocated for rental assistance, that strikes me as maybe a little bit low for the need that's out there. So can you help us understand how that number came to be? Was that the request that was made by the organization that's utilizing the funds, or was there a limitation on how much to that?
So they actually requested a little bit more, but they have not been able to spend their funds as much. There's a lot of funds on the market right now for rental assistance, and it's been hard for them to identify Meridian households. They are just barely getting to their PY19 CARES Act funds, and they'll be done with those in September. So the group did suggest that they get a lower amount than what they had originally requested, but we'll still have CARES Act funds if they do need more.
More questions, Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Pro.
I'm sorry, can you hear me better? If I understand correctly with the home buyer assistance, one of the challenges that is that the amount of down payment assistance, for example, that can be utilized it just isn't enough to really help that home buyer. And so, perhaps the program's permitted to use, say, 25,000 contribution towards down payment. That's not enough to qualify for the loan types that they're seeking. Is that a general understanding of maybe one of the issues they're running into with the market?
That, and maybe, I think it's more around the fact that the housing costs are so high that they're not affordable to the people who qualify with the income eligibility requirements.
Okay,
And
so
the houses that are on the lower price point, then they can't get in there and get the offers on the house quick enough before somebody else comes in and bids higher than that, has cash. So it just takes longer for our clients to potentially get into those homes.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
With those assistance programs, there's the assistance, the individuals who are applying for them have income limitations that have to be abided by. Is that correct? And so therefore, the housing market has essentially priced them out even with the assistance that can be provided. Is that generally
Correct.
what? we're understanding?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thanks, Crystal. I was curious actually if CBDG funds could be used for affordable housing projects in Meridian in other ways going forward. Just maybe a follow-up, but just what the options are. And if there are other HUD funds available that we might be able to utilize toward building affordable housing. Because to Councilwoman Burrow's point, unfortunately, the housing market is so overheated here that these programs won't be effective.
Right. Absolutely. And that's a great question. We're kind of limited as far as CDBG specific funds go towards affordable housing. We can't actually build any. We could help with the soft costs, but we couldn't actually build it. However, if we were to work with some of the home programs, then we may be able to. And we're trying to create a consortium with the local communities, the other entitlement communities, but we have to have all of our borders touching before we can do that. And then we've talked about once that happens, then we would be able to do the bigger projects and kind of rotate them throughout the Treasure Valley or whichever city it is. But also during our next consolidated plan, we're really focusing on what we can do with CDBG because it's going to be a few years before we can use the home funds in Meridian. So we're going to try to get some viable projects that we can actually complete with CDBG funds.
Thanks a lot.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
if I may address Councilwoman Strader's question. It's my understanding that some of the organizations that have applied for the funds, they do have the ability to build projects here in Meridian with a different source of funds. So our allocating what we have to provide other services for homebuyer assistance and whatnot allows them to free up some of the funds that they can use to build with. And so that's part of NeighborWorks Boise specifically is looking to do some of those projects here in Meridian, looking for property to do that. So since they've applied for CDBG funds for other parts of the services they provide, I think that that's kind of indirectly helping using those funds. So,
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Thank you. Yeah, it may be worth a future discussion, like a broader discussion at a later date, just on more direct efforts on affordable housing as opposed to indirect efforts. This was my what my question was getting at. Thanks.
So coming soon to a council meeting near you, then we will be presenting the housing market analysis. So there will definitely be opportunities to comment on it and have a bigger discussion then.
Council, any further questions or comments? Okay. Thank you, Crystal. Next item on the agenda is item 27, which is a Transportation Commission pathway crossing concerns. I understand, Mr. Steed, you're going to introduce the topic, or the next person who's going to talk about the topic. I'll turn this over to you.
Or both, as the case may be. Mr. Mayor, council members, good to be here. I'm Walter Steed, chairman rather of the Meridian Transportation Commission. And we have an issue that we would like to bring before you to see if we could possibly have some impact on a new pathway intersection design that ACHD has started using. The Transportation Commission looks at transportation budgets, plans, changes, and development. We also listen to citizens, the police department, and staff regarding their concerns. This one is one brought to us by staff. The staff has met with ACHD on a couple of designs that have come through with a new way to have pathways cross intersections. And they had concerns, talked to ACHD staff, and pretty much were told, we're doing what we've been told to do. It's got to go up another level before we could change anything. So with that, the Transportation Commission wrote the memorandum that's in your packet to explain to you what we're attempting to bring forward. We've looked at this at a couple of different meetings since May, and are currently talking about Eagle Road in two places, at Lake Hazel and at East Levin. Our understanding is this change is going to be a permanent way of doing these intersections, and it concerns us. It pulls the crossing of pedestrians and bicycles who are using the sidewalk back from the intersection. Ryan Lancaster, a member of the commission, would like to present you with some details on the situation and look forward to your assistance. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, council members, it's a pleasure to be with you again. It's nice to see you all in person. Thanks for the introduction, Chairman Steed. So I have a couple thoughts to share. I think Chairman Steed already addressed the topics pretty well. I'll dive into a little bit more detail. So I titled this Side Path Crossing Concerns. Turns out a multi-use path or a shared use path is kind of a path on its own alignment, like the Boise Greenbelt, for instance, a path that parallels another alignment like a road is usually called a side path. So what I'm asking, or what we're asking of you today, is to express to ACHD city preferences on these side path crossings, what we'd like to see. And I'll get into what our commission recommends here in a minute. As a matter of background, you may remember about a year ago, last March, all of you elected officials sent ACHD a letter stating your preferences for multi-use facilities, that they're preferred over bike lanes and narrower sidewalks. You may remember that letter. So I took a few snips from it. So your recommendation is great, but it does present a few operational challenges. So here on the screen at the moment is a conventional bike lane layout, for instance, where there's a lane on each side of the road where the bicycle traffic runs parallel to the vehicular traffic next to it. Contrast that with, and where there's right turning movements or where there's conflicts between vehicles and bicycles, the bicycles are moved away from that conflict. So in this case, moved to the left of the right turning vehicles. So contrast that with a side path where essentially there's a new parallel two-lane road next to the road. And so on the left here with driver A, a driver turning right from a minor street onto a major street, was typically looking left, right? So looking for vehicles on the left that are going to be in conflict, and won't see the bicyclist on the right traveling the opposite direction. Similar with driver B, if driver B is making a left turn from the major road to the minor road, they're typically looking down the road, looking for a vehicle coming the opposite direction that will be in conflict, and therefore can't see the bicyclist coming up behind their shoulder. Or driver C making a right turn from the major road to the minor road, is looking ahead for vehicles turning left in front of them, or to the minor road for vehicles turning from the minor road, but isn't necessarily looking for the bicyclist again over their shoulder. Or this bottom figure, a vehicle might block the path of a bicyclist or pedestrian on this side path. So those are some of the challenges. That's kind of the background of why this is even a topic. So this is ACHD's solution. This is from their plans. This is what we've discussed in the Transportation Commission. So their solution was to make a kind of a kink in the side path where it moves away from the intersection and then comes back tighter to the road. The idea here is that a vehicle can pull up to the intersection without blocking the path. That's the big reason for it, or a vehicle turning from the major road potentially has more time to see a user of the side path before crossing the side path. So identify those conflicts. In your memo, here's a couple quotes from the memo in your packet that Chairman Steed has already summarized. So Meridian staff has expressed concerns with ACHD staff about the new designs and the visibility conflicts it creates. ACHD staff are acting as they have been directed, and any changes will have to come from the executive level. So a little bit of information on where we think this design for ACHD came from. It appears to have originated from a Federal Highway Administration. That's what FHWA stands for. So an FHWA document titled Small Town and Rural Multimodal Networks. So the title of that document, sets off a few red flags immediately, and that this may not be applicable in an urban area. A second source for this is the Massachusetts Department of Transportation. They have a document called Separated Bike Lane Planning and Design Guide. And so this is a figure from the FHWA document showing this sort of treatment. I'll note that in this treatment, they show an elevated crosswalk, so a speed table of sorts where the crosswalk is elevated to make it different than the road that it intersects. Here's a figure from Massachusetts DOT, so very similar. This one showing a left turning vehicle has about a car's length before crossing the path. That brings us to this document from the American Association of State Highway Transportation Officials. So the acronym for that is AASHTO. So this is a consortium of the state departments of transportation. So for instance, ITD is part of AASHTO, and UDOT is part of AASHTO, and Oregon, and on and on. So they develop these guidance, and often these AASHTO documents are sort of the source documents for roadway design. And so this is sort of the Bible of bicycle facilities. And it admittedly probably lags a bit behind some of the other guidance documents. The AASHTO documents are usually a bit more conservative, based more on research and experience rather than trying out some new method or device. So a few quotes of note from that document. On roads with speed limits of 50 miles per hour or greater, increasing the separation from roadway is recommended to improve path user comfort and potentially reduce crashes. So that's for high speed facilities like a highway. These roads that we're talking about here in Meridian are not high speed facilities. That plan that I showed earlier was for Eagle Road, where the speed limit is proposed to be 40 miles per hour with that project. So it would fall into this next paragraph of lower speeds. So this one's important to note in that at lower speeds, greater separation does not reduce crashes. I'll stop there for a second. This is based on a study from the Florida Department of Transportation. So when we're having a conversation about safety or what's safest, certainly crashes is what's of utmost importance. Near misses may be uncomfortable, but don't necessarily result in, or they don't result in a loss of property or life, right? So really we're talking about crashes here. What contributes to crashes or what prevents crashes? But they say at lower speeds, greater separation does not reduce crashes. Therefore, the side path should be located in close proximity to the parallel roadway at intersections. So motorists turning off the roadway can better detect side path riders. So it's kind of the opposite approach as this FHWA document or the Massachusetts DOT document, and that it's recommending to keep the path close to the parallel roadway, to keep the side path users in the driver's direct view rather than off to the side. Some additional concerns that are in the memo. There's no urban examples of this, or at least local urban examples. I have had some contact with Massachusetts DOT in preparation for this, and they have sprinkled this throughout their state where it makes sense. So they may have some urban examples, but we certainly don't here. So this is kind of new for here. We're concerned about items that might impede either the view of side path users or the sight lines of drivers. Some object that will obstruct the view in either direction, such as landscaping, fences, utility poles, signs, human behavior. There's potential concerns about, we tend to like to take the shortest path. If we're intentionally creating a longer path, it may not be used. There's some concern that the design incorporates some of the elements that were shown in those guides, but not all of them. For instance, the elevated crosswalk. That's not present in the ACHD design. I don't know why really, perhaps it's snow removal, but it's something different, right? So we're not quite comparing apples and apples. And some conflicting or inappropriately used signs. And here's an example of this. So this is back to that engineering plan. This is plan view. Noticeably absent from this is the stop sign. So I added that. I don't know if that was an omission from the document or what, but I would certainly hope there's a stop sign. But that kind of conflicts with the sign immediately upstream of it, the bicycle and pedestrian crossing warning sign. It may, as designed here, shield the stop sign, which is probably the more important of the two signs. The sign circled there on the left is a sign that's reserved for traffic signal use. And here it's used at a uncontrolled, or at least a two-way stop controlled intersection. So admittedly, signs, markings, that sort of thing, that's my specialty as a traffic engineer by education, experience, and employment. So those things stand out to me, that there's just a couple things that are a little weird, that are a result of trying something new. And then finally, there's this concern about who yields to who. So by law, motorists must yield to pedestrians in a crosswalk. I chuckle or cringe a little bit every time I see the signs in the road that say stop for pedestrians, because that's not the law in Idaho. In Idaho, it's yield to. So there's law concerning what vehicles and pedestrians do, but not necessarily vehicles and bicycles, because they're both considered vehicles. So presumably we've created this new intersection where the rules of the road at intersections apply as far as whoever gets there first is served first, or if arriving at the same time, the vehicle on the right. So driver's ed stuff. So that starts to come into play here because there's no control at this crossing, because the control at the intersection is beyond where the crossing is. Okay, so this brings us back to the action requested of this group. Provide a follow-up to the March 3rd, 2020 letter that I paraphrased earlier with city preferences for side path crossings. So I'm seeing this as less of a brand new document, but sort of a continuation of the letter that this body sent before to address further, specific topics. Here, meaning the side path crossings. So it's the Transportation Commission's recommendation to essentially follow the AASHTO guidance that the side path should be located in close proximity to the parallel roadway at intersections. So the opposite of the ACHD approach, but to keep the side path crossing close to the road rather than pull it back. And with that, Mr. Mayor, that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Brian. I'm going to start by just asking a couple of questions, all in good fun since we're here today. Does this type of experience happen when, say, roundabouts, or is this happening anywhere in our city right now where roundabouts are not at play? To your knowledge, I mean, that's kind of a place where a roundabout is, but doesn't go all the way through on the other side. So I'm not exactly sure what that's looking like.
Mr. Mayor, are you referring to the similarity of we're at a roundabout, the pedestrian crossing is a vehicle car back?
Correct. That's really where this first came out, but was from that element. So I'm trying to get a better understanding about how this really, is this all a function of design that is being spurned by roundabouts, or if this is a separate from roundabouts, a new way that they're going to be looking at any crossing at any intersection as a general rule, to your knowledge?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'll answer that the best I can. I think they're separate topics. We've seen them come together in the same project, these two topics, but I think they're separate. It's my understanding that this is the way Ada County Highway District will be approaching these side path crossings now and in the future.
So any intersection, whether it's a roundabout or standard is signalized, you would essentially put the pathway crosswalk behind all turning vehicle movements is how you would interpret their direction?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, that's a good clarification. I wouldn't think that we'd see a difference in how crossings are treated at signalized intersections, but specifically at two-way stop controlled intersections like this, where one way is not controlled and the minor road has stop signs on it. I understand that that's where they're applying this.
So one way could be to always just have regular standardized intersections to avoid these altogether as one option, just an option, not the option. Just say it for me, just say it. I won't force you. I won't force you to do it. I'm not going to put you on the record, but
Mr. Mayor,
I could have gotten you there if I would have pushed it the right way. I'm not going to.
I will say this, you know, that I'm an advocate of roundabouts having designed and yeah, certainly I'm an advocate. You know, this is a different topic and I'm, you know, frankly here representing the Transportation Commission.
I said it was some fun. But,
Thank you,
but
Mr.
there are some similarities to the roundabout, which is kind of where this, you know, trying to bring this into the larger context for council to even consider from that standpoint. So, council, now that I'm done with my fun, any other questions that
Mr.
you
Mayor,
have? Councilman Pro.
it'd be really helpful if you could share a little more context as to how ACHD came to want to make this change in the first place. Did this come out of public concern? It's come out of changing standards nationally. Can you give me a little bit of history on that?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Council Member Perot. So I can't speak for ACHD, but I can give you a couple guesses. It's probably the best I can do. You know, I think it's reasonable to say that ACHD is trying to be proactive in some of these bicycle and pedestrian design issues. They have their own pedestrian and bicycle committees. In fact, Commissioner Lewis from our commission is on the pedestrian advisory council or commission, whatever they call it. So it does seem like they're trying to be proactive there, and they're probably seeking out some of these new documents and new guidance and trying them out. You know, that's kind of the best guess that I have. The ASHTO document is dated 2012, so it's getting a little bit dated now, 9 years old. These other documents are newer, and so they're probably just seeing if they're any better.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Commissioner Lancaster, appreciate you being here. Commissioners, appreciate you being here. The action that's being requested by the commission, as I understand, comes with some encouragement from staff. I guess this is kind of a weird process that's playing out. I guess my question for you as kind of the commissioner liaison to this particular project, is the recommendations strong enough for the commission to be satisfied, or staff, I guess, to be satisfied the intended outcome will be achieved? Or do we need a little bit more stronger language in our requests?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, I think we're approaching this from 3 different ways. I've heard some commentary from this body. Certainly our commission has had discussions about this, some of which, or all of which you've been present for. And I understand that staff has concerns also. So it's not one body alone. It seems to be all 3. As far as strength of wording, we all know that ACHD owns the roads, and eventually, or they can make their own decisions without our input, and they fortunately ask for our input on a lot of things, and for the most part they seem to be very good partners. So as far as strength of wording, I don't know exactly how to answer that, Councilman, other than to say I do think it appropriate for the city to state its preference at this time, and at least formally make it known to the Ada County Highway District.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Mr. Mayor, if other council members have questions, then maybe I've got a comment at the end.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
maybe a comment or question, I'm not sure, but one thing I want to say, I appreciate that I think ACHD is moving in a direction of being more considerate of pedestrians and bicyclists. I can tell that they're working on that through their endeavors to have these protected bike lanes, which I think actually moves closer to our philosophy of having these detached pathways. So I want to make sure we're giving them credit for some of the positive changes that they're making. And I actually wonder if, I think sending a letter is fine, but I guess there are several new ACHD commissioners, and I'm kind of just thinking out loud, would it be better to have some sort of a workshop or more of a meeting where we can understand what direction they're going in, why they're recommending these changes, maybe bring up some of our concerns, similar to how we've done recently with, with the West Ada School District, just so we can get better alignment between our 2 institutions. I'm a little bit leery of sending a blanket recommendation about side paths coming from our perspective if I don't have the context of why they made that change coming from their perspective a little bit more. So I just think more of a dialogue approach might be better.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
bring a little historical approach to this discussion. We did have a pretty frank discussion on the public record with regard to this issue. I brought it up, and I don't remember who the gentleman was I was speaking toward at ACHD, but I got some ACHD commissioners involved, and for some reason they just disagree, and I don't know how more blunt we could have been speaking to them about this particular issue. But the response at that time was that they needed to get a VPO or something, to get a new PO or to change the design, and they said they were going to work on that. I don't know if that ever came to fruition or not, but as a council, we definitely let them know our opinion on this look. We were pretty frank.
I would agree. I mean, the conversation was there on Eagle Road. Again, similar, a little different, but same general concept. So,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I'm curious if the commission has had conversations with any of the other cities that are part of ACHD, and if there are similar concerns, if they're having similar conversations on their commissions and councils, and if this is going to become a joint effort on the various cities' parts, or if you can give us some idea of if that's going, how that's going.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, council member Pro, as a commission, we have not had any conversations outside of this room. I think Mr. Baird would probably slap our hands if we did, right? We essentially follow the same rules you do, right? And that we talk about what's on our agenda. I don't know if city staff has or not, but as a commission, we have.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman
I
Burr.
don't know Brian's here. Brian, quick question. Maybe you can address it. Maybe you can state, what formal communication we've had with the staff over at ACHD and what the response has been toward this design aspect.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Burnt, you've been part of most of those formal communications. We've exchanged many emails with other staff persons over there. Miranda's been most recently coordinating with them on the design, which is where this comes from, for Eagle Road from Amity to Lake Hazel. Her understanding of their direction was they're not interested in staff's opinion. Well, I shouldn't say it like that. They've been directed that they're going to do this, and unless something else changes, that's just what they've decided. To your earlier question regarding some of their other intersection treatments, they are looking into doing some, they are actively working on some designs for signalized intersections and how they bring together turn lanes, bike lanes, sidewalks, different configurations, but they're not doing that work for these multi-use pathways. This is what they're doing.
Councilman Burr.
We need to send another letter? Do we need to have a Zoom meeting? What would be your recommendation going forward with regard to this?
Send a letter saying no more roundabouts and make everything straight the way it used to be.
That's not what my question was, Mr. Mayor.
I think that would achieve a similar topic, because, and I say this all honestly, at least where they're doing this now is where they're putting in their segment of roundabouts. So from a treatment standpoint, they're being consistent. That's the way I view this, is that section along Eagle Road where you start having other turning movements where the vehicle is going to be in front of that turning movement. They're at least being consistent, which for drivers in that area, I can actually support that concept. I don't support the larger concept, but I understand the reason why they're getting there from that element. But I'm here for the will of the council on this one, because I feel like, honestly, we can send a letter, we can have a joint meeting. I don't have a lot of positive hopes for the outcome for if the direction is we just want to go straight.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if it helps at all, this configuration that they're doing now is the result of the city's desire to do multi-use pathways. A lot of this is, as was indicated earlier, comes down to sort of definitions. If we want multi-use pathways, at least in these residential corridors, we can continue to see this intersection treatment at non-signalized cross sections, regardless of whether it's a roundabout or a signal. We'll see this more on these residential corridors if we want the multi-use pathway. The alternative would be to do bike lanes. ACHD isn't doing traditional bike lanes on these type of arterials anymore. They're doing raised or buffered bike lanes. I think the preference is raised. But for multi-use pathways, this is what we'll see.
Brian, can we call them a 10-foot sidewalk without saying multi-use pathway to, I mean, it's really semantics at this point in time. I mean, but in this part of our community, people are going to ride on the sidewalk with their bikes. They're not going to get on Eagle Road with their kids. So is it semantics?
Mr. Mayor, from staff's perspective, we've thrown every dart we can. Naming hasn't seemed to sway that. I have appreciated some of the dialogue on side streets or side pathways today. You know, maybe that would help. Maybe a direct reference to ASHTO would help, but using a terminology just sidewalks doesn't seem to work because that is also a bike lane at that point, and they have some additional criteria they feel they have to meet when you've integrated the bikeway into the sidewalk.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
a lot has changed since March of 2020. Most particular, their position on bike lanes and what you just referenced. That was not an element in consideration when we elected to go towards the multi-use pathway option. I don't think any of us ever contemplated that option would sacrifice public safety by any means. Yes, sir. But the fact that they now have support for a different manner of providing bike lane design, does that necessitate us revisiting our preference for the multi-use pathway?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Porton, that's really up to council. That letter was council's request for council's preference. If you guys have a new preference, given the conditions and constraints they're placing on us, and that's certainly entirely up to you guys.
Mr. Mayor, the reason for the question is the options I recall considering was the bike lane adjacent to the roadway, which would seem to have real safety challenges. So the detached sidewalk was the lesser of two evils, but the more safe manner of providing the pedestrian and bike corridor. Now that we have a different option available to us. And I'm supportive of staff and what the commission's presenting. It makes great sense and the reasoning behind it is sound. And I'm fully supportive of sending a letter in support of what you're all requesting, because again, you've got a good basis for making the request, but the analysis has changed somewhat with it's a pretty monumental pivot in their policy. So does that necessitate us giving it a second look?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Borton, their design currently, I don't know that they're unwilling to change it. They've just not heard from us a compelling reason to do so at the levels those decisions are being made. So I don't know that you have to give up requesting that if you would prefer to use multi-use pathways. But if you feel you've reached the end of that limit, then certainly, yes, you could go for a safer approach if you are of the mind that you're okay with certain demographics riding in the street with a buffered or raised condition instead of just attached.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, Brian just said something that was interesting, and that was, our compelling reason. The issue to me is we haven't heard a compelling reason why that is necessary. There's going to be conflicts no matter how you do it. And maybe I was trying to wrap my brain around why would they do this? And maybe it's because a bicyclist coming 20 miles an hour and you're going to make a right turn. You're not looking that far down, and there's signs and all those issues that you bring up, Commissioner Lancaster, that if it's not detached, there will be a crash. And if it's detached, there might be a crash. But it would be nice to at least try to get an understanding of where they're coming from. I mean, that's their business. I think we ought to send the letter and with a note that let's kind of continue the dialogue and let's see if there's some understanding here of each other's perspectives. It's just, I'm thinking that it's just a situation we need to hear from them a little more than what we've heard. And I think our approach is sound. We're about pedestrian safety and bicyclist safety, and it doesn't look safe. And maybe they have some reasons for that it is safe, but I haven't heard them. Haven't heard anything that would convince me. So
Well, maybe what we could do, it's kind of back to what was discussed, is we could invite ACHD staff here to come explain the rationale. This is where I get, from a practical standpoint of having a commission to council discussion on design. I mean, they're not the experts either from that standpoint. I think it'd be good for us to at least hear before having an engaged conversation. having a staff member in a joint meeting trying to explain to us and then having everyone give their difference of opinions. I mean, honestly, I go either way on this. Because, I go up to, just think about every time I leave my subdivision currently at a T intersection, how often do I have a conflict with someone trying to cross? It's frequent. No matter where you put your car, and whether you inch up to get out or you leave it back, there's always potential conflict with somebody. So it's just a matter of what our community knows or expects at that point in time. So my bigger concern is that, is this a one-off? We create unicorns in our community that other people, as they visit, won't be knowledgeable about it. But that's what I would maybe recommend if we want a next step is let's hear from ACHD staff before we take any direction towards the commission officially, if people want to hear more information.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burr.
I appreciate the information given to us by the commission. I appreciate their insight. I would agree that we need to speak to ACHD and to resolve this issue. I remember one of the reasons why they were thinking about not providing that, change in design was because they were so far along in the process. But I know for a fact that there are other places in the city of Meridian that where they're already using this design and wanting to use this pathway type connection that could have been avoided, if maybe there was better communication between the bodies, and maybe that's what we're lacking. But I thought I was pretty crystal clear when we spoke to ACHD last year, and it's just not, the pedestrian connection isn't safe. It flat out isn't safe. It's not tried and true in this valley. And what Councilman Hoagland mentioned is that we're not hearing compelling evidence of why from them. And I grilled that guy. I don't know, I wish I could remember his name, but I asked him multiple questions and he did not give me a response. And so I say we do this really quick before we get another response from ACHD saying they're too far along in the process, they can't change it. This needs to change now in every inch of our city. It's just not safe. So I don't know what we need to do, Mr. Mayor, to make this meeting, but it in my opinion, it needs to happen sooner than later.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Board.
very well might be some of the content of the letter that gets sent asking to stop consideration of this change until that discussion happens. You articulated a lot of the reason why. Commission and our staff has articulated the reason why. So I think that's the blunt ask. And then follow up immediately with an invitation to staff or whatever data we might need to see if it justifies their position.
Leave them buy them lunch,
We're there.
dinner, whatever they want.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
tend to agree with the comments from council. I do not want to have the opportunity pass, and I've kind of pinged on a comment from Councilmember Strader about we've got a new body, and some of those commissioners may also not understand the why behind it. And here's I think a two birds with one stone scenario. One, they can learn, but moreover, they can hear what cities are being told by their staff, so that everyone has a clear picture of how both staff are engaging with each other and how electeds are engaging with each other. So yes, let's invite staff presentation, but I'll go halvesies on cheeseburgers if Council President Burnt goes halvesies on cheeseburgers, and let's invite him for lunch. Let's also make sure that we can get it on our commissioners' agenda or radar. So if they want to be able to sit and watch, we can open this up. And I think there's can be some good from it. And then from that very well may come a subsequent follow-up letter with some specific asks that we talked about as a body in that meeting. And then, Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I didn't want the moment to pass. I know we all sit as ex officios on various commissions, and I'm sure you all think that yours are good and well, but I'm here to tell you the Transportation Commission is the GOAT of commissions in Meridian right now. I've been able to sit as an ex officio, I think now for almost 4 years. And a couple of years ago, they said, we want to start getting our hands dirty. We want to start doing. And we've seen a lot of the results of their good work. And so at least with 3 of those commissioners here, I want to say, good job. Keep it up. You're keeping us busy. You're bringing forth good ideas that cause us to wrestle and noodle. And we appreciate your service to the commission.
Amen.
Agreed. Well said. Mr. Chairman, Steve, if you want to come forward, since you're raising your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Remember in the memo, it said that staff to staff, your staff to their staff. Your staff was told by their staff it's above their pay grade. So I'm not sure that you meeting with their staff is going to get you much more. Our request was that this elected body comment, meet with, whatever you wish to do, their elected body, because that's where their staff has kicked it, and which is why we brought it up to you. Thank you.
Just speaking for myself, if you can't get their staff to come to on though, I just ask you all to think about the direction you take from the staff here at the city that you value and you trust. And take that into consideration, depending on how hard charging you want to go, if you expect us to want to see real results from that standpoint. I do think that this will take time and conversation. It's not going to be a letter and we're going to solve this. So, and honestly, I don't think that they're going to stop designing things if they're designing things, no matter what our letter says, if it's on project. So we'll take whatever action you want, but we need to be informed before we just take action. Otherwise, we're just going to get there and they're going to say, well, we've talked to our staff and they agree. And it's their decision. And so we need to at least understand what their staff is saying and why, in order to have decent arguments to make, in my humble opinion. So with that, I'll do whatever direction council wants, letter, joint meeting, et cetera, and we can follow up tomorrow if we want. But I think we should at least, yeah, Councilman Burt.
Can we send them a letter asking them to cease design of these projects until we sit down and speak with them, and we can schedule a meeting to get to the bottom of this and come to an agreement? And in that letter, if we could ask that, decision makers are involved in the decision, the conversation, that would help out too.
Well, we can, if we understand what our ask is. I would ask staff to at least provide that, if what they believe our ask would be doing to what projects when, for how long. So that it's just, it's, as we learned, it's more complex.
Sure. And it's a
Yes.
process. I get it.
But I'll look to Brian to provide that information on what he's aware of, where else this is being designed and impacted and moving forward, so that we have a better understanding about what our ask would entail.
Mr. Mayor, I know that this is currently a topic for Miranda on Eagle Road, the section that hasn't been built yet between Eagle and between Amity and Lake Hazel. I'm not aware of any other corridors currently under design for multi-use corridors. I could be wrong, but I'm not aware of any. But I can make sure Miranda follows up and understands any other potential opportunities where that may, or issues where that may be coming up.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just so I'm absolutely clear, and potentially Miranda understands completely, but I'm not. So you guys are looking for a letter with some staff suggestion direction as to how we could potentially move forward with next steps? Or are you looking for a letter that more specifically asks them to do or stop doing something? Or would you like to have someone above project team staff come speak to you about why they're doing what they're doing?
Yeah, I was gonna say the answer is yes, Brian. I would ask Council President, I will discuss appropriate next steps tomorrow morning to figure out the best approach and timing.
Thank you.
All right, with that, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burt.
I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Second the motion.
Motion is second to adjourn the meeting. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned. Council will call the meeting to order. For the record, it is July 6, 2021 at 6:02 PM. We will start tonight's regular city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Borton. Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilwoman Burrow.
Here.
Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Councilman Hoagland.
Here.
Councilman Burnt. Mayor Simmons.
Here. Next item is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all please rise and join us in the pledge. Our next item will be our community invocation, which tonight will be delivered by Vinnie Hickey with Valley Life Community Church.
City Council, good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to come and pray for you and alongside of you this evening. Would you pray with me? God, I thank you for this evening. I thank you for the city that we live in. I thank you for the leaders that you have appointed to lead us. I pray that you would help them to be people of character, befitting that of leadership. God, we pray a blessing upon the agenda tonight and ask that you would grant them wisdom, discernment, that you'd help us as a community to support them and follow their lead, that we would be a city full of neighbors who love one another as themselves. Father, we pray for those who are on the front lines, our police and fire and medical personnel. And we ask, God, that you would help us to love kindness, to pursue justice, and to walk humbly before you. We ask these things in Christ's name. Amen. God bless you all. Have a good meeting.
Thank you. First up is our adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
there aren't any changes to the agenda, so I move that you adopt the agenda as published.
Mr. Mayor, I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Next item is our public forum. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone signed up under the public forum?
Mr. Mayor, no.
Okay, then we will move right into our action items for this evening. First item up is the second reading and public hearing of ordinance number 21-1933. Ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Meridian approving the Second Amendment to the Meridian Revitalization Plan Urban Renewal Project, which Second Amendment seeks to de-annex certain areas from the existing Meridian Revitalization Project area, which Second Amendment amends a plan that includes revenue allocation, financing provisions, authorizing the city clerk to transmit a copy of this ordinance and other required information to the county, affected taxing districts, and state officials, providing severability, approving the summary of the ordinance, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, so with that, I will turn this over to Tori for opening remarks.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council.
All right, actually, one second. Do we need to open the public hearing officially, or is the public hearing? Mr. Baird?
Mr. Mayor, I think it's appropriate. We would treat this similarly to how we would do a land use hearing. So we'd open the hearing prior to the staff report. So now's probably a good time.
Then I would open the public hearing on this item and turn it over to Tori for staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. As the city clerk read, this is the Second Amendment to the original downtown urban renewal district, the Meridian Revitalization District. At this afternoon's 4:30 session, you approved eligibility reports for the two geographic areas that are proposed to be de-annexed from this original district. Let's see, the district is scheduled to sunset in December 2026. So these two areas will be pulled out. The larger area that's referred to as the Northern Gateway area is proposed to be included in a brand new urban renewal district, the Northern Gateway District. And the second smaller area is proposed to be included in an amended Union District. The Union District was adopted in 2020, and that was the first amendment to the downtown district plan. The first area, the Northern Gateway area, will de-annex approximately 77 acres, 133 parcels. And the smaller area will de-annex 1.46 acres and 11 parcels. Pursuant to state statute, urban renewal agencies are permitted to do a one-time amendment to add no more than 10% of the existing area, and the existing Union District is 16 acres. see. One of the things that will happen with this de-annexation is the base year will be reset for all these properties. Meaning, so right now, the current 2002 base year is in effect, and all the increments since that time has gone to Meridian Development Corporation. The base year will be reset, and so that annual increment will now flow to all the taxing entities, the city included. So as the new urban renewal plans are adopted, a new base year will be established. The de-annexation does not extend the life of the district for the remaining parcels. And let's see, sorry about that. Let's see. Sorry. This is the Northern Gateway area that we talked about, the larger area, and this is the smaller Union District amendment. And the Union District is to the south and includes the Union Pacific properties, and also to the east, and that includes the Civic Block parcels. As long as this de-annexation is complete before the 4th Monday in July, the increment value will merge back in with the base assessment roll. As I said, kind of that base year reset. So this is the second reading and the official public hearing. Next week will be the third and final reading. And then adoption and recording with the county. This is the timetable and process that we've run through to date. MDC adopted their resolution approving the Second Amendment. There have been the publishing and notification requirements. Also, the City Planning and Zoning Commission has to validate the plan's conformity with the city's comp plan. Since there were no change of use or zoning proposals or any proposals for specific development, it remains consistent with the comp plan. And that was validated by the Planning and Zoning Commission in June. Let's see, we had our first reading last week, second reading and public hearing this evening, and final reading proposed for next Tuesday. I believe we have at least one person here to speak, Sean Evans, Executive Director of the Meridian Chamber, who I believe might have a few comments to say during the public comment portion of the hearing. Also, we have legal counsel Megan Conrad and urban renewal fiscal consultant Phil Kushlan here. Thank you for your time. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Tori. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Perot.
Tori, I just wanted to clarify that the public comments are specific to the de-annexation portion, correct? Not
Correct.
to the new proposed URD boundaries or specifics.
Correct. What will happen, so your approval of, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Perot, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, what will happen following your acceptance of those eligibility reports earlier this afternoon and following this de-annexation, MDC and city staff will move forward to prepare those urban renewal plans, a new plan for the Northern Gateway District and an amended plan for the Union District. And just like this process, it will have to be approved by MDC through resolution. It will have to be validated as being consistent with the comp plan by Planning and Zoning Commission. And then again, there will be 3 ordinance readings and a public hearing for each of those new urban renewal districts proposed.
Council, any additional questions for staff? Okay, thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody sign up in advance on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we had one, Rand Spiewak.
And if you can say your name and address for the record, be recognized for 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. Randy Spiewak, 1458 East Loyalty Street, Meridian. I came really to speak about just one section of the UDC that amendments are being recommended, and that deals with the sections on side street and street parking and side yard parking of
And-
vehicles. I think it's in the next section.
Well, yeah, there's still 2 public hearings away from that. So
Well, I had put on there 3. Did you want me to, I can wait.
yeah, if are you here to talk about the UDC
I
de-annexation?
thought I marked it on
Mr. Mayor,
there.
I see that now. You signed on the page for number 1,
Oh,
road number
sorry,
3.
but
I saw
wrote
the
in
3.
3.
I'll move your name over to number 3.
Thank you. Sorry.
Perfect. Thanks, Fran. Is there anybody that would like to provide testimony regarding this item for the de-annexation of the property at this time? Mr. Evans, you'd like to come forward and state your name and address for the record? Business address is fine. You're recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Sean Evans. I'm the President and CEO of the Meridian Chamber of Commerce. I represent a little over 600 members of the Meridian business community. We submitted a letter of support for this resolution and urge you to move forward with the de-annexation of the proposed area for the Urban Renewal District and the creation of the new Northern Gateway Urban Renewal. The area of downtown is seeing tremendous amount of development, and it's through projects like that are supported from the Urban Renewal District that you're seeing the property owners and developers see the value and the interest in redeveloping downtown. Without this type of tool in the toolbox of the community, I don't think you would see this type of redevelopment in our community. And we commend you for using this tool in the proper way and being very efficient in your use of it. So with that, the Meridian Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors and our Economic Development Committee commend you for your work and urge you to support and pass this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean, real quick, a question for you. If you wouldn't mind, can you maybe explain to the council real quick why the emphasis on downtown would be specifically important to the chamber with recent decisions that the board has made regarding downtown?
Yes, absolutely. So just recently, the Meridian Chamber of Commerce has helped move the Meridian Downtown Business Association in the right direction. It has merged with the chamber and become a committee of the Meridian Chamber of Commerce in order to give it some stability and some resources to move forward with the support and activities that are needed to bring people to downtown Meridian as a destination. The Meridian Chamber of Commerce, in support with these downtown business owners, will be activating engagement opportunities in downtown, creating support opportunities for the downtown merchants, and really trying to establish downtown Meridian as a location to bring your family, your friends, and enjoy what Meridian has to offer.
Thank you for that. Council, any questions for Mr. Evans on this item?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burke.
excuse me, not a question, but a comment. Great job. Seriously, I mean, this is exactly what the downtown corridor needs is not that the Downtown Business Association didn't do a good job. I think they did a great job. It's just that having the power, might, the resources of the chamber behind them now makes all the difference in the world. And I think it's going to be a great move going forward. So great work.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Sean. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that'd like to provide public testimony on this item at this time, either in the room or online? Looks like we do have a few people online. If you want to provide testimony, you can use the raise your hand feature at the bottom of the Zoom platform so that we can recognize you. And seeing no one wishing to come forward or raise their hands. Tori, would you like to make any final comments regarding this item?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you for your consideration. One of the reasons that both city and MDC staff looked into amending the district is the original downtown district has faced some challenges just from a timing perspective. It was established in 2002, faced some pretty severe assessed valuation decreases during 2008, 2009, took a number of years for recovery. And then with the uncertainty following COVID, there really just isn't enough time to have some meaningful impacts downtown. And so that's one of the main reasons for these actions before you this evening. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, one quick question for Tori.
Councilman Burnt.
So just to confirm, so when the downtown, the piece of property that's just near here, when it's de-annexed and moved into the Union District, it will, the new base will be current, right? They're not going to go off the base that was original to the formation of the Urban Renewal District in 2002 or 3.
Correct. So those, I'm sorry, Councilmember, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, that's correct. So when those initial properties were de-annexed,
Yes.
that was a 2020 base year.
Okay.
And so these new properties will be 2021 base year.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tori.
Council, anything else, or do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I move that we close the public hearing.
Second the motion.
I have a motion second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed. So with that, council, we will bring back the third reading next week. Thank you. Moving on this evening, we will do our continued public hearing from June 22nd, 2021 for Speedy Quick CR 2021-0003. And we'll resume this public hearing with staff comments.
Good evening, City Council, Mr. Mayor, Alan Tiefenbach, planner with the City of Meridian. This is a City Council review of the Planning Director's determination regarding a reduced side setback to construct a new accessory structure. Just going to give you a quick background on what's happening here. Here is the project. It is on the east side of South Meridian, north of East Victory Road. A certificate of zoning compliance was issued in May to allow a mobile dispatch service to operate in the limited office zoning district. This was allowed by a conditional use that was issued back in 2017. Project includes an exterior facade improvement to an existing 1,700 square foot residence, a new 27 space parking lot and outdoor storage yard, some landscaping, and a new 2,500 square foot storage building. So this was a mobile dispatch kind of business. During the review of the CZC, staff informed the applicant that the side setback for the new 2,500 square foot storage building must comply with the required 10-foot interior side setbacks. This is required by the dimensional standards in the LO zone district. This was a condition of approval that the CZC was issued on. If you look in the UDC, the applicants, well, let me move forward on this first. So here is a picture of the site plan. South Meridian is here on the west. This is the residential structure that there was mostly exterior facade improvements, very little improvements made to. This is the parking lot. And over here, this is the accessory structure that is being discussed today. And the photos on the left, that is what is being built, the 2,500 square foot accessory structure. And then on the right, this was, again, the existing residence with mostly minor facade improvements. After staff issued the CZC with the condition of approval that the applicant has to meet the 10-foot setback, the applicant asserted that actually the setback that they showed, which was a five-foot setback, was actually the correct setback. The explanation is that in our UDC in the table, there is a footnote basically, and what it says is that when a residential structure is being reused, this minimum setback can be reduced. The applicant contends that because they are reusing an existing residential structure, that 5-foot side setback would apply to any structure on the property. The intent of this is that there were many properties that were residential that were converted into rezoned to office properties. And when they were rezoned to office properties, many of these properties maintained a 5-foot residential setback. So this was intended to keep the existing houses that were converted into office buildings from being considered non-conforming. The intent of this, at least staff's position, was it was not to allow all of the structures. It's not an incentive to reuse the residential structure by letting you construct all the structures, new structures at a 5-foot setback. Following the CCC with the condition of approval, the applicant requested a director's determination regarding this matter. The director issued a letter and they agreed with staff's interpretation of this standard. And again, what it said is that the 5-foot setback is to address the existing homes that were converted into office uses to allow this setback and not be non-conforming. It was never intended to allow all structures on the property to be built at a 5-foot setback. With that, again, the CCC was approved with that condition. The UDC allows the applicant to request city council review of this, which is what is happening tonight. So the applicant is requesting that the city council review what the director's determination is and whether or not the 10-foot setback should be applied or the 5-foot setback should be applied. And with that, I'll stand for any questions, council.
Thank you, Helen. Council, any questions? All right, then I'll ask the applicant to please come forward. You can say your name and address for the record.
Josh Leonard, 4099 Bavaria in Eagle. Mayor, members of the city council. My name's Josh Leonard, as I said, and I represent the appellant, the applicant in this case. I thought staff did a great job of going through the history and the background on this and how we got here. You should have in front of you a packet of 9 pages. Some you do have great. I'm going to go through those pages, but I'm going to skip around a little bit just based on the fact that city staff did cover quite a bit of it. Page 1, simply a depiction of the subject property. Page 2, this is where we get into the basis of our appeal. It's in table 11-2B-3 in Meridian's Uniform Development Code. The pink highlights and the red arrows in there are mine, and they're just there to show you what we're focused on. We're appealing a director's determination which upheld planning staff's interpretation and implementation of the interior side setback prescribed in that table. And specifically, we're asking the city council to read and apply the plain and unambiguous language of that footnote 2 in table 11-2B-3. And again, we'd ask you to read that in context. Read that without the narrative or the intent that was provided by staff. Read that in context. It says minimum setback only allowed with reuse of existing residential structures. Moving to page 3, that's a site plan. That shows what's proposed there. And you've seen that in staff's slideshow as well. One thing I wanted to point out here, you'll note down in the bottom right-hand corner, the pink is the setback only 5 feet instead of 10 feet. You'd also note that existing shed that's right next to it is non-conforming because of exactly the reason, according to staff and the director, that footnote 2 is in city code. It is a prior existing non-conforming structure that's going to be there after the application or after this is completed. We're asking that that the setback for that shed that's existing there be the same as the one that's for the new storage building. Page 4 just shows the impacted area along that property line for the setback. Again, page 5 back to that table and that footnote 2. Page 6 shows several ways in which the intent could have been written into the code to provide applicants and appellants with notice of what was expected of them when they submitted an application. Any of those three accomplish what was said by staff, but isn't contained currently in city code. The next page, page 7, I'm going to make a practical argument also as for why the 5-foot setback should be allowed here. If you look on page 7 and also on page 8 where it's magnified, immediately adjacent to, on the adjoining property is an existing wireless tower. It's not adjacent to the side to residential. It's adjacent to a fixture that's going to be there for some time. If we apply the 10-foot setback on the applicant's property, we're simply wasting 5 feet of usable property that's available for him there. Again, we'd ask you to read the plain and unambiguous language that's contained in city code and apply that to our appeal and find that the 5-foot setback applies. And I'd stand for questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
just to make sure I heard what you said, Mr. Leonard, and that is the existing shed will be in use.
Correct. Okay. That is correct, Councilmember Hoagland.
Thank you.
Council, any further questions this time for the applicant? Okay. Thank you. This is a public hearing. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone sent to provide testimony?
Mr. Mayor, yes. Teresa Shackelford.
Okay. You can state your name and address for the record and be recognized for 3 minutes.
Can you pull the microphone down to you?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize for my voice. I've had a cold. My name is Teresa Shackelford, and I actually live at 3964 West. A little closer. Okay. How's that? Can you hear me now? Oh, good. Okay. I want to have one of these at home to yell at my husband. This is great. He says, I can't hear you. You've got a bad voice. I am the co-owner of 2600 Meridian Road, which is where the veterinary hospital is, just south of Mr. Blood's building where Speedy Quick is going in. We really are opposing reducing the setback for a couple of reasons. One is, yes, there is a cell tower there. We've allowed for fall space. I don't know that if you realize there's supposed to be fall space, and we have allowed that on our side and have designed the access road that he's going to be depending upon in the future. And it actually is abuts the shed he wants to use, which is currently like a chicken coop. That's actually the access point, the access point that we were obliged to provide when we did our development agreement. So adding that to be closer, I mean, certainly is going to drive through the chicken coop to get to onto Edmonds is fine, if that's what he chooses. But I'm a little concerned about the cell tower. We can't certainly ask them to take it down to accommodate that, and it's already there. We've provided lots of space around our property, but we feel like this space should be where it was, because when they planned the cell tower, we thought that'd be about 10 feet there. That's it.
Thank you. Council, any questions? And she did bring up the question that I was going to ask eventually is, because I know this has come up with county issues in the past regarding false space for cell towers. Do we not have any provisions or take that into consideration for our applications?
One more time, Mr. Mayor.
False space. It's come up in the past when we've had county parcels that they've come in to put in cell towers on county parcels, and then they would require, I think, 150-foot typically setback for their false space at the county. And we objected to those because they seem to be overly ambitious. But do we have no false space requirements for things coming on in this case?
Yeah, Mayor, member of the council.
We do have setback for cell towers in our code. I'm not an engineer. I can't explain as to how those poles collapse, if they do collapse, if they fall, or they're supposed to break in pieces. I don't know all the technology behind it. But certainly when we annexed in the Shackelford's property, the cell tower was approved through the county and we accepted that condition, just like we're doing now when we annexed this other property in. So yes, if a cell tower was to come into the city today, we would apply setback based on that zone. In this particular case, I don't know exactly. I can pull up the code and get you what that would be look like. But typically, we don't like cell towers next to the street. We want them pushed back on the property, and then when it's depending on what zone they're in, it's going to dictate what setback applies. So they have to be a certain distance from a residential district, as you mentioned. But it's not due to fall zone. I think it's just due to just the appearance of the cell tower, more aesthetics than anything. But there's nothing in current city code that says you have to be X amount of feet to be clear of a fall zone in our code. But there are setbacks for that use being next to residential districts and the public street.
One thing for the applicant to at least address as to why not put this shed on the other side of the property that would be well outside the fall zone? Because there doesn't appear to be anything on the property that would prohibit that at this point in time. But just one question. Mr. Clark, anybody else that signed up to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, that was all that indicated they wish to testify.
Is there anybody else in the audience or online who'd like to provide testimony on this application at this time? If so, use your raise your hand feature online or come forward. Okay. Would the applicant like to come forward?
Again, Joshua Leonard for the applicant. The fall space required in the county is actually 1 foot of horizontal space for each 10 feet of tower space. And the reason it's not 1-to-1 is that towers don't tip. Towers are engineered so they have rings and drop straight. Even if they are going to tip, they drop straight down. The other thing about a fall zone for a tower is that it's required to be on the applicant's own property, not on the adjacent property owner's property. It's not allowed to burden my client's property unless my client were to grant them a no build easement adjacent to that property line. I think that was the only real question that was raised. There was an access road issue, but that actually is a red herring in that the neighbors unilaterally relocated that easement without approval from the dominant holder of that easement. And so it's actually not in the correct place that she mentioned. Any further questions?
Councilman Cavanagh.
If I remember correctly, this was continued because we're working with staff to try and address some of this. Can you give us a summary as to those conversations, or am I incorrect as to the reason for the continuance?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Cavanagh, it's because I was in Maui.
Right, what?
I was in Maui.
Oh, Maui. Maui, I don't think that's in Meridian. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
On page 3, packet that you gave us, can you help us understand the downside to placing the building 5 feet to the north? I'm trying to understand exactly what it is that I'm looking at here on the right side of this drawing of the schematic.
Sure. The right, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Pro. The circle that you see there is a fire access issue, and you can see it's right up to and abuts the building. That's the minimum circumference that fire apparatus would need to access that building.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
Thanks, Josh, for the presentation. I'll give you some comments and let you respond, but the issue before us is really narrow. And Teresa, to your comments, whether there's a cell tower or a commercial store or even a house right up against, none of that really technically comes into play for the narrow decision we're being asked. All we're being asked here, as I understood it, was the application of that provision of the UDC and whether that exception applies to the entire property or not. I appreciate your materials, and you are correct, obviously, in the two-step process and trying for us to determine whether or not we can look at the intent of this language and what staff has provided is step two. And step one is whether it's ambiguous. And frankly, I found it to be ambiguous. And the way I broke down that sentence, the sentence says minimum setback only allowed with, and I stopped there. And the minimum setback is allowed with what follows next. And it could be minimum setback only allowed with any structure new or old that's upon the property. It could be it's only allowed with, quote, reuse of an existing residential structure. I think both interpretations could be reasonably acceptable. But the fact that one of those acceptable interpretations is that the use of the minimum setback is connected with the reuse of the existing residential structure, I think you can interpret that to mean that the 5 foot is only applicable to that existing structure. But it's ambiguous. So I think it does open up the question of intent. I found staff's initial analysis and Mr. Hood's review to be spot on, understanding that it's ambiguous. I think there's the assumption that that first step is there is an ambiguity. And because of that, we look at the intent. And I thought the explanation of intent, why it would be limited to an exception just for that existing structure, but not applicable to any new structure that might be developed on the parcel. I thought that was compelling argument. I thought it was the more reasonable interpretation that the 5 foot setback was limited, and the intent was that it would be limited to the residential structure. So I thought Mr. Hood's letter spelled that out well. So whether there's a cell tower adjacent to it or a residence or a commercial business, really that's technically not relevant because our analysis in applying this 10 foot or 5 foot exception has to be the same citywide in this exact circumstance, regardless of what an adjacent use is. So that's how I took it. I think the director was correct. I think staff was correct. The 5 foot is limited only to the residents. So that's how I found ambiguity. Understanding both sides could be argued and opened it up for the intent, how I got to that conclusion. So that answers, I guess, for Teresa, kind of give you some context of what we're being asked to decide and not decide. That's where I saw it, Josh.
Appreciate that. Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Borton, if I can respond. I understand and I agree with your approach to it. I think that's exactly right. Phase one, phase two, whether it's ambiguous and then look at how to interpret it. The problem that I have with the intent argument is that the intent argument only applies to a residential building. Then it doesn't apply to the existing shed that will be reused. It's an existing, it's not to be constructed in the future. And as you know, the way that the law works with these things is if it's existing at the time the change is made, it's a prior existing non-conforming structure without footnote 2. It didn't need to be there to be able to achieve that lower standard. I appreciate you referring to it as a narrow problem because it is narrow. It's only 10 feet to 5 feet. It really is. We're not talking about 90 feet. We're not talking about a huge distance. We're just talking about those 5 feet. And it may not seem important. It's as mentioned earlier. It's important for the fire turnaround, and it's important for the size of the shed and usability of the property. One thing I would correct is that this actually wouldn't apply citywide. It would just be zone wide because it's in the LO, and that's the only place that 10.5 is.
the circumstances of a similar project in a similar zone
Sure.
citywide.
Fair point. Fair point. But, thanks, let's have a further question.
Council, additional questions? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council comments? Motions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
maybe some discussion, but if the public hearing seems to be complete, I move we close the public hearing on CR 2021-0003.
I have a motion, a second to close the public hearing. Is there a discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
I've explained kind of the rationale behind the conclusion I think is appropriate, but we always want to make sure our code is clear. If there are ambiguities unintended that there may be, if we can make new language clear. I know we're talking about changes to the UDC next. That does that very thing. It's a continual process. So we might be able to look at this language, at least talk about it, in-house and see if there's something we can do to make it more clear to avoid ambiguities. But I think the planning director's determination's correct in support of what staff had originally concluded. And it's an appeal, that the nature of the request and appeal. So I think the appeal should be denied for the reasons previously.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I'm not going to be able to explain my thoughts nearly as well as Councilman Borton. But I agree. My concern in making this decision, although the purpose of alternative compliance, of course, is to allow for something that's not typically allowed for or some sort of exception. And which was also the intention of putting this footnote in here, is to clarify an exception. So my concern in overturning the director's decision is that we would then be inadvertently creating a change to the UDC by doing that. And so my preference in this would be that we do review how the code is written. And then in that case, it would or would not become applicable to the applicant. But I just have concerns about making this decision and how it does affect other potential similar situations. Perhaps I'm incorrect in my belief that that would be the case. And if that's so, I'd like to hear some thoughts on that. But that's my concern in overturning. I don't disagree with the director's interpretation with a limited understanding of exactly how these scenarios work. Every time we have an application like this, it seems like it's a very specific, unique scenario. And it's challenging to think that the decision will then not only benefit this applicant, but how it will affect the rest of the public.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Real quick, I believe that the intent and application of the code has been for existing structures only. But to Councilman Wharton's point that it is ambiguous. It is not totally clear. And in fact, I would even wonder about the existing structure. It's a shed. It references residential. Does that include all non-conforming structures? If they were just leaving that as is and they wanted to add on to that shed, can that be non-conforming because it's not the residence? So I think there needs to be a rewrite. And if staff could take a look at that, just because of an issue like that may appear in the future, if they were to just remodel and expand that, say add another bay for a truck, does that now, is it non-conforming or is it conforming? So just all those things that we just want to make sure it's clear, as clear as possible. So, but I agree with the end result is to deny the appeal.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
I'll make the motion that we deny the appeal of the director's determination in CR 2021-0003 for the reasons stated on the record.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Clerk, call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Borton.
Aye.
Cavanagh.
Aye.
Burrow.
Aye.
Strater.
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
Burnt.
All ayes, motion carries, and the appeal is denied. Thank you. Next item up is a public hearing continued from June 1st, 2021 for the 2021 UDC text amendment modifications. I will turn this over to Mr. Parsons for any comments.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Pleasure to be with you tonight. As you mentioned, this item was continued from the June 1st hearing. Before I dive into my presentation, at least give you a synopsis of what has occurred since the June 1st hearing, I wanted to at least ask the mayor and council if we could maybe change the procedures up tonight. In looking at the public record, as you recall, we broke this out to we continue this project to allow for more public feedback for our open space and amenity standards and our RV parking. Well, looking at the public record, it looks like we've gotten what we wanted. We've gotten that public input. And so I wanted to ask the mayor and council if we wanted to just focus on the RV parking first and then move towards open space and amenities, since that seems to be the bigger topic tonight. And that way we can kind of progress and then get back to just some general business. But I just wanted to pause there and see if you guys were comfortable with that, because again, looking at the public record, majority of the comments that came in were in regards to the RV parking. So council, mayor, what's your pleasure this evening? How would you like this to move forward this evening?
Well, let's go ahead and start with RV parking. It'll work for everybody. Okay.
Perfect. And I'll focus on that part of the presentation. I do have Lacey Oy, who's the code enforcement supervisor here. She's the one that took majority of those emails from our citizens as to the proposed changes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I was asked to respond in just a general format of the survey results that we got and emails that were concerns and try to give some clarification to some of that. Starting with the difference between city code and HOAs and CCNRs. There was some confusion of whether the city made changes if the HOAs also had to make those changes. As city codes are effective throughout the city, regardless of regulations of the HOA, an HOA can create more stringent restrictions within their CCNRs. Covenants, conditions, and restrictions are commonly written within HOAs to mimic or mirror the city code, which gives a better enforcement side if they're not able to gain compliance on their own. Many of them are written similar to our code as it is currently, but the HOAs would not need to make changes to mimic our modifications if they don't wish to. So they can enforce more restrictive regulations within their HOAs. Another section in confusion was parking standards versus parking regulations. So what we're reviewing are parking standards for residential use, not parking regulations, which are on the public roadway. So the public roadway regulations are on Chapter 7 and are not being modified, and currently allows recreational vehicles to be parked without moving for 72 hours at a time. Parking standards don't allow for any use of parking regulations on private property. The section of code being reviewed for modifications is in regard to residential properties. Private property, most commonly known as your driveway, when we refer to it as a street yard. The survey was put out trying to make it more user-friendly, but may have left some detail out that caused confusion. Mostly that it said to park in front of your property. And a lot of the confusion in the surveys came back with people thinking that meant the front as in the public roadway, which is already allowed and not being changed. So when it refers to the front that the survey stated, it's referring to the front street yard of the private parcel. Asphalt and concrete are still restricted, so it would be front property. If they pave more of their front of their property, they're allowed to, but it would still require them to be on an improved surface. The modifications are to allow for your use of your property for any registered, licensed operative vehicle. And in addition to any of those vehicles, you could have one additional vessel that is being outlined for an RV, a boat, a trailer. It also allows for one off-street, off-highway or specialty off-highway vessel. These are vehicles that aren't registered, that aren't street legal, but it would allow for one of those or the other vehicles, which actually allows us to have more restrictions from people storing multiples of those, which currently are listed as private recreational use vehicles. It would just be to define them, but at least giving us an option of having one of those. It also, the modifications also would allow, if they don't have one of those vessels on their driveway, that they could have an additional one on their side yard unscreened. So a lot of the older neighborhoods don't have the space that allow for the screening requirements. So it would allow them to store one on the side yard, but it ultimately would give us the ability to restrict it to one either in the driveway or on the side yard. So that's the majority of what I received asking for feedback on. The survey results were not great in my favor, just 75% to 25%. But I do feel that when I look at these subdivisions, just looking at current calls and calls that we've handled recently, the older neighborhoods aren't necessarily going to be on the next door. Most of them don't have HOAs to operate a next door feature. So those communities that are looking to have the changes aren't being equally represented with the next door survey. Personal opinion only. But I just think I looked at the list and there's 4 of them that we commonly go into weekly that aren't represented on the list that was sent the survey. My goal is not to have HOAs receive more responsibility for enforcing the CCNR. My request in having the rewrite is that the code as written is no more enforceable for us than it is for the HOAs to get any compliance for. All they have to do is move that vehicle onto the street for 72 hours. We clear our call and then it can go back in. Every time requires us to send a notice of violation. Every time requires us to give a reasonable time frame, and it just circles and rotates. And so this request is just to hopefully make some modifications that help the public and help our enforcement. I stand for questions.
Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pearl.
Thank you very much for that explanation. That answered some of my questions and gave me some better context. So I was also under the impression that much of the feedback that we received was a misunderstanding that vehicles would be somehow permanently parked on the street and not in a driveway or a street yard. And so that being said, my anticipation is that the 75-25 results that we got on Nextdoor perhaps were not accurate, because there was a common misunderstanding that it would be allowing for street parking. The question I have is specific to the 11.3C-4B, where it gives specifics on the compacted gravel base being 4 inches thick and the type of surface that the vehicle will need to be parked on. I guess I feel like that if we're going to get specific about those requirements, we either need to get more specific or less specific. So what I mean by that is it doesn't state specifically that the vehicle has to be entirely sitting on that hard surface. I mean, maybe they could pour a small pad and the vehicle's longer or shorter than that pad. So I think that we need to clarify that the entire vehicle needs to sit on that surface. The other question I have is if we're going to have code enforcement being so specific as to 4 inches thick, How do we determine that on somebody that already has a concrete pad or an asphalt pad in place on their home that they will now use? You know, I mean, I can't imagine that we're going to be able to measure it that well. So if somebody already has a hard surface that they can now park their vehicle on, if this is passed, and it's not 4 inches thick, are we going to come back and say, sorry, it's 3 inches, now you have to 4 inches? I mean, kind of how far do we go with that from an enforcement standpoint? So can you give us some more specifics on how that came to be determined and how code enforcement will manage the compliance for that?
The reality is, I'm just not talking into it. That section of the code was already written. So this code came into effect in 2005 and those modifications have not been changed. So that is completely standing as it is. We are not engineers and we don't have a way of determining if it's 4 inches or 2 inches of concrete. The main product would end up breaking up. So if it was used over and over again and it wasn't 4 inches deep, the concrete and asphalt would probably have to be redone. It wouldn't lay flat for long. But that is not a modification that we've changed. That's the current code. And one of our recommendations to people when they are having a struggle with cost of maybe paving or laying concrete is that the way that the code's written allows them to drive throughout to their parking space. So if you are parking in your rear yard, you need to have paved paths to get to there. And those are also allowed to be parked on. So if someone poured strips with the current code, they can park on strips. We recommend to people that they either pour strips or they park on pavers. They can lay in pavers. And the reason for the parking requirements anyway was for dust mitigation. And so it's still utilizing that if they're making some sort of modification to park and not sink into grass or dirt.
Mr. Mayor, a follow-up.
Councilwoman Pro.
Thank you. So if you could give me some background, if you're familiar, when this was implemented then in 2005, if we weren't permitting vehicles to be parked in the front of the homes, why did we have a standard for the thickness of the concrete? I guess I'm not understanding why that existed. If code is not yet to this point permitted vehicles to be parked in front. Now, perhaps we're talking about automobiles that were being parked there
Right.
versus recreational vehicles. And so in this case, I guess that's still a question. Why is there a standard if you know they were never permitted in the first place?
I love your questions because they're questions I've had my whole career. So in 2005, it was enacted. But prior to that, we allowed people to hook up electrical to their side of their houses and park on a pad that was approved for their permits. And then the code was enacted in 2005. I wasn't responsible. I came on 2009, so I don't know the whole reason why. But when those changes were made, it definitely caused problems. It was not because it's a standard, not a use. Ted, you're going to have to help me out on this one. Stick with me. Because it's a standard, not a use. So if a property had a shed that was in a front yard and that came in and the code was put into effect in 2005, allowing that not to happen, that would be a use of the property that was occurring prior to 2005. But because it's a standard, every time they move a vehicle in or out, it's the change of the property in the standard. So it's not a use that can be non-conforming. So when this code came onto effect, nobody got a non-conforming status to allow it to continue to occur. But what has happened over the years is that when we get multiple complaints in a neighborhood and one neighbor complains about another neighbor and another neighbor complains about the other one, and we end up with this list of like 19 or 25. I know that there's some of you that were on when we had to do that. And we got multiple complaints in of everyone saying it's not fair, they're harassing me, they're picking on me. We've been asked to pull back on that and only be complaint based. So it makes a really unfair enforcement for those older areas, which is why with the HOAs having their own CC&Rs that are more restrictive and they can do that, it's easier to enforce because there's already a rule in place when their residential properties are getting built. So this is kind of why I'm trying for this compromise, is to say we need something that makes it more fair and more fairly enforced.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been struggling with this. And I think it's hard because I'm definitely agree you have a big enforcement issue today. I'm just worried that the solution might not be getting us there or might be causing other unintended consequences. I guess I refresh my memory, but did we look at any other ways that cities have approached this? I can't remember if that came up in our last hearing, but I'm almost wondering about maybe a different approach to solve the enforcement, like instead of being specific to allowing an RV in one place for 72 hours, maybe something that's more proactive, like if other cities have used a regulation where you could park on all Meridian streets for up to 24 hours at a time, a maximum number of times per month, or something like that, that might, kind of make it so people aren't gaming it by just moving their vehicle a little bit outside of where it was parked. Maybe something that applied to all Meridian streets, or if we've looked at some other approaches. I'm just a little bit nervous about, number one, safety. I find in our neighborhood that when we have any RVs parked up front, we're getting some safety concerns from pedestrians, kids running by. We'll say, hey, you can't block the sidewalk, but it happens anyway. Feels like it's a safety hazard. And then there has been a concern articulated by people about, folks living in structures and taking a permanent residence there, whether it's in a side yard, a front yard, or on the street with housing affordability questions, that could come up too. So if you had any thoughts on those topics.
In general, your concerns regarding the vehicles being on the street or not being able to be there more often, that's going to be the parking regulation. So it's already allowed for the 72 hours, and that's not what's being reviewed under the UDC changes. If that was something that we wanted to be changed, it would be difficult to enforce. So the reason that the 72 hours resets is for people who can't park a vehicle on their driveway. So if you have multiple people living in a home, you only have so much parking on the driveway, that you should be able to come home and park in front of your own house every night. And if you come and go every night, you should be able to. Now, if you had a neighbor that was persistent in believing that although you worked a grave shift, your car was never moving, we might get called to you multiple times in a month. Therefore, you'd have to go find a place 500 feet or around the corner to be able to park to reset that time frame. So those are different than what's being reviewed. Those are already allowed, and it is a different battle. But this code gets reset once they move their vehicle off their private property onto the roadway. And then we have to go through the cycle again. So other things that we tried before changing the modifications was to change the penalties of the UDC, make them infractions and make them citable instead of them being misdemeanors that required the notification. But when we talked to the courts about that, they wouldn't proceed with summons for an infraction. It cost the courts too much to send out someone to serve, and they wouldn't follow through with an infraction going through court. So we couldn't change the penalties. We also discovered that the only UDC violation that code enforcement frequently gets called to is this code. The parking standards are in place for new development. So when every home is built, that they're built with a paved driveway, because if they weren't there, then they wouldn't have to pave your driveway for you and people could just continue to park on the dirt. They wouldn't want to pay for their own concrete. So parking standards in the UDC are utilized for good reason to make sure that developers are putting in the parking lot in the first place.
Mr. Mayor.
Living, do you want me to address the living in them?
Maybe in a second.
Okay.
Councilman Schrader.
Maybe if we could back up. So I guess what I'm trying to see is there another way to address the enforcement issue, right? So if it's people are moving from their private property into the street, my question is, can we try to tackle the piece on the street a little more broadly? Like, could we look at that and say, okay, you can, there's and I don't know what we're able to regulate in that way, but that would be my first question is there a different way to say, okay, you can have your RV or whatever vehicle it is, a certain maximum amount of time, maybe over a bigger time frame, and try to do it that way?
So the procedures are outlined in the UDC that require that notification in the reasonable time frame. So procedures would either have to change. The code would have to be removed out of UDC and changed somewhere else that would give us different regulations, standards, and to be able to enforce it. When you're talking about time on a property, we get a lot of boats, fishers. I'm not a fisherwoman. That have a season, right? So they want their trailer and their boat to be in their driveway. And so are we looking for storage? Are we looking for them to move it? So when are they going to use it? Probably on the weekend. So code enforcement's not there. We get the complaint on Thursday. We go out on Friday, we take a picture, the boat's there, it's gone. It comes back on Monday or Tuesday and it's there. So on private property, we can't go up and mark someone's tires. We can't sit there and photograph their tires in their driveway. We're going to be from a public view, so public street, public sidewalk, to be able to take that photo, and we can't verify movement of that unless someone had surveillance 24 hours a day. We can't prove how often it's being stored on their driveway.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
It sounds like the framework that we have to regulate this is well, I know Councilman Cavanagh has been looking at this for a long time too. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like this is tough to approach. Could you address the question about, and there was quite a bit of public comment about, people living in RVs as well.
It's also a separate code, not being modified. So it's called traveling sleeping quarters. So traveling sleeping quarters is similar to like public disturbance. So disorderly conduct is if someone's camping in a trailer without permission. So if they're in a park and ride, or if there's something that can be addressed and cited by an officer at the time. Traveling sleeping quarters is in the UDC, and that's for the property owner. And you could give someone permission, but then they're responsible for that violation. So that requires us also to notify. So it's still enforceable. It is a hard code to enforce. We usually require someone to give us a statement as to why they believe someone's living in it, because we won't necessarily see it from the street. So there'll be a witness testify to it, but it's still enforceable. It's not being changed because of this code.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
But, and I guess a question, and part of the feedback that I've received is that by doing this, it may give people the impression that they can, or that this somehow opens that up. Maybe we have the regulation in another place that they can't, but I think there's definitely, at least from some feedback I've received in my neighborhood, a lot of concern about this opening up ambiguity that is then permitted. So I think whatever we do, there would need to be if we do anything, there would need to be a big education campaign about what this does and doesn't do. Because I'm receiving a lot of concern just about a lot of confusion in my own neighborhood. And I myself am confused, being perfectly honest.
Maybe we'll have 3 council members door knocking this fall and they can hand out flyers. Educate. Council, any additional questions for staff at this point in time?
I respond to that. I think that there is a section in the code that states that we won't allow people living in it. I think that it's actually written in there. It might be the non-modified, but I think that there's a section that says that no circumstance does this allow someone to live in the trailer.
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, Lacey's correct. If you look at the code, it's pretty prohibits people from living in your RV camper on the side of your home.
We ready to hear from the public? Okay. Mr. Clerk, do we have a sign up list?
Mr. Mayor, we separated these out and the one labeled RV parking, 2 people signed in, both said no to wishing to testify, and there were no online signups.
Okay, well, we know we have at least one that would like to testify. So, Rand, now you can come forward and be recognized for 3 minutes. If there's anybody online would like to provide testimony on this item, you can raise your hand and we can bring you in. Yeah, we'll have there'll be more people as well. There'll be plenty of time. So Rand, you're recognized for 3 minutes.
My name is Randy Spiewak. I live at 1458 East Loyalty Street in Meridian. Just a little bit of background. I retired as the president of Daytona State College in Florida, school a little bit bigger than Boise State, and was 41 years in higher education in Florida. So I'm very involved with the state legislature and State Department of Education and rule promulgating and statutes. So when we retired here back in 2010, after being a homeowner for 16 years and a place in McCall for 20, I got involved with the homeowners association, served on the board for 7.5 years in one HOA and 2 years now in a second one. And I was made aware of these amendments to the UDC and read through, and I got to be a little bit concerned of the same ambiguity that we were talking about. What is an HOA going to do? I had formed a nonprofit corporation back in 2014 called IDHOA, Idahoa, not Idaho. And all I do is offer voluntary at no cost training or assistance to HOA boards all across the state. I've done about 149 just here in the Valley, and as far north as Coeur d'Alene and far east as Pocatello. But one of the things I tell boards is that HOA boards is that it's our job as an HOA board member to uphold the CC&Rs that we all agreed to when we bought our property, not to enforce city code. That's what code enforcement does. Likewise, HOA boards should never ask code enforcement to enforce the CC&Rs ever. It's not their business. It's our business. When I read through this, because of the language in here, I got, oh Lordy, here we go. Every homeowner who wants to park an RV in their yard, make a side area where the CC&Rs and majority of our homeowners associations do not allow that. Then it's the fight. It's not going to be the city that's going to stand tall for us. The HOA boards are going to have to stand tall for themselves and explain to homeowners, no, that code doesn't speak to you. Well, where does it not speak to us? Well, just out of curiosity, I called Ted and I asked questions about where in the code do we speak to existing easements, covenants, things like that. And the only section, we never speak to homeowner association at all in the code, and probably shouldn't. The only place we did, I think, is in 11.3 under interpretation, and it's talking about the height of structures and things like that. And it just says that if city code is more restrictive, it shall prevail. It doesn't have the next paragraph that says that if the CC&Rs are more restrictive, they shall prevail. It's intended. I also asked Ted, in your notes, the notes and reasons that are out here to the side, when are they ever promulgated in the code? They're not. They disappear. After this meeting, if this gets approved, none of that side of the page exists anywhere other than in your minutes. So that nothing again that a homeowners association board can fall back upon and say, no, this really didn't make the CC&Rs less important. It doesn't, if they're more restrictive, they stay in place. So what I did for you, and then I'll just answer questions, I drafted 2 additional amendments to the code. One that really defines covenants, conditions, and restrictions, CC&Rs, that could fall in the definition section. At least it would then, our code would speak to existing code. HOAs make up 67% of your voters in this city. So I think we probably ought to consider something like that. The second was, should we have the quid pro quo? We speak to the city code being governing when it's more restrictive, but we don't speak directly to CC&Rs or other forms of covenants or easements or enforcements as governing when they are more restrictive. So I've given you just 2 possible things. I think they're on file with the city clerk, and I left copies. I'll answer questions.
Thank you, Rand. Council questions.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
to that last point, I think the confusion that's created by the proposed language would be if there's a CCNR provision that is more restrictive, both code and the CCNRs both govern. You just have different entities that can enforce it. So the language that says when it's more restrictive shall govern. The intent is correct, but I don't think would be accurate necessarily to the public, because the reality is you're really going to have both provisions. You're just going to have two different entities that could.
Well, the
enforce-
problem in the eyes of the public is they're going to look at city code as the code and CCNRs as CCNRs. And then we're going to have to spend the time and legal fees to defend our CCNRs, not the city.
Right, but the unintended consequence might be a citizen coming to the city and say, city, you said, your code says this private language governs. So city, make that happen. And the reality would be, it's not our deal. That's a private contract. So I get the intent. I just was thinking of an unintended consequence that might come from that language.
I think the greater of the unintended consequences is not addressing that other easements, covenants, and things do exist, and the city is not trying to overrule them. I support the language that's in there. It'll make it easier on code enforcement to do their job, but I just don't want to make it harder on 344 HOAs in this city to try to uphold the CCNRs, and that's what we're asking.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
At that point, maybe either to Bill or to Ted, is there a way or a mechanism that we could place in code that says, look, the city of Meridian is not in the business of enforcing CCNRs. We recognize that they exist as a civil contract between private parties. And to Mr. Spiewak's comments that we're in no way, shape, or form trying to hinder or prohibit a CCNR from enacting their own rules or, covenants that make sense for the values of that particular neighborhood. Almost a declarative statement. I just don't know if that's something we've explored and if we could do something along those lines.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, I'm also interested in hearing Bill's opinion on this, but it operates by force of law, that it's a contract between the homeowners amongst themselves to enforce amongst themselves. And I'm just very cautious when we start making declaratory statements in our codes. I get a couple phone calls a year from folks asking about CCNRs, and we have our standard response that this is your contract. We don't get involved. Happy to hand out pamphlets that say the same thing. So, but again, I'm not saying we couldn't do it. I'm just saying let's be really cautious. And Bill is more the keeper of the code, so I kind of want to get your thoughts on if we want to go into that territory, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Mayor, Council, certainly happy to provide some context on this. From planning's perspective, we try to educate the public on CCNRs, and we're very clear in our messaging to them as well. We tell them that the city will not enforce CCNRs. That's something that you as a homeowner bought into that subdivision. You knew what you were getting into, what the rules you had to follow when you moved into that subdivision. And for me, that's what this really comes down to. Do we really need to codify something, or is it more of a public outreach? And I think from my perspective, I think it's more of a public outreach, because I don't want to be in the business of maintaining, or it doesn't feel good to tell somebody that we can't help you. And that's what I feel like we're going to do if we had put that in the code. I can enforce the code. I can say, here are the rules, but without being a party to those CCNRs and know what the homeowners signed in that contract, I wouldn't know how to advise them. It just, to me, it just seems to complicate things for us as far as planning. That's why we've always taken the stance, going back to even Ted's comments, that, that's something that we're not going to enforce. That's something that it's more of a civil matter than a city issue. That's kind of been my experience with them.
Council, further questions for
Mr. Mayor, one more question. Mr. Spiewak, thanks for being here and your experience. And one of the things I noticed throughout was some were saying of course, the argument was, we're more restrictive, don't take that away from us, which we know now it's not being taken away from local CCNRs, but there were folks who wrote in and said, my HOA doesn't enforce our CCNRs. And, I would tell them, I didn't comment because this comes before us at the time, even though it's a UDC text amendment, but I would tell them that, it's your HOA, get involved. Is there any other advice you would give people if they're in a homeowners association that just, they're not doing their job? I know it's their deal, but have any other suggestions for them?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, you're saying exactly what I tell them. You have to be involved. We're all volunteers, we're unpaid. But it's letting the homeowners know, this is what it says. It's in writing. When you bought your home, it was handed to you by the title company at closing. And you accepted this to live in a better community, one that you don't have parts cars parked out in your front yard and 16 trailers and everything else. You live in a nice community, which is the vast majority in Meridian. This is a beautiful city. And I think our HOAs go a long way to help that. But that's the advice we give is, if you're going to run for office, then do your job. And if you're not, don't. And then there are some that have a hard time getting board members for that reason.
So if I could ask a related, unrelated question, but that's what we're here for. In your opinion, recognized only opinion, what should be the standard for changing standards within the community, HOA and city? I mean, when everyone moves here, I mean, these are standards that we've had for the last, 14 years. And if we're gonna, or 16, I can't do math, 17 years. If we're going to, HOAs, it's not uncommon to have 100% requirement to change. CCNRs, obviously cities, we're not gonna have 100%, but how do you go about changing a standard effectively in an HOA if you were to suggest it?
Mr. Mayor, it's extremely hard. Most HOAs require between 67 and 75% of the homeowners to agree to any change. It's difficult. I spend a lot of time helping soon to be HOAs, dealing with the developer, rewriting those the CCNRs and bylaws before it's turned over to homeowners, going from developer centric to homeowner centric. Then you can manage it. But I think that the group that you already have here in place, the HOA Leaders Committee, that Jody heads up. I serve on that one too. I think advice to them, and I can give advice to as many HOA board members as I can get to on things that we ought to do as HOA boards to help support city code and not pass off our own problems on the city. Likewise, that do our jobs and do them correctly. It makes life a lot easier. People don't complain if you're fair and if you're not if you're just following the rules they all agree to, or they won't complain long. But I think we're doing some great things in the city that many cities don't do, dealing with HOAs.
Council, any additional questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
one real quick one. Mr. Spivak, University of Daytona and that in Florida?
It's Daytona State College. It was a community college years and years ago. And then we went 4 years when I was their president, 17 bachelor degrees. Many of the community colleges did because our flagship universities couldn't keep up with the demand, but we did.
That's awesome. Well, thank you. Appreciate that you made Meridian your home.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there any other member of the public in the audience that'd like to provide testimony on this item? You still have the deputy chief with his hand raised? Oh yeah, come on up. Sorry, just come on up to the podium. State your name and address to the record. Be recognized for 3 minutes. Deputy chief will get to you after the public.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Morris. I live at 604 West Penwood in Meridian. I lived there for 15 years. I've been a citizen of Meridian since, I'm not gonna say how old I am, but Fairview and Eagle was a 4-way stop sign I used to catch the bus at. So it gives you a little idea of how long I've been here. I want to speak on behalf of Lacey, not on behalf of her, but to enlighten you on some of the things that I've come across in that current codes that are a little bit convoluted. And it just takes a little common sense to look at it, and you'll understand that it does need to be examined, maybe not changed, but just the language of it repaired. I'll give you an example. It says that all boats must be registered if they're in your driveway. Now, number one, Park and Recreation has a barrage of boats that don't require registration. Canoes, kayaks, certain sailboats, what they call drift boats. They even have lidos, which are dinghies. They're called dinghies. That don't, but the current law says they do. So you've got two opposing rules going on right now. And then you have one of the other issues that I ran across was the gravel driveways, which, there are a lot of older homes there. We're going through tough times. People just can't dish out $15,000, $16,000 to pave their driveway in the back. And there is what you mentioned, strips, but was never mentioned. Does the strip have to go to a pad in the back? Can the strip go all the way in? And then, even then, what is the back of the house? Now there's different descriptions. There's codes that say this is where the subdivision said your backyard was, but people push forward to get more room. They put fences on the side of their house to cover the new trash cans. I've done that. So it looks like my backyard is actually 25 feet, 30 feet in front of where it actually is. But as far as the gravel, I measured my gravel. It was put in 4 inches to code. It was put in 1982, so prior to any codes, but it was put in. Now, anyone in the right mind knows, man, woman, knows that if you drive over gravel amount of times, it's going to cave in. It's going to drop down. So I measured mine, and I had 3 1/2 inches of gravel. I just basically stuck a ruler in, didn't shovel it out, just what it would fit in. And it came 3 1/2, but yet I still got a letter from the city saying it has to be 4 inches. So there's a lot of things that need to be reexamined on that. They're just common sense reasons. So I was working with Tammy. She was very helpful to me. She made a couple phone calls, and I got some phone calls back within an hour when I was working on it for almost 2 years. And, then COVID came and everything went south on us. So I'm not trying to complain or anything about that, but I do have code enforcement problems, and Lacey came and talked to me, and we had a discussion. It was it was about 100 degrees out there, and I could see she was getting hot and I was getting hot. I had iced tea in back, but then she doesn't remember that I was out there for 5 years doing the work myself out in the heat. So I understand it was uncomfortable for her, but I'm out there every year cleaning and maintaining my yard and doing that stuff, investing a lot of time in the heat. So I just wanted to make that statement as well. But I understand. I just hope that, that it can be looked at. If not, not rebuilt, but just the definition and the convoluity of it examined, so that those details are worked out. So you're not saying this is against the law, and Park Creations are saying, no, this is not against the law. And now I'm a citizen in the middle going, what do I do? Who do I listen to? So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
My first time.
No problem. Thank you. Anybody else would like to testify? I don't see anything over there. Okay, Deputy Chief.
This is different for me. This is only my second time coming in presenting. Joe Bongiorno, 5144 North Cunard Way, Meridian, Idaho. I just wanted to tie on to what Mr. Spiewak said and what Councilman Hoagland said. So I lived in the Sunburst subdivision for 19 years. I was the HOA president for 10 of those years, long time. And for me, we had 25-year-old CCNRs. And so for me, I couldn't enforce 25-year-old CCNRs. And so as Lacey can attest and her crew can attest, I called them a lot because the only thing I had as an HOA president was the code. And so that I used the code and code enforcement to help me with some of those issues because my CCNRs were old and they weren't enforceable. So with the help of an attorney, we had them rewritten, but it took me 3 years to get them approved because of what he said. You have to have 75% of the whole community to approve them. So it takes a long time. It just doesn't happen overnight. So for me, I just wanted to make sure that the people that live in the older subdivisions that have old CCNRs that are not enforceable, and they still have active HOAs, because our HOA was very active, but I just couldn't enforce it. And so for me, the code is very important for people like myself that needed to call code enforcement because I needed help. So that was all I wanted to comment.
Thank you. Resident Bongiorno.
Ex-president.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I have a question.
Yes.
So if you're not currently in that role, but if you were, do you think that this would clarify and make that job easier? Or do you think that would actually complicate the parking situation if you were in that role today, these
No.
changes?
I think the changes are great. I support Lacey in what she's doing. Again, because our CCNRs are old and we're not enforceable, it would definitely help.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And so like in that example, you wouldn't have found yourself in a position where you were trying to enforce a norm in your neighborhood that was more restrictive, and then you wouldn't have found city code to be less restrictive. You're just saying you were in a position where you couldn't enforce at all.
I couldn't enforce it all.
Got it.
Correct. Sorry, Mr. Mayor and Councilwoman Schrader. Yeah, I couldn't enforce it all in my situation. So out of the, I forget what he said, 340 whatever HOAs, there's a ton of them that are old and have been around the city for a long time. And they have old CCNRs that are not enforceable, and either HOAs have just died and don't exist any longer. So for us, I utilized code enforcement. Now, my current HOA, obviously I'm in the Oaks North, which is brand new. So they have a full, you got to submit paperwork and do everything. So they're on it. So different story there.
Thank you. And council, I know, this is the last person that at least signed up to testify, but I think, at least from my standpoint, in terms of maybe framing the conversation, maybe not framing the conversation, it's really, what is the standard that you want? To me, the HOA conversation is good, but it's really not what this is about. HOAs, they can do those. The HOAs come and go. I mean, we have situations in Meridian where we have old HOAs that they've gone away. So the standard long-term to say HOAs are gonna be the standard bearers for how we're gonna look and feel as a community may be correct, it may be different, because they can dissolve themselves. And we know that even with property, common area, Councilman Hoagland sent a question on a different, but related to common property along those. What would we want the standard to be that the homeowner would be expected to maintain on those common properties if the HOA went away? So it's really that's to me, what is the standard that we believe is appropriate for the community, short-term, long-term, any term? That's where I hope that we would at least focus the conversation around, and not about the HOA impacts, because each one of those is going to be different. Everyone's got a different HOA. Some have this, you can't do this, some have other things. So let's just at least try to focus on the impact citywide and not about the HOAs if possible. 2 cents.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Process question. So we've had one issue before us. We've heard public testimony. Do we want to, staff, mayor, are you looking for us to act on each one of these individually? Then we'll act on one and then move on to the next.
That's what I think we talked about, at least earlier. Let's try to resolve this if possible.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I'll start a conversation if that's okay. And I think I'll start, Mr. Mayor. I think you asked a really good question about the values of our community. And I think if you asked all 7 of us that same question, yes, all 7 of us what you want for lunch, you're going to get 8 different answers. For me, one of the things that I really like about Meridian and about Idaho is that we are a community that focuses on the lightest hand of government. And that's a value that I hold really true to. Except for maybe when it comes to public safety and the health and safety. And I think that's a little bit of a different piece. But a lot of this is in UDC, which doesn't always regulate public safety. It's more about quality of life. So some council, I guess, past and current, know I've talked a lot about this issue. And ultimately, I want to get us here to this point. You know, we've heard from our citizens who have asked about this. We want to be able to park our trailer. We don't want to be able to park our trailer. I think I'm just glad that we're having the conversation so that we can say, this is where the current council stands. We're either in favor of it or we're in against it. I don't have these toys. Maybe one day I'll be lucky enough, but I don't. But what I do see is that a lot of our citizens do. And I do actually think that the parking on the street poses a little bit of a life safety issue. Great example happened this morning. I'm taking pork chop to Y Camp and I'm driving through this beautiful neighborhood in South Meridian. It's trash day. So trash trucks coming through. We got a trailer, an RV parked on the other side of the road, and there's a car, and there's not enough space really for me to kind of navigate through. And I worry about pedestrians or kids on bikes going to Y Camp or a fire truck coming through, what that impact would be on life safety. Ultimately, I don't want these things parked on the streets at all. I don't want them parked in driveways at all. But the law is going to allow them to park on the street for 3 days. And so to me, I think what's being proposed is the lesser of the two evil. Councilmember Strader, I applaud you so much for trying to find an alternative angle to make it work. I think I've got a spoiler alert. There's no silver bullet for this. There is no way we're going to solve this. People who are going to game it are going to find ways to game it. So then to me, it boils down to 2 things. One is I personally take a little bit of exception when homeowner association management companies use taxpayer funded resources to enforce their CCNRs. And I know you all read the significant amount of testimony that we received, but I read one yesterday that really stuck out. I want to read it for the public because I want them to hear it. This is a very challenging item for communities as well. And with this change, we won't be able to lean on the city to assist them with the enforcement. We're not in the business of enforcing CCNRs. I don't like us talking about CCNRs, but when it starts to involve taxpayer funded resources, I guess I pipe up a little bit. So if there's no silver bullet, we don't want them parking anywhere, but they're going to, I'm going to default to, it makes more sense for me to let these people park the things they own on their own property as opposed to parking it on public property. I want to thank staff. I feel like the fact that you don't have my haircut is a testament to your patience and your grace, because it's a really hard issue to solve. There's some things in there that I really like. There's some things that I kind of scratch my head on, but I appreciate what the staff is trying to do is to try and capture what our communities, how they can best serve our citizens. We heard again, time and time again, the customer service that you bring. You want to try and solve this issue as best as you can and create some clarity so that you can do your job well and so that our public can follow it. So I'm supportive of what's being proposed, but I'm really pleased that we're going to at least have the ability to answer this question tonight for the public.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strader.
Thank you, Councilman Cavanagh. I love that discussion. So yeah, there's not going to be a magical solution to it. I also default to the safety concern for me. I guess what I'm wrestling with, I know we have in here and I'm reading, you can't encroach on the sidewalk. Is that really enough? And is this really safer? Is my concern, because a part of my concern is these vehicles are huge and we're finding that there is a lack of visibility as kids are walking behind large vehicles on the sidewalk. So I guess my concern is this really safer? And are we dialed in enough to prevent that from happening?
Mr. Mayor, I can respond, I'll play attorney for 5 seconds. It depends. Right? Huh? Not bad, not bad. All right, all right. And I'll give you an example, because this is something I've wrestled with. My next door neighbor has the coolest boat. Like, it's amazing. It's got speakers and wakeboards, and I think it's a transformer. When he bought it, it didn't fit in his garage. And so he's parking in his driveway and it extended out into the sidewalk. That was concerning. There's a safety issue. For me, that's less of a concern than the large RV that's placed on a hard corner to the entrance in our neighborhood. In part because I see more pedestrians accessing to go out of our neighborhood than in a cul-de-sac. So I think it's going to be subjective. To me, I think that you have a more consistent view of safety if those items are parked in a driveway where they're confined to the property than on a public street where they can move back and forth and all around. For me, and again, I guess it's somewhat.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Perot.
So I want to make sure I'm clearly understanding what it is that we are deciding this evening. Is it only the proposed changes in this document that are underlined? And are we permitted to have discussions, or I suppose we're permitted to have discussions, but are we permitted in this approval or not approval to modify anything else that's currently in code, or does that need to be then a future discussion that we have for another public hearing, et cetera? The reason I'm asking is I would like to continue the discussion about the requirements for the surface on which the vehicles are being parked. I don't think that it is, I think we need some modifications to that, but it's not currently any of the vocabulary, any of the changes to the wording that is being proposed in this application.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burt.
I would propose that we stick to what's being underlined and then circle back in the future at some point and talk about your concern, because I think that you probably have support with that, but I don't know if right now is the right time to have that discussion, is my opinion.
So question for, yeah, I guess even, so what about the stuff that is underlined that it may need to be modified? Or
that's different.
So what's underlined, we can amend and modify if we so choose, but what's being taken out, or the other stuff that's not.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I've only been on council for 4 years, and it seems much quicker than 4 years, but we've had this discussion at least 2 or 3 times, maybe, I don't know, talking about UDC changes and such. And I would agree with Councilman Cavanagh. There's no real silver bullet to this. I mean, there's in my opinion, and also I can say that out of what's been presented to us for recommended changes, I believe this is generally speaking the best that we've seen. And it's hard, and Lacey's in a tough spot trying to enforce these our code, and I do believe our staff and those on Lacey's team do a phenomenal job in what they do. Generally speaking, I'm in support of what's been presented, so I'll be voting. If we're doing a vote or if we're just taking head nods, I'm in support.
Mr. Mayor, are you looking for motions then? Are you looking for head nods? You're
looking for council, anybody else? It's been requested I don't speak until other council have spoken, so I'm trying to be reflective and let every council member get their comments out from that standpoint that would like to speak. So I don't know. There's still have a few that are kind of maybe waiting, maybe not. I don't know.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
As far as the language that has been proposed in this specific application regarding UDC pertaining to the RVs, boats and whatnot. I'm in agreement with what is currently being proposed. However, I don't think that it's going to, I think there are some additional UDC changes that need to be looked at and made to the language that exists. And I would propose that we review that in the future. And I think there's going to be, sorry, I think there's still a little ways to go on this. Being in the real estate industry, have these conversations frequently with homeowners, very familiar with the questions regarding what can I do with my property? What's the HOA going to allow me to do? There's not a lot of conversation though about what the city allows me to do. And I think people, that's sort of their last kind of question. They don't think the city even has anything to do with their private property within the boundaries of the real estate that they own. And so kind of thinking it through from that perspective and how it might be easiest to enforce in that regard. So it's not uncommon if there is not an HOA for a homeowner to assume that they can already park a vehicle on their property. It's rarely even questioned, that there's an assumption that as long as there's not an HOA present, that they have the right to do that. And so if we are saying, indeed you do have a right to do that, then we need to be really clear about what has to happen prior to them exercising that right. And that's my concern regarding the paving and the gravel and whatnot, and that it's clear for folks that they understand there is a prerequisite to allowing them to utilize their own property minus any HOA limitation. So that being said, I agree with Councilman Burnt. I don't have any issues with the language that is being proposed in this specific application.
Mr. Bear,
Councilman Strader.
I'm not there yet on it. I'll be voting against. I think there is an enforcement issue that maybe should be addressed separately, and then we could do more research to try to address that. I am not convinced that moving vehicles off the street and into the street yard is an improvement to safety. And that is my primary concern, is the safety concern as well. I just view it differently. I do think having if we were to do this in the future, I do think having some clarifying language just to direct the public that if their CCNRs are more restrictive, that those will govern them and be enforced by their HOA. If that's all contained together and clear who enforces it, I'd strongly be in support of that, because I think this just creates a ton of confusion. And I also think if we don't think it's fun, if we're not convinced it's fundamentally solving the problem, my default to changing language like this that people rely on is to not change it until we think we've solved it.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
I think overall, these are good changes. They're not 100%. I mean, nothing is, and we're trying to do the best we can. You know, I look at the things where in item B, where, you know, if you don't have a recreational vehicle, personal recreation item, boat trailer parked in the street, then you can park in the side. There's going to be people who want to do both. And, you know, it's just the way it's going to be. You're always going to have to deal with some of those things. And I think it's a good step and something I can get behind for this.
Mr. Mayor? Bill, can you scroll up so we can get that? Keep on going, keep on going, keep on going, keep on. Down. Yeah. Is that it? Okay. Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Burnt.
I move that we approve 11-3C-4A2 as amended.
Second.
I have a motion, a second. I don't know that we need to do it officially now. I think there's enough recognition to leave it in to do the end as compared to an individual. What is legal's preference would be do all at the end?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. because you have a file that you're taking action on, I think it makes sense to do exactly what you just did, capture that, somebody write it down and incorporate it all into a big enchilada at the end.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I have a question about the motion. Is Councilman Burnt proposing that we only take action on one section of the code that's of the four that are that's in our sheet here?
I think he was just trying to put this one to bed, but we're gonna not take action until the end. That way, if it's bad enough, you can all vote no against all of it instead of just portions of it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I would be concerned about taking that approach because I have an issue with this change to the code, but I might be okay with other topics like our open space standards or things like that. So I mean, I guess, yeah, I'd have to decide how material this is to the whole package, but is that really the most efficient way to modify the UDC?
I think it's what you have in front of you at this point in time is in that fashion. And you would have to probably restart separately if anything, if that was the case as compared to voting individually. But I've been looking at the attorney. That's kind of what I gathered from non-statement statement.
Well, Mr. Mayor, that was certainly my preference that I expressed. I am looking at Bill, who has to write this up. Do you want to try to pull it apart tonight or?
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, that was the purpose of why I created exhibit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is because I knew it was all intertwined into one application. But for simplicity, I was hoping that if you had concerns with exhibit 1, you could state that as you deliberate in your motion. So for example, you make a motion, exhibit 1, we want these changes, we don't want this changes. Exhibit 2, we want these changes, we don't want these changes. So that will give you that opportunity to say, you don't like exhibit 1, but you're good with the other changes. So I don't want you to think that you can't do it that way, but as far as a motion goes, breaking it up in separate exhibits were easier for me to track the changes for you and allow me to get the right commentary for each of the changes that I'm sharing with you this evening. But that's really the goal. It's still one motion. You just have to say exhibit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and how you want to proceed with those changes. It's how I kind of saw the night proceeding. And the reason why I had the procedural question tonight is because I knew this RV topic would spur a lot more conversation than potentially the other 4 that we're going to be going through this evening. So I just wanted to allow people to voice their concerns and then move on to the other ones. So hopefully, as we progress through tonight, things will provide additional clarity and get things moving along a little quicker.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
for further clarification, each of the UDC sections that are proposed here, my preference is potentially address them one by one because, for example, we have not had a discussion about 11-1A1, the dismantled vehicle definition. We haven't had a discussion about 11-1A1, vehicle wrecking or junkyard. So I'd hate to completely, throw the baby out with the bathwater and those might be fine. We might be okay with approving those, but maybe there's another section that we're not okay with approving. So I guess I'm curious planning's opinion on that as well. Do they want us to make a decision on each one of these UDC sections altogether, or can we possibly address them individually?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
what I think I hear everyone wanting to do, which makes great sense, is walk through them, discuss them, put a pin in changes, get some general consensus, move through them all, complete the public hearing. It's a single public hearing for all of the considerations, close the public hearing, and then when we start taking action, we can chip at them one at a time. And a provision, one proposed provision can get approved, the next one, and that way it's not all or nothing. We might adopt 1, 2, and 6, not the others. Act on some of it.
Mr. Mayor, for clarification, what I heard Mr. Parsons say is that he proposes we address each exhibit separately. I was specifically referencing only exhibit number 1. So,
Mayor, council, I think it's anything that goes in those exhibits is not just specifically that exhibit. So anything within that exhibit, all of these changes, if there's something you want to change, you're allowed to do that.
I guess from a procedural, practical standpoint, I'm not aware of making actions to approve or disapprove until public hearings are closed. So if you want to close a public hearing and start going that direction, but until you take that action, I don't think there should be motion specifically that would be binding. I get the sense of where this one is. I got a 4-2, 5-1. It's gonna stay in, but we can come back and make a difference. But I think at least make that determination. Close the public hearing, then you can start making motions all you want, but I don't think that we're there yet. That work, close the public hearing, then you can come back and go one at a time.
Mr. Mayor, we've officially withdrawn the motion, maker of the motion.
Withdrawn.
Okay. Thank you.
Terrible motion. Bad timing.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
before we move on to the next, the open space discussion, be able to take a 2-minute break?
Would love to do that. We can take a 10-minute break. That works. And we'll recess till 8:10. Council will go ahead and come back from recess. Bill, turn this back over to you for however you want to proceed down the next items.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Sorry for the confusion this evening. Try to lay out a process for us all to follow so we can get through all the changes, because I knew the last hearing was fairly lengthy as well. So the next couple slides really are just meant as updates. I know as I mentioned, we spent a lot of time on the June 1st hearing going through all of the proposed changes and those language. But I did want to just remind the council of some of the topics of discussion we had. So if you recall, as I mentioned earlier, there's five exhibits associated with all of the UDC text changes for this round. Exhibit 2 really dealt with multiple sections of the code, and they're just miscellaneous changes.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Kemper.
Bill, I'm sorry for interrupting you. I think if we're going to be talking exhibits, probably should give council a moment to get that pulled up so that we're able to kind of track along.
And I can do that as I get to that. So let me make the point here, and then I can pull up the exhibit for you. So really, as I recall, on this particular exhibit, the biggest topic came down to some wording about staff wanting revised language revised plans prior to it transitioning either to commission or council when you guys have requested changes. And I remember the mayor bringing that quite a bit on wording versus shall or may. So again, it's just more of a reminder of what we talked about as we transition to potential motions this evening. But again, I'll go kind of pause here, bring up those changes, show you what I'm talking about so you guys can look at all of the proposed changes with Exhibit 2. Forgive me, it takes some time to navigate all this and pull it up for you here. Is anyone saying this one, or is it still? That's okay. There we go. So yeah, you can see here again, my intent tonight is not to go through all the changes. I think, again, we beat this to death on June 1st. I really just want to make sure that, give you guys a synopsis of, again, what we talked about. There's quite a bit here to go through. But again, one of the topics, again, a lot of this we talked about. There wasn't really any other concerns from the council except for really 11.5A.6G. And that's really came down to whether we wanted to soften that language from shall to may. And at least it may be required, it may not. So I think that was the conversation that I recall. So however you see fit on changing this verbiage this evening, I just ask that you incorporate that as part of Exhibit 2 in your motion. Any question on any of these changes before we go to Exhibit 3?
Or direction.
Or direction, yes.
I think that's more important. As Councilman Borton.
As to the request for direction, I like all the changes you made, and the shall we're talking about in this last paragraph is that last sentence, the project may be continued is the one we're talking about. Okay. Great.
Perfect. Then moving on, move to Exhibit 3. And this is one that I know we spent quite a bit of time on as well. And I know a lot of the changes with the UDC are there's a lot of verbiage to go through. But again, this is to make it more enforceable and easier to administer. But I think, as I recall from the discussion, the biggest topic that we discussed was the tree mitigation fund and whether or not we wanted to set that up in code. And I'll go ahead and scroll down to that section for you so you guys can recall the conversation. Right now, we have verbiage in this section of code that we are asking to keep it in code and then determine a fee at a later date. But I recall from this body that it was potentially the intent of council to actually remove that language from the code. So again, in a possible motion this evening, if that's something that you don't want to support as far as the UDC changes, then I would just ask that you strike that language. And that would be under tree mitigation.
And council, at least from my conversation with the director, he has no issue unless he left me a voicemail earlier, unless it was related to this, I didn't check. But I don't think there's any expectation that we set up a tree mitigation fund. It was really more of a thought concept, I think, more than a hard proposal. Even if you're listening or Parks, you can correct me, but it's been my conversation to this point in time and not including it moving forward.
Mr. Mayor.
Council Administrator.
Yeah, I think in our last conversation that was where we landed. I'm not sure everybody was here, so if they have a different opinion, but it just felt like a way for somebody. I was concerned it wasn't totally flushed out myself, and putting it in doesn't seem like a great idea if it's not fully flushed out. Is my recollection of it.
Any direction or question on this exhibit?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
I understood that correctly. Then what we're looking at here is paragraph 7 would be removed.
That would be correct.
I agree with that. I think Councilwoman Strader's talking about as well. Not cooked yet. Sorry, Dean.
So rounding up the conversation this evening, certainly want to focus more on open space amenities for our residential and our multifamily developments. If you recall, this item was continued from the June 1st hearing for the purpose to get more public input, feedback on the proposed changes to see if this was the right fit for our community. I recall at the last hearing that I shared with you that it's something that was brought up as a topic during our comprehensive plan update. You guys, council, wanted staff to go out, do a survey, get a feel of what the community wanted. I believe I sent both of you 2 surveys, one for public open space, but also one for private open space. And Councilwoman Perot, I did receive your email this morning, and I was able to get that in a better format to share with council this evening. So I don't want to get us off on too much of a tangent of what the community wanted for public space, because these proposed changes are really what people want for private open space as part of multifamily and residential developments. So hopefully we don't get sideboard or sidetracked on that conversation too much. I think everyone can agree that we all want more open space in our community, and how that looks is different for every one of us. But certainly this body asked us to step back, have a town hall meeting, which we did on the 24th. You can see here that we didn't have a great turnout. We had about 30 people participate, either listening or providing questions. But the good thing is we were able to explain those changes. And so what I want to do for you tonight is do the same thing that I did at the town hall. I know some of you participated in that, But I don't think anyone listening on the phone or participating via Zoom this evening, I think it would be a bit worthwhile benefit to kind of share where we're at now and where the proposed changes are going, not only for you, but also for members in the audience as well. So you can also note that at the last hearing, we had a couple folks testify and some changes and propose some new language for some of the changes to what we were proposing to the open space. I think a lot of the discussion, if I recall, stemmed around the number of homes fronting on open space. And the way the current code is written, it requires 50%. And I think the discussion landed around 25 to 30%, if I'm not mistaken. So again, I'm going to transition to really where we're at today and how we got to where we are now, or at least what the proposed changes are. So as I will share with you, current code requires 10% open space for any development over 5 acres or greater. The table below that shows you what we're proposing now. So as I mentioned to you last hearing, there is a sliding scale here. R2, we're looking at 10%. As we increase in density, the expectation is that we increase in open space. And then, as I also shared with you, we also have expanded our amenity package. And we also require, again, the number of amenities or points required per development is going to be based on acreage as well. And then each amenity is weighted on a point system. The areas highlighted in blue represent amenities that we currently have in code. So that's really what I wanted to show at the town hall meeting is a lot of these are currently in code, but you can see how much we've expanded upon the amount of amenities that the developer or property owner will have to choose from, which I think is a good thing.
Mr. Mayor, sorry.
Councilman Cameron.
Mr. Mayor, Bill, is it okay if we interrupt you through your presentation, or do you want us to wait until we get to the end?
It's up to you. I'm open either way. You know, typically these aren't that formal. I want to be able to answer any questions you have as we're discussing a specific topic.
Mr. Mayor, question then for Bill. Sorry, Dean. Can you give council a little bit of back history on how points are derived? I mean, why does a dog waste station equal half a point and an outdoor fire ring equal a point, or bike storage is 3 and a clubhouse is 6? I think a clubhouse probably costs more than 2 bike storage lockers. So help me understand how the point system was derived and what it's based on.
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, I can't give you all the specifics. As I mentioned to you, I wasn't at every open space committee meeting. And these, again, I think a lot of the point system did come down to quality of life or how much a recreation or amenity would be used throughout the year. Because you're correct, if you have a pool, you can only use that 3 months out of the year. But if you have a clubhouse, you can use that year round. So I think that's how we kind of derived to the point system, or a lot of our bases came down to that. I know Councilman Burnt was part of that committee too. I don't know if he has any context to add to this discussion as well. But again, I think that's where we struggled or at least had the most discussion around those, like, how do we come up with these points? And I can't tell you if this is the right number or not. Again, this is where we landed. We had multiple meetings on this topic, and we did adjust the point value based on those discussions.
Mr. Mayor. Councilman Hoagland.
Bill, on these points, it says maximum point value. So like the clubhouse, 5,000 square feet or greater in size. So it's either 6, if it meets that, there's not a 4 or a 3 or a 2, right? So are all these, it's either a 3 or it's nothing? Or is there another ranking? I was just trying to figure out maximum point value.
Yeah, Councilman Hoagland, I think you're hitting it right on the head. I think that's a lot of the discussion we had is now I don't get credit for something if I don't meet these requirements. And I think that's some of the commentary you heard at the last hearing is why does it have to be a maximum point? Or again, is if you look at the beginning of this code, and I'm certainly happy to pull up all the proposed changes, but the onus is really upon the applicant to share what they're doing in their development. I think from doing this so many years, a lot of times we have applicants that do a very good job describing what they want, their vision for their community and what they're wanting to do. And we have some that don't tell us all that information. And so we are there at the 11th hour extracting that or trying to gather that information, which can delay a project and get customers frustrated with us because we don't have enough information to base a recommendation on. And so if you look at a lot of this, I think the intent here is to give the developer greater flexibility. I don't think that we're going to not give them credit for doing something. An amenity is going to be an amenity. How we administer that is to be seen. I haven't tested the code against any projects, but I know members of the committee that sat on the open space committee did do that, and they felt comfortable with what, at least they felt they could still meet their projects that they have on the books today, meet some of the things that we're trying to achieve here. So I don't want to think that, I think there is going to be some ambiguous decisions made here. It is going to be subjective as to whether or not this is a premier community. We certainly don't want to do that in code. We like black and white as well. And again, these are topics that we've had multiple times. I don't know what the right answer is. I don't know what the right point total is. I don't know how to value something more important than something else. I know a lot of times this council asks us to go to other communities and see if anyone's done something like this. I can't even tell you if that's occurred or not. I haven't seen a point system for amenities, but I know talking with other directors that some communities do that for landscaping, and Ada County is one of them.
Mr. Mayor.
That's one pro.
Sorry, Councilman Crum. So then to what you just shared and to Councilman Hoagland's point, if an amenity is proposed and I assume staff is deciding whether it receives the maximum value or not based on section B under the B2, the assigned point value may be decreased depending on size, quality of the feature, ease of the maintenance, durability, integration. Two questions in that regard. One, who's determining whether those criteria are met? Because I consider that really subjective. So size, we could obviously probably put some measurements on, but I determine a lot of that to be I have concerns about those decisions being made and creating challenges for staff, truly. I don't want staff to feel like they're in a disagreement in these with applicants over these specifics. So that's question one, who makes that determination about whether the amenity gets the full amount of the points? And was there consideration made to just assign a flat point value? And then if the applicant proposes something that's extra special, that maybe there's some bonus points of some sort, instead of trying to do this sliding scale for each amenity, which seems very time consuming to me and also too subjective.
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council. Certainly, you're right. Staff is going to determine that whether or not they meet the definition of a premier community, and whether or not we think it fits with the vision of the comp plan and meets code requirements. That again, there's a component here. I mean, like anything with annexation, we have that discretion to require more, or we've been asked to require more. And so that will be something that we'll analyze as part, but again, it's incumbent upon the applicant to share that with us. Why do you think this works in this situation? And I think for the most part, applicants have done that. I think some of the developers in this room tell you that they feel amenities are more valuable than open space. And that may be the option there. Maybe you value a dog park more than I would because you love dogs and you have dogs, or I like a pool and you don't because you don't want the maintenance and upkeep. So to you, a pool's not as valuable. And that's the difficulty of this code, or at least trying to balance that fine line of open space and amenities, because not every community is the same. Not everybody wants the same thing. And that's why, to me, if they meet the criteria, we're going to give them maximum points. And then if they do a great job in their narrative explaining why they've gone a certain route or why they feel their open space meets, I think we can at least document that and put that in the record and share that information to the decision-making bodies, and they can determine whether or not they met the test, the intent of the code. I don't want you to think staff is the only one making the decision here. Obviously, it's going to come before the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council, and you'll have a bite at the apple too, whether or not it's a premier community or meets the criteria that you want to see in the city of Meridian. But as far as, again, a maximum or sliding scale, again, that's something that was discussed at the committee. A lot of, again, this was run through my staff, our team, and they had the same concerns. This is going to be very subjective. And it's going to put us, I mean, we certainly want to work with our customers, our applicants. We want to be mindful of how the citizens see us portrayed as well, because we want to be impartial. We want to look at the code, look at the comp plan and say, yes, you're meeting these standards. That's what our job is, and relay that information to you. We share your same concerns. We want to make sure whatever we do works for the community. And that's why we're asking you to, hey, is this the right fit for the community this evening?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
Bill, putting this together, you know, it's something that you're working towards, trying to figure out what do we assign, how do we assign it, those types of things. Have you taken that and then done trial runs on already developed facilities? Because I think of like Bridge Tower, we've got 2 pools and lots of open space and a sand volleyball court, and walking trails and, you know, nice playground. But, you know, for its size, it may not stack up because of huge amounts of open space, which is really wonderful. But, you know, I'm just curious to see, okay, did that play out in that scenario, or if that? And the other thing, in assigned point value, I'm just curious under C, ease of maintenance. I was mentally playing that around going, do we care about ease of maintenance? Should we care? I mean, we understand, yeah, that if it's durable, even durability, but ease of maintenance, that's a cost that the HOA is gonna bear. I mean, I would think they would want that. I think the developer would want that. Everybody wants that, but at the same time, is that a metric we should keep track of and utilize? So it's just, you know, I'm just having a discussion here, just trying to get through some of this stuff. So if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Hoagland, that's a good point. I mean, certainly, as I mentioned earlier, we didn't ground truth any of this. We actually had participants of the Open Space Committee look at their developments, and they said it would work, what they have already approved. So they're confident in how this was going to play out. But you're right, there is an extra credit if you do more than what the code allows. But again, keep in mind that we always have alternative compliance. And that's the one thing that we told the Open Space Committee is alternative compliance isn't meant to get you out of code requirements. It's meant to allow you to do something new or innovative, or allow you to do that infill, or allow you to reduce open space if you're next to a city park. So there's always going to be an outlier or some kind of situation and that you don't anticipate when you change code. And so that's what that alternative compliance is. So that's how I would guide somebody. Again, if they can't meet the letter of the law here and they want to do something different or new that we didn't think of, that's the avenue to take. And again, that's incumbent upon them to tell us how they think it works and why they think this is the right fit for Meridian. And we'll analyze that and bring it to you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burnt.
I'll take, if I can, just a couple of seconds to bring a little perspective. I think I was on the committee, you're right. I remember going to the original meeting when this was first discussed. I was not at the meeting when it was ratified or agreed upon, but my first thought was, you know, the onus for sure is on the developer or the builder. And my first thought was this maybe was a little too subjective to me. And I think the reasoning for this was to create some flexibility, maybe promote some creativity and development. We talked about horse trading, you know, hey, if you want to do more amenities but less open space or vice versa, that was something that we could talk about. And, you know, with alternative compliance, I think that was one of the things we spoke about. If the development community for the most part is okay with this and staff's okay with it, then I guess I would be okay with it. But to me, I get I get the intent, and I think the intent is good. My only worry is that this may be a hair too subjective and may create more problems, but I'm not an employee of the city, in the planning department, nor my developer, so. My thoughts.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pearl.
First, I want to say, Bill, I want to clarify my question earlier. I think our staff is amazing. So it certainly is not for me, a concern about how staff will handle that. It's just more that I don't want staff to kind of be defending their decision about the points they assign, always kind of being in that position, if that makes sense. But a question I wanted to ask, and if you prefer to answer this at the end of your presentation, that would be fine. It's a little bit more general, but what is if there's a situation where there are some phenomenal amenities that are proposed and the applicant requests a lower percentage of open space, are they going to be permitted to do that? So are they going to, and how will that be determined? Is that a case by case, application by application situation? So if an applicant comes in and says, hey, I have twice the number of amenities, or I have some really phenomenal amenities, but I really only want the open space to be 10% instead of 15% in the R8, how would that be handled? And is that too lengthy of a response to share with us at the moment?
I think Mr. Mayor, members of the council, certainly that's what that alternative compliance is for. So again, we'll have a staff report. Now, ultimately, as you know, alternative compliance is approved by the director. So as we bring forward that recommendation to you, we will let you know that the director has approved that reduction in alternative in open space in favor of that greater amenity package. And again, you have the ability to, if you don't agree, or if the applicant doesn't agree, or they like it, or they can again ask you to overturn that decision if the director denies anything. So you always have that, but yeah, it will come in the form of an alternative compliance request with the plat or annexation plat discussion, more likely the plat. Now, what I can tell you is I did ground truth some of the changes to our multifamily standards, which will go to my next part of the discussion as well. So I have looked at the code that we're proposing for that and did some of that, where I've looked at other multifamily developments to make sure that we were on track for open space and amenities.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Part of me wishes we could take 6 months and do the new process side by side with our old process, just to take a look at it and have a comparison and see, okay, is this working? Like have a shadow rating of here's the new system. Like maybe we could delay this part of the UDC, but actually see the new framework, layered over our applications to actually see if that works. Overall, I appreciate the concept though. And I think what's really hard that you're trying to do is it is an art and not a science. And you're trying really hard to make it an art form, more scientific in terms of the quality of a premier community. So I think I like the way that this effort is going, and I think it's a positive direction. I just wish we had a way to bring it in a little bit softer so we could actually see it in practice, at least for a couple months, and make sure we think that this is working well. But I'm in support of it. One of my questions, going back just to the overall open space requirements, I think this came up last time, but the concept was we're increasing open space as we increase density. And can you just refresh my memory what the discussions were on the committee regarding a change from R8 to R15 and how those percentages are the same here? Was that recommendation, universally supported on the committee? Was there a discussion? How did we end up at 15% for the R15 and the R8?
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council. It's a good question. I think a lot of times, I think it really comes down to dimensional standards. An R8 lot is really the minimum is 4,000 square foot lot. So the intent behind it is you're going to have a small lot. You're not going to have as much open space on your own backyard to enjoy. Our typical R8 lots, you have patio homes where you have a 12-foot rear setback. So you imagine 40 feet by 12 feet. It's not a lot of area to recreate. So you are going to get increase in density. A lot of the same thing with the R15, the minimum lot size is 2,000, but a lot of our development communities been using that to even get a smaller lot size to have smaller backyards. Again, it comes down to the number of homes you're getting on a piece of property. And that's really where it comes down to livability. If you have a small yard, the idea behind this is that you make it up in community open space. And why it didn't change, I mean, really, an R15 is really multifamily. We haven't really seen a lot of townhomes. We have seen attached homes on a lot of the R15 lots, but it really has been treated more as a single family development as well. So that's only a speculation. Again, I wasn't part of the discussion where the sliding scale came from. I believe at the last hearing, I had a different recommendation that wasn't taken into consideration, or at least discussed. And this is where the group landed. I don't know if Councilman Burnt was part of that discussion or not when the scale came up, but again, I don't want to mislead the council. If you do an R2 development and your lots are 16,000 square feet, you still only have to provide 5% open space. And that's still in the code. That's current code, and that's remaining as part of this code. So you can do an R2 development, have larger lots, and still only have to provide 5% open space.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
I guess from my perspective, I'm not sure in our last discussion that we landed on this table, or if that's exactly how it played out. I think it was kind of an open point. Jumping around a little bit, what I like about the multifamily open space standards is that it directly reflects density in how it's formulated. And here I feel like we don't have that. A lot of, we've seen some R15 lately that has easily exceeded 15%. I think we've seen 18% in our last application that one of our great developers did not have any issue meeting that standard. Just feels to me like, considering that some of our surrounding communities have much higher standards, that 15% is an improvement, but seems a little bit on the low side to me.
Mr. Mayor. Councilman Hoagland. To that point, Bill, if you could give me some historical perspective to the extent you know it. How did we come up with 10% originally? Because I was on council before it was 10% and it was just 10%. So I don't know how long that's been in and how that was derived. I was curious too about our surrounding communities. I tried to dig some around, and in Nampa, I found that under 1027-4, qualifying open space not less than 5% of total gross area of any residential infill subdivision shall be retained as permanent common open space. So I'm thinking, oh, 5%, but then they have a corridor beautification requirement, which is open space and doing some things. So I couldn't get, okay, what does that mean for Nampa? And then I was curious about Boise, and I totally got lost there. So if you could historically for Meridian and what our folks do in the surrounding communities.
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, I think we discussed, we touched on that topic a little bit. I think Councilwoman Schrader put me to task to look up some of that too. So historically, when I started with the city, UDC was adopted in 2005. At that time, it was 5%. In 2007, we increased that to 10%, and probably a lot of the same reasons. If you looked at our old PUD standards before we adopted the UDC, we required a minimum 10% open space. So I'm not sure, I wasn't part of that focus group when the UDC happened. So I'm not sure why we went from 10 down to 5 and then back up to 10. But again, it comes down to probably livability, just adding more, increasing our open space. I think this body can recall that I've been here numerous times trying to solve this issue. How can we get more open space and what can we do? One of my proposals was similar to this, where I had a point system, had it derived based on I had all of this drawn up too many years ago and have it saved on my computer here. And that's kind of where this came from, was starting with that idea and just hiring a consultant. She came up with a lot of the information that you see now. But historically, looking at other areas, I think I told you that Eagle requires 18% open space, but it all counts. It's not broken down like we have what we call qualified open space. And I think that's what the development community would like. Just count it all. Don't call it qualified. Just if you're going to give us open space, it all should count. That's easy to administer. You give us an open space exhibit, we see what's green and we count it. That's certainly easy from our perspective too. And then Eagle, or looking at CUNA, they're again 10% with a PUD, Boise's 10% with a PUD. You already kind of quoted Nampa, but again, they're 10% with a PUD. So that really seems to be, or actually Nampa's 15% with a PUD. So I stand corrected on that. So again, it's all over the board here. Each one has different standards. If you recall, a few years ago, I was here proposing to not even allow street buffers to count as part of open space, because if you take out the arterial street buffers and the collector street buffers, those are governed under a different section of code. So by code, they would still have to do that. They just would not be able to count that. And this body felt that wasn't the right decision and ultimately removed that from it not being counted. But if you took out landscape buffers, you would ultimately get increased open space within a development, because you'd no longer be able to count a portion of it. So again, I've played with this multiple different ways. We've heard from the community with the comprehensive plan update, they want more open space. And so again, we hired a consultant. We got the right people to the table. Although some of the written testimony would say differently, they thought there should have been more citizen representation, and that's great. I think that's welcome. And that's why we did the town hall meeting. But ultimately, this is where this is where we're going to go. This is the consensus. Let's move forward and put it in front of the commission and city council. And again, I think the Planning and Zoning Commission did support the proposed changes. Ultimately, I don't want to give you the impression that staff isn't in favor of these changes. We're confident we can understand the code. We can administer the code. We understand there's going to be a learning curve here. It's just going to have to be more robust discussions with the developer as we sit down with them at pre-application meetings and make it very clear with them what the expectation is and what they need to provide to us with their application submittal. Because that's really what it counts. It just comes down to communication and all of us being on the same page. It really does. And I think, from my perspective, we're getting there. I think developers are getting used to the new tools. They're getting used to new staff members. All of us, again, code can be interpreted differently from different staffs. Going back to Councilman Cavaners, if you ask me what I want for dinner, you're going to get 7 different answers. I mean, that's just the way we are. But ultimately, I think from my perspective, again, I think we can administer the code. We have people that support that. You've heard time and time again, we want more open space. And this is what we have before you this evening.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Bill, can you summarize if there were any conversations at the Open Space Committee about qualified open space versus counting it all? And if that committee considered one option or the other, or were they only presented with keeping that piece as is?
Yeah, Councilman Kavner, I wish I could. I'm not familiar with that. Again, I wasn't part of that unless Councilman Trigg was part of that. But again, I know us as staff members, we've talked about it from current planning staff. It made a lot of sense that it would be nice to count it all. And then there's no gray area. It all counts because you're doing X, Y, and Z.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Just also having similar questions as Councilman Kavner, just really wanting to, this is a big impact to request this additional 5%, not only on development community, but also on the homeowners who now have to fund HOA costs at a higher rate because now there's fewer homes within the development. There's a lot of factors to this, I believe, from the density that we're building. We've talked a lot about the importance of providing a variety of housing types and bringing in some additional housing opportunities for our residents, and this will affect that. And maybe it doesn't seem like 5% is much on one application, but if you spread that over numerous applications over a year, I think that there's going to be an effect there. So my question is, was there any consideration made at leaving, especially the R8 and the R15 at 10%, and then possibly counting an additional open space as an amenity? So it would be given a points factor, maybe the highest point factor that there is, maybe a 6 or an 8, and then allowing that additional open space percentage to be considered an amenity. I would love to see as much beautiful space as we can have in our city, but I'm really trying to also balance whether so we've had a lot of conversations about what open space is. We've had our surveys. We've had, we understand that the definition of open space is far and wide depending on who you ask. I feel like what we're specifically talking about here, though, is open space within developments, which is a subset when we talk about open space. And so I think to put a lot of these open space changes just on the subdivisions is, I mean, I want to really discuss that as we're looking at our open space across the board, which I assume, I mean, that's not exactly what's in the application, but the point that I'm making is that I don't think it is completely the development community's responsibility to provide more open space to Meridian. I think we have to look at open space in total and not just have it be up to new subdivisions to provide that additional park space, additional amenities for the community, if that makes sense. So that being said, do you know if there was any conversation, or perhaps Councilman Burt can share if there was any conversation about additional open space beyond 10% being counted as an amenity and given it a points factor? Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
You know, for me, just from our last conversation, initially when I looked at this table, just some feedback, I felt like the R15 was low just because of the philosophy we used to create the table would lead you to think that you would require more. What makes me think I can live with it is that we do use our definition of qualified open space. And that's how I got there as a compromise, because I feel like, you know, some of our surrounding cities count everything. We're more specific about what we count. I don't think anyone is going to, maybe the sign of a good negotiation is I don't think anybody comes away from this totally happy, like they got a win. Our community's been really clear that they want more open space. I think we need to respond to that strong demand that we've heard and we've seen the statistics on. So for me, I think I can live with this. It's a step in the right direction. I think it tries to increase the standard we're holding development to. It is still a minimum if we adopt it. And I think that's important. A question I have, and I think you had mentioned this, at least on multifamily, you had gone through and seen what percentage of our developments we've seen would meet the requirement. I'm curious if you did the same for these standards, or refresh our memory about what percentage that we see that currently meet these requirements.
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, I have not done any of the standards. All I can convey to you is that other members have, and I know maybe some of our development partners here can explain and let you know what their thought process was as well, because they've done it. They were part of some of them are part of the committee. They can give you some insight to that as well. But if you'd like, I can certainly go through the multifamily standards if you want to kind of transition from single family at this point.
Just two cents from the peanut gallery. If you can go back, Bill, to that previous slide. Just, and granted, I've not been an elected official up here, but I have been around for 14-ish years. Hearing what I think is the conversation, and I could be wrong, but you know, I've always been under the impression that Meridian was an R4 city. That's what it seemed like when I came on in 2007, and 10% was really kind of that threshold that seemed to be adhered to. But as we saw a lot more in the R8, that 10% didn't seem to be enough into that transition period, which I think, and from my perspective, is kind of what kicked that conversation into the discussion. Was as the R4 was no longer the standard and R8 became the more standard for our community. How did that work? How was that changing from that standpoint? So, you know, my personal opinion when I look at these, because these are just subjective standards, just like parking, just like everything else. But based on what Bill said, I could easily make an argument this should be 5, 10, 15, 20 if you want to include everything, you know, without anything qualified. I could also make an argument that it should be 8, 10, 12, and 15 Because really that R410, I never really heard people saying that the 10% in an R4 was out of place for our community. You know, that's not what I feel like I heard over time. It was really once you start getting to that R8. And I guess I'm just kind of linear in my thinking from that standpoint, that the whole the R8 and the R15 at the same standard. I kind of question like, okay, does that seem appropriate? Maybe it is, maybe it's not, but I could make an argument for an 8, 10, 12, 15 with the qualified. Because again, even to Bill's point, the R2 could really be a 5%. So 5, 10, 12, 15, or a sliding scale. If that's what we're trying to pin this more eaten up in one way, then you give back the other way. But again, it's all subjective standards from group conversation, group think elements that could be in there. But I at least want to give what I felt was my historical impression. Joe's been around for a lot of those back in the day and coming back. And I don't know if he's got an opinion on the R4 conversation about what Meridian used to see more of, that we now see even less of. And maybe I'm off base from his perspective, but.
Mr. Mayor, that's the
That's
history's
important.
correct. We just didn't get applications back in the day of R15. It wasn't multifamily. So the issues that we are confronted with in the last 5 to 8 years weren't around 16. So you're correct. That's how it's evolved.
Okay. Thank you. Just want to get that out there while we're in this section.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
that raises an interesting point. If someone is an R8 in their development, but they ask for R15 because they want private streets. How do we make the determination there, Bill? What would your thought process be for that?
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, and it's hard because there's a lot of language proposed to this section, but if you recall, there is a sliding scale in the code that says if you're different zones, you divide them, take the two and divide them and get a number. So you have to look at it as aggregate more than just one leaning towards the other. So in this case, it'd be great because it's all 15%. That's a no-brainer. It's all R8, R15. We're going to say 15%. So that one would be easy, but it comes down to, like you said, what if you had an R2 in a portion, R15 in another? You have to get that sliding scale. You have to get a proportionate number to make it work and say this is what the code is going to require. And that's specified in the code. We did build that in because that's something I brought up at the committee as well. Is like, we want to make sure whatever we do, it's clear and we can enforce it and make it clear to people who use it day in and day out.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Share.
Yeah, well, and I think if a developer were to come and do that, I think particular developers would show up with more than the minimum, and then they wouldn't run into that issue. I mean, when we saw that before, that was an 18% qualified open space application. So based on applications we've seen in the past year, I can think of very few that would not meet these minimum requirements.
Council, anything else before Bill moves on to the multifamily?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Kavler.
From a process perspective, we're going to go through the presentation. I assume maybe come back and do some deliberation on this. Is that how?
As well as take comment from the public.
Thank you. I'll try to shorten this up for open space or for the existing and proposed open space standards for multifamily developments. So currently, it's interesting, the current code, the way it works is if the multifamily is in a residential district and it's 5 acres or larger, we actually have 2 standards. We require the standards in what we just talked about, the 10%, and then we also require specific open space in chapter 4 of our code under the specific use standards. So that's where you'd get that cross-reference between our 10% plus whatever else was required in chapter 4. So you were getting that greater amount of open space and amenities because of the way the current code is written. In this model that we're doing now is we're actually separating the multifamily out from the single family portion now to make it clearer. Before it's kind of convoluted. And we wanted to make it clear to the development community, regardless of what zone you develop the multifamily in, you're going to provide a certain amount of open space, whether it's in a commercial district or a residential zoning district. So again, in the proposed changes, we're going to require 10% open space. if it's 5 acres or greater. And then there's also a specific square footage or amount of open space required based on the square footage of the unit. And then you take the aggregate of those two and you get your number. Now, I can tell you this came up at the Open Space Committee, and we had a subcommittee meeting, and we met with a couple of folks, and they were concerned about them staff double dipping in the open space requirements. So again, if you just saw that table in the previous presentation, we're capping them at 15%. So this is the same theory here, though. Again, the minimum will be if the aggregate of 10% plus the additional open space per dwelling unit is greater than 15%, the applicant has the ability to propose 15%, but it doesn't mean that we wouldn't accept more. So there will be a minimum of 15% open space at that point, or a cap. But again, through the public hearing process, we would request that the applicant come forward with more. The interesting part about this is, as part of our multifamily standards, we are requiring the development community to provide a central open space as part of a multifamily development, where we didn't require that before. So there's a minimum expectation to have at least 5,000 square feet. And then if it is a 300 or 400 unit apartment complex, the decision-making body and staff would have the discretion to say, no, we want more than that because of the amount of units you have. So that's really the changes in a nutshell for the open space standards. And then as far as the amenities, again, the ones that aren't underlined, they're already in code. Anything underlined or struck through are changes. So staff, Planning and Zoning Commission wanted staff to look at some of the proposed amenities that we had in our single family section. And I just saw what would be the best fit that I could see working in a multifamily development and added it to this section. So again, just expanding amenities, not really taking anything away. And in this particular case, there is not a point system. It's, you get to choose from these categories and include it as part of your community. So again, if you had a chance to look at I'm going to wrap up my comments here and then turn it over to more questions and public testimony. But if you had a chance to look at the public record, you can see there was at least 88 entries in there. Some of them did reference the open space section, but a lot of it did pertain to the RV parking standards. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation and stand for any other questions you may have.
Council, any additional questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Bill, in the open space for multifamily, maybe just give us a little background on. This one seems a little off based on kind of the single family. I guess kind of tracking the greater the density, the greater the open space. I guess on my post-it note, I'm looking at this as more of a 15% minimum with a 20% cap. And I'm just curious kind of what the deliberation of the discussion was around 10% to a 15% cap.
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council. Well, first of all, let me step back and let you know that a lot of the multifamily developments that I've looked at have been in excess of 10, 15, 20% range. It really has when you start looking at, depending where they're located. Again, if it was in a commercial district, we didn't require the 10%. We only required what was in code of the multifamily standards, which is a certain square footage per the square footage of the unit. So in this particular case, I don't want you to think we're capping them. We're trying to be consistent. So again, if you look at the single family standards, if in R15 development, we said 15%. This was the discussion that when we talked about with that subcommittee members, that's what we talked about. They're like, how can I have 15% here? But now by virtue of not having a cap or, at least a 15%, I'm actually going to be providing 18, 20% on a regular basis. So again, that was kind of the part of that negotiation or some of the consensus that we came around is I'm okay with doing 18 to 20%, but I want to know at least there's an expectation for this amount in code somewhere. And that was really what it is. What is the minimum you want to see? Or maximum, I said, and then we landed on 15%. So that was where the discussion was. Again, they felt we were double dipping when, again, we've been applying this conditions pretty regularly. We have been consistent on those standards. It was just contingent on where the development was located, whether in a residential district or a commercial district where there was some discrepancy. So in our opinion, we are going to get at least 15%. And then again, as this go through the hearing process, the commission or council can require more.
Got it.
Or the applicant can propose more. We don't want to say, don't provide any more than this, but do this or more than this is where we land it. So that's why if you looked at the specific language in the code, it's very specific. You know, you have to do this, but it's not, the expectation is to do more.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, I guess maybe some confusion on my part. Looks like some of the language I was looking at under 0.8C was actually from the P and Z document. I actually took it that the 15% was the minimum and not a cap. And I could understand there being a cap because you're adding a density component on top of a minimum, but I don't think that a cap is appropriate at 15% if we're requiring 15% in these other zones. That just doesn't seem logically consistent to me. Feels like that minimum could be higher on multifamily.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
question for Councilwoman Strader. You were referring to the minimum and caps for multifamily, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Question for Bill in section 2A. It states that open grassy areas that are crooked or jagged in shape, disconnected or isolated don't meet this standard. I know that, I believe that's current code. Can you share why odd shaped parcels would not be counted as open space? It seems to me those would be ideal locations for additional open space. Why would we take that out of our qualified open space calculations?
And Mayor, members of the council, I can give you the thought process behind it is what we don't want. And I had a discussion with Councilman Kavner on Friday about this, is that the whole idea behind open space and these changes is to get quality open space and get it in the right location. Oftentimes, what can be tricky sometimes is there's always going to be some kind of impediment on land, and you have to try to design around that. And so a lot of times what will happen is, at least from our perspective, someone will come in, lay out lots. Maybe it might have a lot of waterways on it, may have some drainage issues, and they start laying out lots to see how many lots they can get on. But again, the open space can sometimes come across as being an afterthought and not being well-designed or part of the development. And so it looks like a lot of the open space is misplaced or just remnant pieces because it wasn't thoughtful design or located in the right location. And so keep in mind that not only does this driving quality, but it's also trying to guide design, if you will, try to make sure that it's usable, it's in the right locations. We don't want open space tucked behind homes where police don't have eyes on it. It's not visible for the public. There's a whole lot of things that we need to take into consideration when we're designing open space. And so that's really why we're saying, don't give us this jagged little piece out in the corner of the subdivision when it's really not connected to the rest of the community. It's just it becomes to be an outlier, an out parcel of open space that just didn't seem to be a thoughtful placement of it. And so that's really why, that's the intent behind that, is to make sure that what you do is placed in a thoughtful location and purposeful, if that makes sense. Not just a remnant drainage lot in the corner of the subdivision that no one really gets to use and it's not usable.
Mr. Mayor, if I may follow up.
Councilwoman Pro.
Bill, are you finding that most of those irregular shaped sections of the development are smaller? Could we not put some sort of minimum? I mean, sometimes there are odd shaped pieces that are, you know, large enough to allow for usable open spaces. I just, you know, if our goal is to give flexibility to the developer, I feel like that's taking some of it away. So I don't know if that was a consideration that was made, but it seems to me like, obviously we want them to be located well, but every member of the subdivision, whether it's on the perimeter or in the interior, if there's going to be great access, and perhaps we say something along the lines of, you know, if there is I don't know, I just feel like we could give some allowances in that situation. But if we're only seeing, one application every once in a while that has an odd shaped piece that's significant enough to be considered a qualified open space, then do we bother to put it in code?
Mayor, members of the council, if I can give you a little commentary on that. Certainly, in our experience, if we do see that under the current code and it doesn't count, because right now we count 50 by 100 areas. So if you have an irregular shaped parcel, it's hard to get those dimensions because code says 50 by 100. There's no gray area there. But we have been able to work with our applicants and say, throw an amenity on it and it counts. And for the most part, applicants are willing to throw a sitting area on it or something to get that to qualify because now they're putting an amenity on it. So I don't want you to think they can't count it under the current code. That's how we've gotten around it, or at least help them get to what because like I said, everyone, open space is subjective. What's great to you may not be great for me. I mean, and a lot of times what we'll do too is if you might have 2 open spaces on the end of the subdivision and staff may recommend to consolidate those and put those in the middle. Well, council may not want to do that. But it could get in a situation where those are remnant pieces and may not meet those dimensional standards to count. So staff may be making a recommendation to do that, to consolidate that with something else or reorient that in order to get credit for it.
Mr. Mayor?
I know some of the public testimony, they want to have that discussion with you this evening on that topic.
Bill, I'm curious how it works. I was on council for the approval process of a development to the west on 10 Mile that ended up being Rita Husky Park. And the developer put that all together, added all the equipment, everything like that. Is that part of that development's amenity at the time? Does that count? How does that process? And I know it's been done before. Developers have been very generous about providing city parkland. But how does that work in those developments, in those situations? Is it counted? Is it not counted? How does that calculation work, if at all?
Well, it's mayor, members of the council, certainly dedication of a school site, dedication of a park, all of those things are public amenities. And we have a definition in code for those. And that still counts. If you looked at the point structure, you still get credit as part of your point system to do that. So I don't want you to think that we have not. We've always included as part of our open space that you can count that towards your development. So that's not changing. That's still in there.
Mr. Mayor, just a thought I had as I was thinking about it, because I thought it counted, but I couldn't remember, is the fact that in some ways it's pretty genius to go ahead, develop all that, turn it over to the city, and there's no HOA dues, there's no, your residents are, beautiful park, very handy. So are we going to see more parks come about if we increase the percentage to a certain level where they're going, you know what? It's better just to do this. So I don't know, just a thought, could be wrong.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
I know we're going to take heat amongst the things that don't get points are cat parks. We might have some comment coming soon, but we could hear from the public. I know we've got some information that might help our discussion and dialogue as well. Cat parks notwithstanding.
Do we have a remote testifier on the cat park issue?
No, I just know there's one in the audience.
Okay. All right.
A fan.
Council, are we ready to hear from the public on this topic? No. Hey, Mr. Clark, do we have anyone sign up that'd like to provide testimony first?
Mr. Mayor, first we have Heath Clark.
Hi, hi everyone. Heath Clark, 251 East Front Street in Boise. This is the same handout that I handed out about a month ago. I am not going to cover the same ground, so don't worry about that. But I did want to just emphasize a couple of things on this, and then I'll hit something different that I think it would be important for the group to consider. One item on this that I do think is important, and Councilmember Peralt hit this, We are very concerned about the maximum concept on the amenities table because it really does put, in my view, almost an unfair burden on staff. And if you look at the way that that is defined, and Councilmember Pearl pointed this out, you have to consider things like the ease of maintenance, the durability, and the year-round usability. And some of your highest point items are a swimming pool and a sports field, neither of which really meet any of those criteria, but both of which are very expensive and high quality amenities. Both would, it seemed to me, be subject to that, what I call the demerit system. So, my suggestion on that would be, let's just identify what these amenities are. Let's just set a flat number and let's move on with life rather than putting that burden on staff. One thing I want to really focus on, though, is that I want to speak to the fact that when I got out of my car today, it was 108 out in the parking lot. Mr. Mayor knows this. In my neighborhood last year, the irrigation water was turned off early. We're expecting that this year it's probably going to get turned off in September. And so as we're looking at these open space amenities and the requirements that we're going to be imposing, I think we have to really think about the qualified open space provisions and the way that we're defining it. Because as we look at qualified open space, there's really two usual suspects that you're going to be really dependent on in order to hit a 10 or a 15% open space requirement. And that's the 50 by 100 grassy areas. And that's also going to be the linear open space. If you're talking about a natural waterway, if you're talking about a plaza, those kinds of things, their dimensions are probably going to be pretty well fixed. You're going to make up the difference by adding additional grassy areas in order to get this up to 15%. And so we think, or I think, that there should be additional thought given to ways to promote non-water intensive uses rather than just saying we're going to go to 15%. I think it's going to be natural that means we're going to have more green turf that's going in, and we're going to have a greater burden on the irrigation system. And if water is turned off early, that's going to be a greater burden on the municipal water system for folks to be able to cover those landscape, or it's going to go away. Which leads to something that I think we've been discussing tonight, and kind of dancing around, which is this idea of trading open space requirements for amenity requirements and actually tying those together. And I just want to add to that conversation one item, which is that it's been suggested that we should use alternative compliance to do that. And I would just caution everyone, when people see alternative compliance, they think waiver, they think variance. And if you look at the requirements under the code, requests for alternative compliance are only allowed when certain conditions exist, and they read like the variance requirements. And so I think we ought to be careful with saying, okay, here is our get out of jail free card, and pointing people towards alternative compliance. Rather, I think we should give some more thought to some of these offsets between amenities and open space and make that explicit. With that, I'll wrap up.
Council questions.
Keith, can you elaborate?
Councilmember.
Sorry. Mr. Mayor, it's late. I apologize. That's bad decorum. I apologize. Keith, can you elaborate a little bit more in regard to the horse trading between amenities versus open space and what your thought process is there?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Burnt. So, my thought process would be that if you have a project where you've provided a number of high-level amenities, we don't want to put yourself in a position where that's a zero-sum game, right? So if you put in more high-quality amenities and you have a difficult footprint for your project, maybe it doesn't make sense for a 15% open space, but you've provided extra amenities, then maybe we would shrink the amount of open space to trade for that. Now, in terms of, obviously this would be totally hypothetical, so I don't know that I have a specific example for you, but that was, at least in my mind, would be the concept.
Mr. Mayor, follow up. And you would be in favor of something like that?
I would be.
Bill? Question for Bill. Sorry, one more.
Keep going.
Thanks, buddy. So would that require what we're talking about? That would require alternative compliance, correct?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilman Burnt, that's correct. That's what we're talking about here. If you want to trade something for something else, that's why we've left it flexible.
And
It would be the same thing if you, again, next to Kleiner Park and you, why would you need 15% open space when you have 60-acre park next door to you? You know, we could say, yeah, do, but you're going to want amenities. You're not going to need the open space, but the community may want the amenities on some open space, and that may be the value there. Is I get my open space in the park, but I need amenities for my residential subdivision next to it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burr.
I really like this concept. The only thing that scares me is the lack of consistency as a council in regard to what we're talking about, because that could turn into a huge cluster, in my opinion. If we all have different points of view of what is important, not important, and yeah, that could be, you would have to be on the same page for that to be successful.
Mr. Mayor.
And I just don't know if that's, I don't know, something we need to think about a little bit more. But I like that. We spoke a lot about that during the open space and amenities discussion about horse trading and trading this for that. I know there's members out here, builders who have done that in the past that's worked. I like it personally.
Councilman Pro.
Councilman Burnt, I apologize. I thought you were finished speaking.
Oh, you're fine.
In that regard, I agree. I'd like something more substantial. I don't prefer to use the alternative compliance method, not only because I don't think that's what it was intended for. It was meant to be something used for exceptions. And I think we will have a lot of that happening. And what that ends up doing then is if the director doesn't approve the alternative compliance, then the applicant's back here again, asking council to review that. And now we've extended the time that the applicant takes to get their application process. It's an additional hearing for council. I don't like that as a method in which to determine if the applicant can have a greater percentage of amenities and a lesser percentage of open space. I think we need a different system for that. Whether that is, my concern then is if we allow that decision to be made at council and we just take the application based on its merit and don't provide any kind of guidance as to percentage of amenities that could replace open space minimums, then we have potential disagreement among members of council. So I think there still needs to be some guidelines put around how that's decided.
Mayor?
Pickleball needs 7 points.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thanks, Heath. I do think your point about maintenance and durability not really being something within our purview is a good point. I still think it'd be great to do some sort of a trial run of this system to see how it works and maybe delay the implementation of this amenity table and see applications come with both methods and see what we think and try it for a couple months and see how it works. I think it's going in a good direction. Your point about green turf is well taken, but I really felt like the changes to the landscaping in the UDC were directly addressing alternatives to not use turf and water-wise landscaping. Do you think there's more that needs to be done in that section of code?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Strader. So I agree with you that the landscaping comments about high efficiency uses and that sort of thing are good changes. As I read it, they are siloed off from these open space requirements. So these open space requirements still speak to a 50 by 100 grassy area. They don't give you the alternative, oh, if I put in a drip system and blah, 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 then I can adjust, the amount of turf that goes in. So I see them as being separate and not really being tied together. Similarly, with this alternative compliance concept, I see that as a square peg in a round hole to try to get to where we're going as well.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, I think, when we're talking about a usable I think the real concern from a water perspective would be like the non-functional turf, right? Like office parks that have tons of grass and no one's using it. If you have a 50 by 100 area where kids are playing soccer and playing ball, and that's functional. So to me, that may be different. But I do think if there are changes we can make to the landscaping section that you guys recommend, I think we need a functional green turf open space, but I think other areas, I thought that this area in code really addressed. But if you think there are suggestions, I would care to hear about them if you think there's something that can be done on that.
This, since Keith is here and he provided this, just 2 cents, because I think that there is some stuff on here for council's consideration. We seem to have ponds in our parks. If they're good enough for our parks for people, I don't know why they wouldn't be good enough for the communities that they serve, at least practical perspective. Now, stormwater detention facilities, I would go the opposite way. I don't think that they should have any value towards open space because it's there for a different purpose. Whatever. Couple just little comments to some of these for consideration as you move forward.
But Mr. Mayor, the stormwater detention facilities, they were, a lot of people in our subdivision were using them to shoot off fireworks the other night. Perfect use.
Again, just commenting on value as open space.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I appreciate bringing this up. To be frank, I agree I think with most of these. The one around regional parks, 11.3 G4B, maybe want to modify the distance away from a park before it would qualify. But a lot of these that are proposed, or all these changes that are proposing here, Heath, would go away if the city just looked at open space as open space and kind of removed that qualifying piece. And you didn't touch, I mean, you touch on, like, you want things to qualify, but you didn't touch globally about your opinions about qualified open space versus counting it all. It sounds like staff has vocalized at least some support for it. I'm just curious your opinion on that.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Cavanagh, and Bill will know this from years of conversations. I don't think I have battles with staff over anything more than I have battles with staff over what's the definition of qualified open space. Like that is, I think, am I right, Bill? I think that's the number one thing I've always had to debate over. So yeah, I would absolutely like to see a hey, it's green, it's open space standard. A lot of this is catered toward the current document, so if we were to go to a more flat approach, I think we'd want to revisit some of this, but certainly, yeah, I think it would be easier on staff, easier on the applicants to have a flat standard and then go add more definition to the amenities and move ahead.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
So Heath, do I dare ask, what would that number be? Put you on the
Right,
spot.
The fifth. I think I would allow some of my friends to speak to that one. I think that the 10% worked pretty darn well in the city of Meridian. So,
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
I also agree with the concept of allowing ponds to have much greater eligibility as qualified open space. My question for you is to differentiate them from other water retention or, other potential areas in which water is present in the community. Would it be permissible to differentiate, say, a pond or a drainage area with having, some seating in that area or additional landscaping that shows, hey, this is a pond. I mean, honestly, you can go into some of the communities and the storm water areas are full and they look like they're supposed to be a pond. I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I've been in some communities where I can't figure out if it's a pond or if it's supposed to be a pond or if it's supposed to be retaining water for storage or for drainage. So is that something, are those kinds of things, modifications that would be considered? Has there been considerations made in that regard? That, are you tracking with me?
I think I am. So I think what I would point to would be the way that open water ponds is described actually in the code right now. I think that that provides a pretty good delineation between what, I don't think that that is open for abuse, the way that it's set up right now. And then just making a point with regard to the stormwater detention facilities, I'm not suggesting that all stormwater detention facilities be eligible. What I'm suggesting is that all stormwater facilities that meet the 11(3)(b)(11) landscaping requirements, which are pretty robust, that in those instances that it would be eligible. And so I think the example I used last time was the one in the Tuscany subdivision across from Sienna Elementary School. Looks beautiful, gets used, seems to me like that should be used, qualify as open space. So that's the delineation I'm trying to make there.
So one of the questions I had, you brought up, are the regional park. The issue the question, does it feel like you're getting the development lottery? Like if you're doing something next to a regional park, that there should be a different standard, that you don't have to do as much because maybe the taxpayers paid for it. And I know that they are taxpayers as well, but the taxpayers in the subdivision, this is always the issue. When you start getting like distance specifics away about changing standards, which I'm not opposed to, but I'm just trying to like, what is the true, why? We help me understand, at least from your perspective, why those closer should be viewed differently.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, the thought process there is that we as a community, as a city council, we are trying to identify and set incentives and when we make these decisions to invest in community facilities, right? And we want when we say we're going to put a fire station here or a police station there, or a park in a particular location, or in a larger city, if you're putting in transit-oriented facilities, we're saying we want development to be coming in this location because we're investing in that spot. And so the thought process with the regional park was that, hey, we as a community have said, okay, we're going to invest in this area. We're going to make this a facility that people can use. We want the development to be coming closer to that regional park. We want the most people to take advantage of it. So rather than having a regional park that is bookended around by little tiny private parks that are mandated to be there just because of a formula in code, instead, let's have density around it and then have people take advantage of the regional park that the community has invested in, if that makes sense. It's a planning decision. If it's and you're planning for a community park, you should be planning for folks to as much density to be around that park and as many people to take advantage of it as you can.
I'm personally not sold, but then again, you don't have to convince me on this, on that element. Council, further questions? Thank you, Heath.
Thanks, everyone.
Mr. Mayor, next was Jim Conger.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Jim Conger, 4824 West Fairview Avenue. I'll try to keep my eyes open. I don't know. I think I expired, so we'll give it a go here. I was lucky enough to be actually one of the members with Mr. Burnt and a few others on the Open Space Code Committee, and I was also a member on the Comprehensive Plan Stakeholder Group. So very appreciative of that. We do a lot in Meridian and are very, very proud to develop in Meridian. So it mattered a lot to us, not just as developer, but all the homeowners that we, homeowner associations we create. I'm still trying to understand the need or the purpose of the 50% increase in open space. And that's really what we're talking about on the R8 and R15. I mean, 50%. I mean, it's a big number, and not to go and do lightly. I mean, if you guys just did the budget committee meeting for the last 2 or 3 days, we all do personal budgets. If your wife or spouse or in your city budget, you come in and change it 50%, that just doesn't work. I mean, it's a big number, but yet that's what we're asking our homeowners associations budgets to do, is they will increase by a little more than 50% in the R8 and the R15 neighborhoods. I've been told the residents want more open space. I've asked this question a lot per the city surveys that were performed. I said it when I was on the committees and I say it today. I think there was a giant confusion of open space and basically public versus private. I think if that survey would have said, do you want more private space, private open space in a private subdivision that you do not live in or get to use? I think that would have had, I mean, there wasn't a pointed question like that. It was more about open space. We believe they want more open space. We all want more public open space. I want to be clear, the cost increases really aren't going to affect the developer and the home builder. We still have big machines to run. The margins can't change or we won't be in business in a year. At the end of the day, the price of the lots, the price of the homes are going to increase. So we're not here trying to make things cheaper for us. It won't matter to us. It doesn't matter to us. You don't see a room full of builders. You don't see a room full of engineers and surveyors and everybody that makes a living off of us because it doesn't affect them. They make the same amount of money with what's going on today. We're here because we care about neighborhoods. We care about our homeowners associations. And that's why you see a small group. It's not I mean, it is only a small group carrying, but it's the group that knows the back end. Infrastructure is going to rise about $8,000 a lot in the R8 and the R15 area. The land costs will go up about that same amount. The HOA dues are going to increase by 50%, and the city and the HHD will collect less impact fees and taxes that we've shown all of you before in our packets. And that's tens of millions less in taxes and impact fees, because the bottom line going to 15% is going to decrease density. We are in the middle of a housing shortage, of course. Really, it's a pricing crisis. Going at an increase of this, which is again going to increase the lot price, increase the home price, and increase the HOA. Seems like this made sense when this all started rolling 4 years ago. It doesn't make sense to go by 50. It needs to be increased. I'm good with that. I'm wrapping up. That the number, if there is no qualified, is probably 15%. Meridian probably had it right at 10% with qualifications compared to other cities. And I know Bill gave you Boise and some others, but that's if you do PUDs. If you do straight subdivisions, Boise is 0% required open space. Eagle is at 20. We believe 15 probably fits that bill. We were just in front of you with one at 18%. We call that a high-end neighborhood. We had to have certain amenities to fit it. You go to a more entry level, and I will be cautioning you, entry level in Meridian is still a lot of money. So entry level isn't to be used disparagingly. We can't be at 18% and still hit an entry level number. It doesn't work that way. Amenities, that was our big push from the beginning. We always had 4 times the amount of amenities. Increased amenities is amazing. We pushed for that. I pushed for that when I was on the committee. That point system, I'm with Mr. Rader. It is concerning, and what I've always said is it's not right. I don't know what is right. In a year, I bet we're in front of you again figuring out the point system. But it shouldn't be a maximum. I cannot have Bill and I arguing over my amenity is 3 points and Don Wardle's is 5 points. I just can't keep doing that. And that's all that's going to do. So if you remove the word maximum, life's good.
Thank you. Jim, council, any questions?
Jim? Oh, Mr.
Councilman
Mayor.
Schrader.
Great example. Recent development came in front of us. Your point is that's a different category, really high end. I mean, could you estimate, is there a big percentage of your developments that wouldn't meet these minimum requirements? Everything I think we've seen from you far exceeds these requirements. I just want to understand, do you think this would affect your business? Is it just a different price point? Other developers you think this would affect that would pass that price through to homeowners? Give me a flavor for the percentage of projects you think are in Meridian now that are at the bare minimum that would be affected.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Strader, thank you for that question. It's actually very good. On the one we were just in front of you with Skybreak, the moment we had that land under contract, you know, we do 2 types of products with BlackRock Homes. We will do what I call the most affordable home in Meridian, which unfortunately is still $340,000. And you've seen that product with Verado, Solterra. I can keep going. We're doing Eddington right now on Linder Road, right next to the school there at Ustick. When we went to Skybreak, that property was too special to do a Verado project. You can't put those homes on it. It's just too special. So at our Eddington one that is underway, which is amazing, but it will be one of the most affordable homes in Meridian at $330,000. I just paved it. When we came in front of the council, we had qualified 10.2% that was approved. We have we had 7 or 8 amenities with 2 required. I mean, we're next to a school, which is public property people are going to play on. I mean, every place is different. We're trying to create something that makes every development the same, which is always hard, right? Pigeonhole for the lowest quality factor. But no, and I would, debate with anybody. Brighton has never come in at 10% qualified either, but their developments require it. Our Saltaire and Verado is a less open space, although still amply for what everybody's using. But that's why free market lets someone choose where to buy is not everywhere is a family orientated Paramount versus a single level non-family orientated has a different need of open space and not the same quantity.
Thanks for the feedback.
Council, any other questions? Mr. Conger?
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. So that's everyone who has signed up officially. Is there anybody in the audience who'd like to come forward and provide testimony on this item, or anybody online that would like to provide testimony? If you can go ahead and come on up, Dave. And if there's anybody online that would like to provide testimony, please use the raise your hand feature. So we will be prepared at the right time. David, say your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Dave Jorgensen. Address is 14254 West Battenberg Drive, Boise. And I am here wearing multiple hats. I've developed subdivisions in the city of Meridian for over 20 years. Not very many very recently for a variety of reasons, but I'm also here wearing the hat of the Building Contractor Association, the BCA. And so with that, I want to just acknowledge the letter was submitted to the planning and zoning, should be in your packet. And in out of respect of time, I'll just highlight a few things and then answer any questions. First of all, lots of discussion. This is very fascinating to me. I've been involved on a variety of open space committee discussions with a variety of cities, including Eagle and Boise. I'm very, very familiar with their codes. And so it is complicated. You have a goal and you're striving to achieve that goal. And each one of you has different perspectives and your citizens have different perspectives. This is hard and it's complicated. And the more you try, it seems to me the harder it gets, frankly. Having said that, my observation with the amenity point value table, I don't know. Till it's tried out, we shall see. I support it in many ways to encourage. And that's why I see this as an incentive or an encouragement to have nicer amenities. Right now, a large pool and a clubhouse is not the same as a park bench, if you want to look at it that way. And so there are some values to go this direction. I don't know if it's the right answer, but I appreciate it. One of the couple of key things I want to highlight. First of all, I'm really concerned about the irregular shape of open space and the amount of percent of front yards fronting on parks to get qualified. What's written does not work. The developments we built, the Settlers Bridge and Baldwin Park, do not qualify. None of those open spaces qualify with these today. So I ask that the reference to not counting irregular shaped common areas be deleted, and also the reference of percentages, maybe that ought to be 25% or some number like that to be on housing for the park to be qualified. I can address that later. Last comment would be on the percentages, the table that I've seen a variety. It's on the screen right now. I've seen a variety of options. I've seen the 10, 10, 15, 15. I see now 10, 12, 15, 15%. Like I mentioned before, I'm very familiar with Eagle City and how they qualify. Everything is qualified. That 18 or 20% number that Mr. Conger referred to, or Mr. Clark both did. It is all open space, including what's in the right of way, not even a common area. If you have parkway strips, if you have a landscaping along arterial frontage, pick any road, the landscaping in the right of way is counted towards that 18 or 20%. And so I'm struggling with the numbers here, not because I'm here to fight, but here to just say there will be absolute consequences. There's a reason why the HOA dues in Eagle are almost all above $1,000 per house. It's typically $900 minimum HOA dues in Eagle City. You go to Two Rivers, and of course, that's a very different concept there. But those would be my concerns of HOA dues and the impacts. I could provide a recommendation for you. My time is now up, so I'll stand for any questions.
What would be your recommendation?
Mr. Mayor and Councilman Burnt, thank you. This is not a BCA answer because we didn't have a poll to answer. This is based on my experience, based on if you want to see more R2 developments in your city and try to have a balance across your city, because frankly, I've probably built more R1s subdivisions in Eagle than most developers in this town, state. That's kind of my bread and butter, is the more of the higher end type developments. Having said that, I might suggest R2 would be an 8% and R4 would be a 10 and R8 could be a 12. And then the R15 could be 15, 14, 15, whatever. So an 8, 10, 12, call it 15 would be my recommendation. I'm not sure that's been bounced around by a committee discussion. You can ask Mr. Wardle, others who may be coming and speaking later who have opinions to that. But if you want to see more R2 in your city, I don't think the 8%, sorry, the 10% is going to get you there. I think you need a little more incentive, frankly. Otherwise, it will continue to not happen. That's just the market speaking. So to answer your question, I would go with an 8, 10, 12, and 15%. Having said that, again, final answer, and then I'll answer any of the questions. I have 0 applications, 0 pending applications. So I have 0 interest in my answer. That's the market.
Councilman Burrow.
Thank you for being here, Dave. I want to make sure I'm understanding what you are proposing with the percentage of homes that are facing active open space. We heard from Mr. Clark that he recommended 30%. Am I understanding you're recommending no requirement in that regard? I believe we are currently at 50%, if I understand correctly, Bill. Okay, so you're proposing that it be at 0, and could you share with us why?
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Pearl, that's actually not what I was saying. If I did, I'm sorry if I misspoke. 25% is the number I was suggesting. 25 or 30, that's about the same. I'm not sure there's any big difference there. The letter from the BCA said 25%. Thanks.
And what is our current code on this one, Bill?
Mayor, members of the council, 0.
The current code is 0, and I still am concerned. I still don't understand why we're even contemplating anything in this one. I don't know what it gets us but that's my personal viewpoint again.
Mr.
Council.
Mayor, I appreciate that very much. Thank you for your comment.
Council, any additional questions? And just for the record, I have not spoken to Mr. Jorgensen. Apparently just great minds speak out loud, speak out loud alike. What? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that.
Wardle?
Mr. Mayor, Council, for the record, my name is John Wardle, 2929 West Navigator Drive, Meridian 83642. Thank you for letting me come back tonight. Just as a point, I did mention last time at our meeting that none of the open space in Paramount would qualify as a front-on, and that's true. In 50%, we wouldn't meet any of those requirements in Paramount. I think Paramount is a good example of the way that a lot of different open space comes together. You know, I've been on that committee since it began over a year ago with Mr. Burnt and Mr. Conger and a number of other people. Initially, there was a jump. It was just a flat jump. We're going to go from 10% to 15%. And then there were conversations about, well, does that really make sense? And how do we get there? And there was a lot of pushback by, and no offense to Diane, but a lot of pushback from Diane of adjusting off the 15. And then we got to a scale. The scale kind of dropped into the very last minute. The issue that always came up was, is it quality open space? and offset the quality, then let's just add quantity. And I think that's kind of where we jump from 10 to 15%. But I think we can all demonstrate that we can provide really good quality and not need the quantity. And so I think there should be some allowance in there that, you know, if the standard or the sliding scale that was up there, even if it was what's there today, if I can come in and demonstrate that I'm giving the city something of really high quality, I probably don't need 15% open space. But if I'm going to do the bare minimum and not provide those amenities, then maybe that open space is required. There's a trade-off there. It is subjective. And I know that everybody, what we don't want is actually what's going on right now is we're debating these issues in front of council. You don't want us coming to you to have you decide what is quality versus quantity. In here, one of the good things that is stated in here is that we, the development community, need to make the argument. We need to come in and sell staff as part of that application process that we are checking the box on both quality and quantity. If some choose not to do that, then we do need a minimum. Unfortunately, there are minimum standards out there that are going to be required. And that's not disparaging anybody. There's a time and place for it. In some instances, the quantity may be the better option than the quality. Anecdotally, I think we've all seen that you can go down to Home Depot and put up a little gazebo, and that counts exactly the same as a swimming pool within that category. And that's not what any of us were trying to do. And so as the discussion came about, we were also trying to understand how we can put a higher value on the swimming pool clubhouse combo versus the small Home Depot gazebo, because reality, those things could count the same as you need this one or you need this one. I know I'm out of time, and maybe I'll just wrap up really quickly. There should be credit given when we are contributing to amenities that the city wants as a whole. Regional parks, pathways, but they're given a minimal amount. I shouldn't say minimal amount, but the city has a great opportunity to continue to expand the pathway system on the laterals and drains and canals that we already have. We should be giving a high incentive to providing connectivity, not just in my neighborhood, but among a lot of different neighborhoods. And so I think we could debate what that amount should be. I'm just going to wrap up, and maybe somebody can ask me a question. I can go from there. You may want to just step back. There's a lot of suggestions, and just do a bit of a workshop, or allow us to come in and talk about those questions of how do the points work for existing? What does that really mean? And in fact, in the conversations we've had with staff on both the single family and the multifamily, I think we've come in and demonstrated that, yes, we would qualify or we wouldn't qualify. I think in our case, in Brighton's projects, we far exceed all the standards, even the new standards. But we make a decision that that's what we want to do. That may not necessarily be the same approach for every single project. So a work session a little bit more, instead of trying to figure this out tonight, which I don't think you're going to do, maybe choose not to do, but we may want to have a little bit more data points just so we could say, yes, this would work, or no, this wouldn't work, and provide a little bit more context. So I'll leave my comments at that.
Thank you, John. Council questions.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Wardle, rarely see you up here, so I want to take advantage of your time, so we appreciate it. A lot of conversations recently from staff and council about centralizing open space versus placing it kind of throughout a community. I'm curious, kind of as a subject matter expert who's done neighborhoods large and small and have really placed a high value on open space, what do you think the right direction is? What should council be thinking about? Are there unintended consequences or things that you forecast by continuing to follow that same philosophy?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, I'm going to give you your answer you just gave. It depends. Okay. If it's a small project, I say centralize it. But if it's a larger project, let's create opportunities throughout that community where you could put different pieces and elements. it may not make sense to centralize everything in the middle and you're forcing everybody to come to participate in all the activities you planned on. But if it's a small project, if it's a multifamily project, if it's, I mean, infill is a natural, right? I think the bigger the project, spread the amenities out. The smaller project, bring them closer together. And I think there are a variety of shapes and sizes. You can do a lot of programming in a very small space if you're strategic on the way that you do it. If it's just an afterthought, it's kind of a throwaway, but I think we're being asked to provide more context for the amenities and sell them as part of, you know, the overall community.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
good to see you.
Good to see you.
A couple of questions I'd like to hear from you about. We've talked with our other gentlemen here. First, what are your thoughts on the odd shaped spaces that are not currently allowed to be used as qualified open space? And second, I've been sitting here mulling around the idea of counting all open space and not considering qualification. And what keeps coming to my mind is the applications that we have that are very odd shaped to begin with, where maybe it's 10 acres and a big section of it is long and arterial. And if all of that is 100% of that 25-foot buffer is used as open space, and we really don't have any. And we've had some very odd shaped infill type of projects that there would really be some problems caused if we allowed all of their open space to be considered as qualified. So curious your thoughts on both of those things.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Perot, there's a community in Phoenix called Eastmark. I don't think any of their common areas have a normal shape except for their central park. And they're very odd shaped, but they are well detailed and understood, and they're specific. So if we just say odd shape, again, you know, what type of geometry metric are we going to use to determine if it's odd shaped or not? If it clearly is just a piece over in the corner and we put all of our backyards to do it and you really can't get to it, then I think we should consider if it has value or not. But if it's an odd shape, I don't know that we can just use that term lightly. Sorry, your second question just slipped my mind. I wrote the first one down.
Oh, yes. So my second question was slipping my mind too.
Arterial.
Oh, arterials.
Yes, yes. And then actually, if you wouldn't mind addressing your thoughts on the front-on housing requirement for active open space.
So arterials, if I might. So I think there's two ways that the community benefits. There's the neighborhood internally that has spaces that they can go to, but the neighbors externally that are driving by also benefit from having good frontages. We talked about this a lot as well, of enhancing the way that those frontages are designed. This is a perfect example that if you have an odd shape, and let's just say it's a triangle and you've got two frontages on two different arterials, you have an opportunity to do something external that the community benefits from instead of just seeing, you know, just the bare minimum. So I do think it should be considered. And if you can't make up your open space other places, let's look at how that could be enhanced through landscaping, because I do think it is a benefit to the community. So I think arterials definitely are through berming. Sometimes if it's just flat, you know, I get the same 35 feet, but if I can elevate that 4 feet, put a 6-foot fence up on top of it, now we've created 10 feet of screening with a lot of landscaping that can occur versus something's just flat and I can look into everybody's backyards. Those are simple things that could be done to enhance that arterial experience.
Mr. Mayor, a follow-up to that.
Councilman Farrow.
Do you think though that should be considered as qualified, or that should we take away the concept of qualified altogether?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Perot, there are some jurisdictions that count it all. It just counts. And I think the view is that it is beneficial. It has two benefits to it. The community gets a benefit from it that drives by. And I think that we shouldn't diminish that either. So. If I can make just one note on multifamily, we really haven't touched it on it. So there's a standard in there that says, as it exists today, there's a 10% minimum for multifamily. There's nuances between whether it's zoned residential or commercial, but let's just call it 10%. There's also another standard in there that says for every size unit, you have to provide so much open space. In most of the communities that are, I'd have to go back and look at it, but if it's greater than 5 acres in size, you're not going to have a problem getting over that 10% hump. But do we really need to throw it at 15% if it's a fewer unit community? I ran the numbers recently on the multifamily projects that we have at 10 Mile. So again, the requirement's 10%. The minimum requirement that would be required for our communities averaging about 16.5 to 18% based on the unit counts and how much open space we need to provide. We were well in excess of that. But I don't know that you want to go and say, well, everything should be 20%. Everything should be 18%. I think what staff is saying is, let's have at least 10%. And then we do those calculations. And you're going to need probably at least 15% in most cases to do that. But I don't know that we should throw on a whole bunch more when some of that open space really would be better suited if it was, amenity type space and not just putting more grass around. Those spaces are important. Don't get me wrong. We've benefited from a nice pathway system and providing a lot of open space anyways. So we get there. But I think that's just something needs to be evaluated a little bit more on just saying it needs to be a whole lot more. I'm not sure once you start doing the calculations of how much open space is required by unit, I think you get there pretty quickly on some of these higher density projects. The lower density projects, you may not want to have a hard and fast rule that you got to hit a certain point.
John, one thing that this council has talked about over time is parking. I didn't see parking listed as amenity in the multifamily unless I missed it. But should that have a value? Because really parking could be open space, when it comes down to it. Thoughts?
Mr. Mayor, I know that the parking was part of another UDC. I will tell you where the problem really comes out on parking is when you have 3-bedroom units. 3-bedroom units today really mean you're going to have at least 3, maybe 4 drivers. And we've limited those down. In the projects that we do, studios 1s and 2s, there's more than enough parking. But I think if you went back and you looked at the data where you have the biggest parking deficits are when you are in the 3-bedroom units and you have a lot of those on site because they have the same standard as 2 and 3-bedroom have the same parking standard. Really what you're doing is you're getting a lot of roommates, a lot of teenage kids that are all going to be there, all have cars, and that's where you have a deficit. So yeah, maybe there should be a bonus for providing more. I don't know if that's really viewed as an open space and it falls underneath this, but it's a good conversation.
For me, it wasn't an open space. It's more of a mini conversation, because it is taking up that space that could be used for something else.
Now, there is in here where you would have in the multifamily standard, you could consider, I think it was the electric vehicles, parking for those, you could get some of that. So maybe that's a possibility.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
one of the things I'm intrigued by, but also struggle with that balance is the open space, which is needed. You need that room to run and play, and amenities, which I think are more in demand. And your facility, your developments have great amenities. How do we strike that balance of giving appropriate credit for amenities? Because I've heard that from several, And also providing, what is that amount? Is it just the 50 by 100 or some different shape of that or square footage to counter to the number of amenities which are more desired in a development? What are your thoughts on that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, I think the important thing is to give people a reason to be there. I can provide them a lot of open space, but it's rarely used. Or I could provide a small but well thought out tot lot with good benches around where you have people just flocking there because that gives them a place to be with kids or grandkids, but also that social moment. Sometimes when we have big parks, and we've seen this, we're trying to be a lot more thoughtful on the way that we're designing parks and what we're doing, but we need to create that third place where people can go and meet somebody and socialize outside of their home and not just get lost in the middle of a big grassy area. One of the communities that we're really proud of, but I think we would have done it a little bit differently, it was Heritage Commons. You come into Heritage Commons, it's got a beautiful park in the middle, a little gazebo that's in the middle of it, kind of an island. It's used for July 4th and rarely used. I think we would have been better served to chop that up into maybe a smaller park or brought that place where people could go and gather to the outside instead of putting the inside. So I just think those are lessons learned. It's not necessarily size. It's giving people a reason to be in a space where they can meet their neighbors and not have to invite them to their home. That's safe to go to the park and visit with somebody. I don't need to bring them home.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
one other question. I want to throw out an idea that's not big, but it's been mentioned about pathways and the value they are to our community. And serving on the Parks Department liaison last year, I learned as going through the budgeting process, we don't have any external funding for pathways. We have impact fee for parks, but not pathways. And one idea I had in this process of, open space standards, let's say it's a 12% requirement for a particular development, that we have the developer, if they say, we only want to provide 10%, that a fee is paid into a specific fund for pathway acquisition and maintenance, or acquisition and improvement, not maintenance. And that way we start building a dedicated fund for pathways which benefit throughout all our community in some way. And I'm hitting you cold with this. Any thoughts on that? And I'm hitting everybody cold with this, but it is important to our community for these pathways, and we're using general fund dollars. And maybe there's that trade-off of, open space here, we reduce that because then we can provide an amenity for other people in an area that it's really needed. So just a thought.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, yeah, I mean, it's a great idea. I know it's complicated by trying to bring that into an impact fee. Boise City has it within their impact fee, but it's a little convoluted on how that would work and how we would want to do that. With that said, however, for example, if I'm on the one side of a lateral and Jim Conger's on the other side of lateral, and his has the designation for the city wants the pathway to be on his side, but it's the same easement area, right? And if I wanted to contribute to that, so it could either get done sooner, or I can participate in it, and we're completing a system improvement that's desired, it's on the city's plan, there should be consideration for that. There should be some sort of way that I could participate in that. And make those facilities happen sooner than later. Even if it's not on my side, I just happen to get the wrong side of the canal, right? But there's benefit for having that completed sooner than later. I think there should also be some consideration given. I don't know how you quantify this, but I'll put it out there, Keith Bird Legacy Park. Back in the day, we made a contribution in terms of a reduced value of that land so the city could buy it. And when it came to finish it, we also contributed to the greening up of that facility. We got the benefit of the open space, but there was no consideration given. We didn't need the consideration. I mean, we met the minimum, but at the same time, there are going to be opportunities within the community where a developer can come in and participate and make things happen a little sooner. So how do we quantify that as well? Should be considered. It's hard to put in an ordinance. Then we're talking about potential winners and losers, and that doesn't necessarily work, but there should be something outside of the alternative compliance that would allow for that to happen.
Councilwoman Pro?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wish I had actually asked this question of every individual who had come up here. We've had many conversations about parking with multifamily, but also storage space. And I had the opportunity, let's put it, to live in a small apartment for a short time this winter, and would have absolutely loved a storage unit that was not going to be required for a vehicle or whatnot. Is that something that you believe would be an amenity that should be added to this list? I'm seeing a lot of developments come through that have garages for people to rent, but they're not allowed to put they're not allowed to store in there. That they're fully intended. And the particular development I was in, most of the garages were empty because folks wanted to use it as storage, and the manager said, no, it needs to be used for vehicles. And then they got left, most of them got left unrented. So that was the one item on the site, on the multifamily, that I thought was for me, that would have been a quality of life amenity. I'm curious to know, and I know the other individuals have already presented, but I really would like some feedback on that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Perot, I do think that storage lacks. And I do know that we do, there's a requirement for covered parking, and there's not necessarily a requirement for enclosed, completely like garages. And that's often offered up. When we've done garages, we could put them on the perimeter, so it makes the project look nice instead of just looking into a sea of parking. So I think there's a time and place for it, but I absolutely think that, yes, it should be considered as an amenity, that we have specific storage outside of the garages. Because I do know that a lot of the garages are leased and they're not used. So that then we're perhaps taking available parking out of the equation.
I'd go even further. You may want to consider that in HOAs to have places for garages for storage of vehicles that aren't on people's property as an amenity. I mean, seriously, we see that more and more with the toys people have in our area, that they need place for storage, but that's a different story. But I did want to follow up on two elements related. What I heard Councilman Hoagland saying was kind of along the lines, maybe I missed offsite amenity, through development as even a way for compliance, for lack of a better term. It also kind of dovetailed into the conversation. One of the questions I wanted to ask was, I don't know if you've seen what Mr. Clark provided regarding the regional park and reduction in expectations. And you talked about difference, I think there's always a difference between if you donate to land to something, but what's your thoughts on, should there be different standards or development that are near, you could say a park, you could say a school, you could say, next to Mountain View High School, we don't need to have things because there's a lot of open space over there. Thoughts on reductions near gathering spots? We'll just call it that.
Mr. Mayor, and sorry, I'm not making eye contact very much tonight. I'm just dealing with a little bit of a headache, and these lights always bother me. So it's not because I don't want to look at you. I'm just a little dealing with a headache. But the city is making investments because they understand that population is going to grow a certain place. Whether that is a park, whether that is a school. I know you don't handle schools, but schools are going places where that growth is happening. There is a public benefit to having growth happen around those areas. At the same time, we still need to provide a place for residents internally. So I don't know that it just satisfies all of it by saying, I'm going to put all my eggs in Discovery Park and that's my amenity. I don't think that counts. I don't think that works, but I do think that there should be consideration given for, maybe If we're looking at a 15%, maybe 15% doesn't mean as much if I've got a large park next to me. I should still be providing something, but maybe not to the same extent. So I don't know that there's an easy way to quantify what that reduction could or should be. But I do think there should be a nod given to developing around the areas that the city has identified as a priority, or also looking at infill. I know that in some cases, there's a minimum acreage. If we're, in Old Town or somewhere close to Old Town and we have an opportunity, maybe that overall percent isn't as critical because we're filling from the inside out. I didn't answer it, but that's my own.
It's perspective. It's just perspective. Council, any additional questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Perone.
I don't have a question. I just want to say thank you to everybody who's here speaking with us. To be here late, very much value what you shared this evening. Thank you for being here this late. We know you all get up early as well as we do, so thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I can, one last comment regarding the point system. Cats are underappreciated. But if you're going to get any points for them, they have to have at least 10 times as many points as dogs, because you can't control cats. So if someone's going to do a cat park, it should be 10 times as many points as the dog park. Thank you.
Hope that was worth it. I think we do have one person online that would like to provide testimony.
Mr. Mayor, Denise Lefevre, she should be able to unmute.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can barely hear you, Denise.
Let me turn it up. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Like a Sprint commercial. Hi, my name is Denise Lefevre, and I'm at 6706 North Salvia Way. And I just want to make the comment that I had the opportunity to be with staff when they were going through the comprehensive plan and go to all the different meetings and talk to the public. And I heard over and over again was the closeness of the houses and the disappearing of open space in the neighborhoods. I mean, that was really, really important to folks. I also will tell you that I live in a Brighton neighborhood, and the pathway systems are phenomenal. They get a lot of use all the way from younger to older, and they're fantastic. Over the years, I had the opportunity to sit in multiple P&Z meetings and years worth of city council meetings. And one of the things that I noticed is that the changes in the calculation over the years, like for example, we put in linear spaces, which reduce the usable spaces. But what I started to see over and over again is that I started to see a lot of holding ponds, storm drains, buffers, changes in the green space, where they started fencing over tiled waterways. And so really the area that used to be usable open space or green space started to diminish from some of the plans that I saw over time. They just recently went back through and changed to non-tiling of laterals and canals, which I think is fantastic when you have the parkway systems and you're using it, but it's a huge cost savings, and they just really need to be incorporated as really viable, usable spaces. So I guess at the end of the day, I just really think there's a lot of value for the people in the city, as well as the value to the homes. Open space within your community and within your neighborhoods helps maintain the value of your open space. And it also makes it very desirable. That's the biggest thing I hear when people come over and buy houses in Spurwing. They love the open space. So I think this is a very important subject. It was a very important subject to our community members. And I think we really need to look at both the quality of amenities as well as the open space within the communities. And I'm just going to close with the fact that we have these areas we're getting smaller and smaller lot sizes through PUDs, gated communities, and private roads, which is really just a use to make smaller lots. That is the one area that there needs to be a need for more open space within those communities, especially pathways and benches and just a bunch of different amenities in it. I think it really holds your value of your property over time. And I want to close by saying, Mayor and City Council and staff, thank you for going out to the public and doing a reach to the public to get more feedback on the open space and the parking. I greatly appreciate you looking to seek more public comment on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Council, any questions? Okay, thank you very much. So council, we are at 10:22, in the evening. I don't know if where you all stand, if you need to take this in further, how you would like to proceed or next steps, or if you're just ready to move forward. So thoughts, comments, perspectives, break this up between the different elements. Are there other elements we want to hold out and continue to conversation on over time?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
First of all, I think that the amount of time and effort and energy that's been put in by our volunteers and our staff and our residents and the public that's come to share with us, it's what is fantastic about this city. It's amazing to see all of these recommendations and how much people care about making all of these little details right so that we have a beautiful place to be. So I want to say that first. Second, I want to say there are items about each of these exhibits that I think are fantastic and changes that I think are fantastic, but also ones I'm not completely in agreement with. So I can't say this evening that I would vote yes on any of these exactly as they are. My concern is that, my guess is that perhaps I'm not the only one here that feels that way, and that it would be continue our meeting very late if we all specifically went section by section of each of these exhibits and explained what we are in favor of and what we aren't. So I'm just going to, for myself, say that I don't feel comfortable voting yes or no specifically on each of these. I feel like that there's modifications I'd like to see made. But if you and or the council decides that's the route that we're going this evening, I can certainly do that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burt.
I think that it's getting sort of late, and I think it would be prudent to continue this to another date and maybe have direction for council to be prepared for discussions with regard to what they like, what they don't like in each of the exhibits. I think that maybe we should keep the hearing open just in case there is more dialogue needed. So that would be my recommendation.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
I think, whatever the group wants to do, honestly, I'll go along with it. If we think there are some we can get out of the way, but maybe what would be helpful, kind of wondering if in the future, if going exhibit by exhibit is the right way, or perhaps similar to some of the tables that we have on the RV standards, if we want to just have one consolidated table for the next meeting with every open issue that staff needs direction on, we could just go one by one, really methodically, if it's just outlined in a table for each section, so we could, get organized that way. If I were to make a suggestion, that would be my suggestion.
Mr. Mayor. Councilman Hoagland. Yeah, for the RV thing, I'm okay with moving forward with that, but when it comes to the open space one, a couple of suggestions were made that I'm interested in. Mr. Ward mentioned about a workshop. Councilwoman Strader had talked about parallel path or ground truthing it, is my words I wrote down, because I do have a lot of what if we
you know, what would that look like if we try this and we assign points to it and paralleling that with, and maybe we do both. We plan a workshop, talk through some of these issues some more. At the same time, using upcoming applications and applying what we've got here and see, what does that look like? Will that really work? We think it will, but does it? And just trying to get more information. I mean, there's a lot here, and this is very important. And I'm just kind of interested in continuing the discussion, but at the same time, kind of trying to make plans. Okay, how are we going to come to a consensus, and how can we answer the questions that we have on this? Is this really going to work, or can we do practice runs and tweak it before we say this is what it's going to be? So just my thought.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I think that kind of falling in line with what Councilmember Hoagland's saying. We know what, the more we noodle on this, we'll come up with something that we'll adopt, but then we'll all say, well, let's revisit this in 6 months, and let's apply what we're doing now and revisit it 6 months from now. I think, Councilmember Streeter, that's a really smart idea. So if we want to continue it to a date certain, I'm okay with that. But if we also wanted to press pause on adopting any of this and run a parallel track for a few months and see what differences will result in potential maybe decision points that the council would make, I think that would be a very prudent practice. I'm happy to support what the body wants to do.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pearl.
I agree. I think it's a fantastic idea for us to look at both. A couple of questions I have about that process, though, would be staff. I think that could potentially be a time add for them. Is that something that they're, that they don't find any challenges with? And then the second thing and I assume that the staff report would then have analyses of both, so that the public could see that. What I would ask is that we would encourage any members of the public who come to speak on the land use applications as we're assessing both, that we specifically ask them to comment on both, because I think it would be easy for a member of the public to get confused about what standards we're using. So just as long as we kind of have a good method for that, I think it's a great idea.
I'm going to look to our legal. I personally, I have challenges with this approach of trying to do essentially two different application reviews and standards and comments through the public hearing without adopted standards.
Mr. Mayor, you would have your applicable standard that's currently adopted, and the other would be merely advisory and some commentary, and staff would be tracking it so that after whatever time period you choose, you can say, here's, it's not going to be a factor in you making your decisions in the meantime, because you've got a currently adopted code. But I don't see any harm in doing this ground proofing or tracking.
But asking the public to comment on two different concepts. That's what, I don't want to confuse what is our standard for the record.
Right. So that may be just a staff thing.
Yes.
And then the chair would reiterate that we're only taking comments on the current standards, and you gather the data as you move forward. I think we can work something out. If that's the choice, take a certain time period and track that and report back.
Mr. Mayor.
I would like to go over here to ask the question about how to work it out.
Mayor, members of the council, certainly, I'm definitely not in favor of having what the code requires and then what it could be. That sets us up. It's a bad precedent for us. We don't want to do double the work and not get paid for it either. But what we can do is essentially when a project comes in, we can have a table and just put the numbers, crunch the numbers of the open space and the amenities, and then just share that and do it as a separate memo when we come back on date certain. I can maybe do a couple projects that we have in the hopper. I don't know if we need a ground truther for 6 months, but we have projects in the hopper that I can look at now, put together the numbers and say, yeah, does this work good? Does it not work good? And see if there's any concern.
Mr. Councilwoman Strayer was.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just real quick, my suggestion was going to be not to do two separate applications. That sounds like craziness. What I was suggesting would be, let's outline all these hot button issues in a table. Let's go through the table and try to flesh out what we think we agree on now. The open item that I think should be tested was the amenity table and possibly the open space if we can't come to consensus. And so there would just be a separate, maybe it's 1-page table from planning staff about here's how this project would stack up on the amenity table versus our old method. Just want like 1 page, and not that that's our decision point, but just see how it would work in practice if we're comfortable.
Would it be better to go back and do that on the 10 last projects we did rather than even integrating it into any of the current projects? I really don't want to confuse applicable standards. Yeah, because if they did that, I would say, well, don't show it to you till after you vote on the project. So that's why I would rather, and for to be more expeditious towards a solution, at least that way we can work on it as time allows, but still Cameron can adjust many different resources to it to help determine these factors, or we can even ask the development community to each go through and do 2 of their own projects. You know, if they want to help us figure this out.
Mayor, that's a great suggestion. Even that would be even faster to go back. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor. Yeah, whether we go forward or use what we've done in the past 6 months, past year. And again, site amenity, the points system, seeing how that plays out. I'm also interested in looking at some things if we apply 18% and all qualifies. Okay, if we set the standard 18%, what does that look like for all those things we passed, but everything qualifies? Or some other standards. I think we need to come up with some things. What are the metrics we want to gather, the data points that bring us that information to help us decide when we go forward, oh, this is what it would look like, that no, we need to have 20% and everything qualifies for R8 and above. If we go, everything qualifies. And I'm interested in that all qualifies because I hear from past applicants and staff that make our life easier somehow. And it'd be great if we could. Don't know if we can, but what are some of those things?
Majority of that is already captured and calculated, qualified versus unqualified open space. I don't know if there's some elements that we are not qualifying for unqualified that we would have to reconsider. But for the most part, I think a lot of that stuff exists. So I think this is can be done a lot quicker than we anticipate to get some value from these questions. If community development feels like they know what they're looking for in those, and it's really what is the current last 10 projects, open space, qualified or total, or under scenarios, how would these have stacked up? Looking at the point value amenities and applying them appropriately for those. We could probably get to some idea about what we've been seeing and make that work. Give it a month, 2 months. How long do you think to go through 10, 15 projects?
Mayor, members of the council, a couple suggestions. I like where you're going here. I like using past projects because therefore it's already approved and we're not trying to mucky new projects that you haven't heard yet. The record gets crazy when you do that. So certainly look, I don't know if we need to look at 10 or 15 projects. Let's pick half a dozen or so, put the numbers together. What I'm going to do is not test it against all the standards because we know a lot of the standards aren't going to count because of the fact 50% of the homes aren't going to be fronting on open space. We know that one. But what I want to do, I like Councilwoman Strader's suggestion of highlighting the issues that we talked about tonight. So that way, when I bring back that exhibit, it'll be yellow and say, these are what we talked about, this range. So for example, irregular shaped open space. I can highlight that yellow or green and say, this is something we want to look at, keep it or take it, remove it. If the percentages aren't right, we'll highlight that. So I can bring back some of that documentation, but I think the story can be told with just maybe even 6 projects, a random sampling of that and see what we can have. Again, I'm only going to look at the open space and the amenities and how that works with the point system and the current range we have now. I won't look at all the other standards at this point because it's really a moot point. I think everything else is everything else in the code. And when you get past the point system is really just defining the quality of the amenity. You have to have these elements in order for that to meet that definition. It's more defining how you design that open space amenity. So I think I can have pretty clear direction. Now I just want to make it clear it's not intended for multifamily, single family only, or would you like me to ground truth some of the multifamily too?
I think multifamily would like to get some ideas.
I know someone that can help me with that.
Yeah, it looks like Cameron is looking to speak as well on this topic.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of council, just briefly, just from the development community partners we have in the room, and I know that we can get good information to you pretty quickly. I think we'll work with them to analyze under these criteria and get back with you as quickly as we can with some good data. So work with Bill and the development community to make that happen.
So from a time frame, if we want to continue all elements, certain elements, how far out, thoughts?
Mr. Mayor, I think
Councilman Hogan.
I'd want to get input from staff. I mean, they've got current developments going on moving forward and now the look back that adds to the workload. So kind of would like input on what they think is doable.
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, it's really your realm. You know, staff likes a quick decision, and obviously we're not going to get there tonight. But if you feel like you need time, obviously you see how many changes we have proposed with this text amendment. And that certainly wasn't our intent. It just kind of got piled on and kept growing and growing like a snowball. So this is an unusual text amendment to have this many changes coming before you. It's typically, it's a more methodical approach, and we try to bring you pieces at a time throughout the year so you're not overwhelmed like this and get so much information. So I turn it back over to you. I want to make sure you have all the information, you read everything, you understand what you're approving, and I can bring you back the data. So if you need a month, I'm good with a month. If you need end of July, I can bring back something in the July. I don't think it's going to be critical. Why I am a little hesitant is that we're starting to come into vacation season for my team. And so I'm gonna have to fill in where they're out of the office. So that's going to take a little bit of my time and put a little bit more burden on me. So I would prefer possibly sometime mid-August if that works for all of you. If a month is prudent, I'm good with that.
So Bill, what about, because I think some of this information may exist to be quick. What if we brought back maybe some of the information to council for consideration in 3 weeks on the 27th and continue the public hearing to that second Tuesday, since our first one is canceled because of the National Night Out. So that the public hearing conversation gives us a few weeks between.
Yeah, I think I could pull something together fairly quickly on that. Again, I've done the multifamily data, so it shouldn't take me long to pull together the single family. Again, I'm going to look at about half a dozen projects and move on. I'll pick a variety of different projects.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hochul.
Since our public hearing isn't closed, do we have any from John, Heath, Dave, any comment on the direction we're going here? We good? Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councilwoman Pearl.
I'm just curious so that we don't potentially hold up a portion of this that's unnecessarily so, because this is all one application, are we permitted to vote on, say, the RV and parking portion in our next public hearing so that we're not holding them up for the open space requirements? Or does that all need to wait and be decided at the same time because it's one application?
Yes, one application. Unless we want to close the public hearing and renotice and have it come through a separate process. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
Just in, I guess, closing comment. I've been very quiet. I'm ready to, I could act now. I could act at the next meeting. I think it's 99% there, quite frankly. I think Heath's suggestions are spot on almost entirely. And there's maybe some tweaks on some percentages, but I think we're there. So I'm quiet because there's been a lot of good work to get us here. Staff and public meetings and the outreach with the development community has got us there. I don't know if a dog park's 2 points or 1 point. I'll never know. And I'm not gonna personally want to continue it until I figure out if it's 1 or 2. I like the scoring system. I like how it tries to provide some objective measurements and encourages the development community to do X and not Y. And X is worth a little more than Y. That's why we started this point system in the first place. Won't be changing this forever. The next 6 of us will be changing it forever. It's supposed to change. So I like it. I think it's great work. I think there's a few changes, a few tweaks, a word here or there, some numbers here and there, but you're 99% there. So I'm not going to be probably too engaged in debating the 1 point versus 2 on a drinking fountain. I think we'll never stop. We'll never stop. So I'll be ready to act and vote at the next meeting. Great discussion, and thanks for sticking around. The input's awesome and the public input's fantastic. We're on the 2-yard line.
Mr. Mayor, I think
That's one counter.
most of us are, I think, similar to Councilmember Borden. We're noodling over 3 to 7% of this stuff. So however that we want to do that efficiently, a week from now, a month from now, 3 months from now, I guess is the question. But I think that most of this could be settled with a brief conversation with council, not at 10:30 at night.
Yeah, well, and I don't hear council talking about the numbers. I don't think that anyone's going to get into point values typically. I just think they just want to be proofed to have an understanding about what it means. That's what I'm hearing more, not let's redefine the numbers. At least, well, that's what I'm hearing. Yeah. So, well, exactly. And that's why I think we've got some dates set forward on to get this. I think we're looking at the 27th of this month to come back with information, the analysis, and then looking at the second or third weekend. What did you?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burt.
I'm thinking that we can just, if we get the data, look at it, I think that we can get it done on the 27th. What do you guys think?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I won't be here, so I'm sure you guys will have plenty of time to be able to get it done. I won't be taking.
I love the 27th for this.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I don't have any thoughts on the timing of it. If staff needs until mid-August, that's fine with me, or if we can get it all done. But as far as the amenity point system, no, I don't want to get into the weeds as to what's 1 and what's 2 and what's 5. I would like council to consider whether we keep it a static number or whether we have a sliding scale for each amenity, a grade for each amenity. That's that's a pretty significant thing as far as how planning is going to end up adding up the points. So I just want to throw that out there and hope that's in our parking lot of ideas that we're going to consider.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hogan.
Good, make a decision for the 27th, get that information, move forward.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burt.
I move that we continue this public hearing, item 3, ZOA-2021-0002 for July 27th.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to continue the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is continued. Thank you all. We'll see you with more information and back here soon. Our last item of the evening is ordinance number 21-1934. Ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's ordinance related to H 2020-0117 Schaefer View Terrace for annexation of a parcel of land being in the north portion of the north half of the southwest quarter of Section 31, Township 3 North, Range 1 East, Ada County, Idaho, and all of Lot 4, Block 1 of Schaefer View Estates subdivision as recorded in Book 64 of plats at pages 9403 and 9404, records of Ada County. Said parcels is located in the north half of the southwest quarter of Section 32, Township 3 North, Range 1 East of the Boise Meridian, Ada County, Idaho, and be more particularly described in attachment A and annexing certain lands and territories situated in Ada County, Idaho, and adjacent contiguous to the corporate limits of the city of Meridian as requested by the city of Meridian. Establishing and determining the land use zoning classification of 10.66 acres of land from RUT to R2, low density residential, and 29.822 acres of land from RUT to R4, medium low density residential zoning district in the Meridian City Code, providing that copies of this ordinance shall be filed with the Ada County Assessor, the Ada County Recorder, and the Idaho State Tax Commission as required by law, and providing for a summary of the ordinance and providing for a waiver of the reading rules and providing an effective date.
Council, you've heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody that like it's read in its entirety? Seeing none, no request. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pearl,
I move that we approve ordinance number 211934 with the suspension of rules.
Second the motion.
I have a motion, and a second, to approve ordinance number 211934 under suspension of the rules. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the ordinance is agreed to. Council, anything under future meeting topics? Or do I have a motion to adjourn? Councilman Burke.
Second the motion.
A motion, and a second, adjourn. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.